Chapter 151, Black Room, The Twins of Ash. Nate's hands dripped with blood diluted by the rainwater running down his fingers. The cold droplets slid from his fingertips one after another while he stared blankly at the dark red stains covering his small hands. The rain kept pouring heavily again. His tears mixed together with the rainwater flowing down his face, making it impossible to tell which was which anymore. His breathing came out rough and visible beneath the freezing night air. "What's a kid doing out in the rain?" A man's voice echoed from behind him. Nate didn't turn around. He simply remained there kneeling beside the corpse. "Is he mute?" The man walked closer through the puddles, boots splashing water lightly, while his sharp eyes quickly noticed the body lying on the ground and the pool of diluted blood spreading slowly around it. Another man suddenly ran toward him from the opposite direction. "Boss Reiner." The subordinate laughed loudly while scratching the side of his neck. "We found an open house nearby with a dead lady inside." He grinned shamelessly. She had her clothes torn apart too, and from the look of things, he gestured crudely with his hands while laughing harder. The guy she was doing it with probably got a little too rough. The other gang members arriving behind them burst into laughter. The sound echoed unpleasantly through the rain. Then one of them noticed Nate still kneeling there without moving. "Boss, isn't that a kid?" He pointed toward Nate. "We can take this one back and sell him for money." The man licked his lips greedily and started walking toward Nate with a malicious smile on his face. "Stop." Reiner grabbed the subordinate's shoulder before he could get closer. "Huh? Boss?" The man turned back confused. Reiner narrowed his eyes slightly while observing Nate carefully. The boy never cried loudly, never screamed again, nor did he beg for his life. Even with blood on his body and a corpse beside him, he simply stared downward quietly like his soul already left somewhere else. Reiner smirked. "I like this kid." He slowly walked toward Nate before crouching down to match his height. "Is this the man who killed your mother?" His gaze briefly shifted toward the corpse and the items scattered nearby. Silver coins, copper coins, and a small hairpin lying in the mud. Nate remained silent, not because he wanted to ignore the question. He simply had no energy left to speak anymore. "Interesting." Reiner stood up slowly. Then, without asking further, he carried Nate over his shoulder casually. "Let's go." And just like that, Nate entered the underworld of Cosmos. From that point onward, Nate lived beneath the shadows of the Krovik district in Peja, working under one of the largest gangs controlling the area. That place smelled of blood, drugs, sweat, smoke, and death. Children disappeared there almost every week. Some were sold, some became workers under him, while some became corpses. Nate saw all of it. Underground fighting arenas, drug trafficking, human trafficking, smuggling, executions, and debt collection. The deeper he sank into that world, the more he understood something terrifying. Britannia never truly cared about ruling Cosmos. They conquered it, yes, but they never took control over it. Instead, the Britannians simply established military camps around the borders while already preparing for another war against the neighboring nations of Servia and Albania. Cosmos itself had become little more than a rotting stepping stone, a dying nation being squeezed dry. It was during that period of his life that Ashenlocke's guards finally found him. The truth they revealed completely changed the direction of his life. His father was once a soldier under Val Ashenlocke's army, an injured survivor abandoned after war, and because of that blood connection and service mark, Nate was ordered to return with them. The method used to locate Nate and the other children tied to the Duke family relied on blood alchemy, an expensive process controlled by the Derlis family. All noble families of Britannia brand their servants and subordinates with blood marks connected to their lineage. Those marks passed down through blood inheritance, even if generations passed, and even if distance separated continents. The Derlis could still track those bloodlines. Dead or alive, near or far, no one escaped the power of their blood alchemy easily. Nate slowly exhaled inside the darkness with his cognition finally stabilized completely. The second star within him settled properly, though only less than a quarter of it had fully formed. Still, with this, Nate had officially stepped into the binder rank. Sweat dripped down his chin while exhaustion spread across his body heavily. He slowly stood up and walked carefully in the darkness until his hand touched the cold wall within the black room. Then he sat down, resting his back against it. The darkness remained endless. No light, no sound except breathing, no sense of time. Nate tilted his head upward, even though he could not see anything above him. Ah, he sighed weakly. When will this trial finally end? His voice echoed softly. How many months has it even been? He slowly counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Then he stopped. He could not even see his own hands anyway. Nate laughed quietly beneath his breath. I really had to remember that time, huh? His tone carried bitterness. But I guess it's good. He lowered his hand. At least now I remember why I was excited to come here in the first place. His eyes slowly sharpened within the darkness. To find out what the Britannians are truly planning. His grip tightened. Why destroy my homeland if they never intended to truly rule it? He leaned his head against the wall. And why are they doing the same thing again to other countries? His breathing became calmer. I'll find out. His voice sounded firm. I'll finally understand why my life became this mess. His fist slowly tightened harder. I will. Outside the hall grounds, Raymond and Freya walked through the silent corridor lined with sealed doors from the first floor to the very top. The cold atmosphere inside the hall felt heavy, almost oppressive. The trial should be entering its peak now. Freya spoke while glancing at the sealed rooms. Raymond nodded once. Hopefully they still have their minds intact. His cold eyes remained fixed ahead. Only 2 days remain before the second month ends. And the 9th trial will begin. Freya folded her arms. I hope they survive too. The 8th trial had already reached its most dangerous stage. The darkness was slowly consuming many of the candidates, with some already beginning to lose themselves. Some laughed alone while some cried endlessly. Some spoke to hallucinations as though they were real people, and others still desperately struggled to maintain their sanity. Even Veda and Vera were not exempt from the effects of the darkness. In fact, it could be said they suffered among the worst. Within the endless darkness of his room, Veda relived everything again. His mother's death, his maid's execution, the years Felix, Gareth, Freed, and the others made his life miserable. The nights he slept covered in bruises after being beaten, and the years he and Vera passed each other silently, without speaking despite being twins. Every painful memory resurfaced one after another. Why did it take you so many years to finally change? The voices echoed from different directions. If you were always going to become this strong, why wait until after I died? Why did you abandon me, brother? The voices became louder and heavier. Each word dug into his heart. Meanwhile, his breakthrough process continued, but the emotional turbulence affected his cognition violently. It's your fault we all died, Veda. The voices screamed again. If you never came back stronger, this trial would never have existed. My daughter died because of you. My brother died because of you. My sister died because of you. My friend died because of you. Silence. Then, everyone hates you. The whisper slid directly into his ear. Veda spat blood onto the ground slowly. His veins bulged violently as unstable cognition surged throughout his body. Yeah, it's all my fault. Veda spoke quietly inside the darkness while forcing his cognition to calm down. His breathing came out uneven. All I ever did was stand there and watch while I lost everything in the first place. And even after I finally decided to break out of that weakness, I still ended up dragging everyone into danger. I still created this mess. So yes, he slowly lowered his head. It's all my fault. The moment those words left his mouth, the flow of cognition inside his body became more unstable. His veins suddenly stiffened beneath his skin. Blood dripped slowly from his nose and stained the floor beneath him. Inside his mind realm, the flow connecting his stars began reversing violently. The cognition that normally moved in a stable line from the first star to the second, and then toward the incomplete third star, suddenly flowed backward like a river reversing direction. The third star trembled. Cracks spread across it slowly. Then faster. The incomplete structure started shattering apart piece by piece. Veda's body shook violently. Pain spread through every nerve in his body like thousands of burning needles stabbing into his veins. If this continued, he could either regress in rank or worse, die. The darkness around him almost seemed alive now. The voices returned immediately, louder and closer. That's right. It's your fault. You destroy everything around you. You pretend to care about people, but everyone around you suffers because of your stupidity. Your maid died because of your weakness. People suffered because of your actions. Everyone hates you. The voices overlapped one after another until it sounded like an entire crowd whispering directly into his ears. Veda gritted his teeth so hard blood leaked from the corner of his lips. But then, his trembling hands slowly clenched into fists. That's why. The unstable cognus around him surged wildly. Wind exploded outward from his body and slammed against the dark walls of the room. That's why I'm going to do everything possible to make everyone happy. His voice shook slightly, but it didn't break. I accept every mistake I made. His body trembled harder. And I'll turn all of them into growth. The voices screamed louder. You are selfish, Veda. Yes. He roared back instantly. The violent surge of cognus exploded again. I am selfish. His veins glowed brightly beneath his skin. I'm naive. The pressure filling the room became heavier. I'm someone stupid enough to dream about peace in a family like this. Blood continued dripping down his chin. I know I don't yet have enough power. The reversing cognus trembled harder. I know I don't have enough strength. The shattered pieces of the third star shook violently. I know I don't have enough wisdom. His breathing became rough. But Veda slowly raised his head and his eyes sharpened. But I made a promise. The violent flow of cognus paused slightly. I promised myself. He forced the cognus flow back into its proper direction little by little. That no matter what happens, the shattered third star slowly stopped collapsing. No matter how painful things become, the cracks started reforming. I would never back down again. The flow normalized further. Not now. The third star slowly reconnected. Not ever. The violent wind around him calmed little by little. I'll continue fighting until this family becomes something better than what it is now. The cognus stabilized completely. And if I have to fight this entire nation just to make that happen. The third star reformed perfectly. Veda slowly exhaled. I will do it. His voice no longer carried hesitation, fear, nor doubt. The darkness became silent again, and the voices disappeared completely. 2 days left before the 9th trial begins. Vera sat quietly with her back resting against the cold metal door behind her. The darkness around her remained endless as always. Yet unlike many of the others who had already begun losing themselves, Vera simply sat there calmly with one leg crossed over the other. She had already completed her advancement meditation, although she failed to reach the Meister rank. She was now a full Starbinder rank alchemist, and a full alchemist at that. Vera stared into the darkness ahead of her quietly, like it was something normal, something familiar, then she sighed softly. I'd love to act mysterious and say I'm already used to darkness. A faint smirk appeared on her lips. But honestly, you look weird for a dead hallucination, Palmer. Her bored eyes stared toward the figure standing in front of her. The image of her dead fiancé smiled gently at her. You're still the same, Vera. His voice sounded warm. Vera stared at him silently for a few seconds before resting the side of her head against the wall again. Ezra Ashenlocke. The child elder Portia, the former head of Ashenlocke, gave the title Jewel of Ash. A genius whose talent burst forth so brightly it shocked the entire family, a potential monster among monsters. But before all of that, nobody in the family actually believed she was the special twin. Back then, many believed Veda to be the golden twin. Meanwhile, Vera was treated as the wasted twin by many elders and adults within the family, because unlike the other children, Vera barely spoke, barely reacted, and barely smiled. She would simply sit quietly somewhere observing everyone around her with those unreadable eyes, like a doll pretending to be human. Nobody could understand what she was thinking, nobody could read her emotions. Even when insulted, she never reacted. Even when praised, she looked uninterested. The adults disliked that about her, and her fellow mates feared that personality of her. But Vera herself never cared enough to be understood. That was why, even now, sitting alone in endless darkness while staring at the hallucination of her dead fiancé, her expression barely changed. You know, Palmer smiled softly while looking at her. You really were lonely back then. Vera narrowed her eyes slightly. That's a rude thing to say to someone sitting alone in darkness. Her tone remained calm, then she added flatly, especially for a dead person. Chapter 152, Black Room, the Jewel of Ash. Inside the private room of Vera and Veda's mother, the air smelled faintly of medicine, warm water, and blood hidden beneath perfume. Snow tapped softly against the glass windows while the fireplace crackled weakly at the far side of the room. Astria stood with her arms crossed and one leg over the other, leaning lazily against the wall beside the bed. "You still look this beautiful for someone close to death." She scoffed lightly after saying it, though the worry hidden beneath her eyes didn't escape the room. Aurora, who sat against the pillows of her sickbed, laughed weakly before coughing into a white cloth. The maid standing beside her quickly supported her shoulder while adjusting the drip connected to her thin right arm. "That's too mean, Astria. This is exactly why you can never keep a man." Her voice came out strained and soft, but there was still warmth inside it. Astria narrowed her eyes immediately. "Aurora." She walked closer and pulled the woman's cheeks gently like an older sister teasing a child. "Watch your mouth." Despite her words, she still laughed. The room quieted for a few seconds after that. Astria's eyes slowly drifted over Aurora's body. The pale skin, thinner cheeks, and weak fingers that no longer carried proper strength. A conflicted look appeared in Astria's eyes. If only there was an alchemist sage in this kingdom. She clicked her tongue softly. "Your illness would have been cured already, but the highest healer we have is just an alchemist general." She exhaled slowly and looked away. "The flora alchemists in this family can only keep you alive for so long, and even if we request support from the count families that specialize in healing paths." She shook her head. "The money would be insane." Astria's voice lowered. "I still don't know why my idiot brother now refuses to spend more on your treatment. If we just force it, you could live longer." Aurora smiled softly after hearing that. "Astria, if only you treated everyone else this kindly." She raised a weak hand and touched Astria's cheek gently. "You would have had a stable marriage." Astria's eye twitched immediately. "You really can't stay quiet, huh?" The two women laughed together quietly. Even the maid standing beside the bed smiled faintly. Then Aurora slowly held Astria's hand. "I'm fine, Astria. I've already accepted death, so please stop worrying about me." Her smile looked calm. Too calm. The kind of smile people made after crying for too long alone. Then, the door suddenly opened. "So, this is where you were." Elder Fredericks entered the room with his hands behind his back and his usual smile that never reached his eyes. "Father." Astria frowned immediately. "What are you doing here?" Fredericks ignored her question at first. His gaze drifted toward Aurora slowly, and a grin spread across his old face. "Aurora, dear." He walked toward the bed. "You still look stunning even with your sickness." "Thank you, Elder." Aurora bowed her head slightly. The two maids in the room immediately kneeled after Fredericks entered. "You're this sick, yet still elegant." Fredericks sighed dramatically. "Valentine truly doesn't deserve you." His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at her chest with a perverted gaze. "And I heard the funds for your treatment will soon be reduced." "Which means?" He smiled softly. "You'll die soon." The room became colder after those words. Even the maid beside the bed lowered her head harder. Fredericks slowly reached his hand toward Aurora's shoulder. "Let's make a deal." Aurora blinked once. "And if you decide to serve me behind your house." Smack. Astria grabbed his wrist instantly before he could touch Aurora. The pressure behind her grip made the old man's smile disappear immediately. "Hold it, old man." Her voice turned cold. The killing intent spreading from her body made even the maids flinch in fear. "Get out." Fredericks stared at her for a few seconds. Then he slowly pulled his hand away. Marks from Astria's grip remained visible on his skin. His expression darkened for a moment before he clicked his tongue and turned around. When he stepped outside, he suddenly noticed someone standing beside the door. Little Vera. She stood there quietly with both hands behind her back. Her expression remained blank as she stared at him. Fredericks paused, then smiled again. "You were here when I entered, and you're still here." He bent slightly to match her height. "Waiting to see your mother?" "Yes." Little Vera answered immediately with the same unreadable face. "Well, your mother is currently busy with my daughter." "I know." Fredericks blinked once. "Then why don't you follow GR?" "No." Her answer came instantly. Still emotionless and still flat. Fredericks' smile slowly faded. "No." He glanced toward the room behind him, then back at Vera. He knew clearly Astria would kill him herself if he dared touch the child. TSK. He clicked his tongue. She's almost like a robot. Then he left. Little Vera quietly watched his back disappear down the hallway, her expression never changing. It's obvious what the old man is thinking. Reading people had never been difficult for Vera, not because she had some special ability. She just simply understood people naturally. During growing up, the family quickly noticed the difference between the twins. Veda was bright, energetic, friendly, and easy to love. Meanwhile, Vera barely spoke, barely reacted, and even barely smiled. It wasn't because she understood emotions too well. It was because she herself barely understood what emotions were supposed to feel like. Almost as if Veda had taken all the emotions for himself, while Vera was left behind as an empty shell. A doll watching the world happen. After several minutes passed, Astria finally left the room. Her personal maid opened the door for her before bowing. Astria looked down and saw little Vera still standing there patiently. For a moment, she stared quietly, then suddenly, "Yeah." Astria grabbed Vera and lifted her into the air happily. "My little cutie." She rubbed her cheek against Vera's soft face repeatedly before kissing her forehead. "You waited all this time just to see your mother? You should have entered earlier and played with us." She smiled brightly before placing Vera back down. "Sadly, I have to leave now." She bent slightly and poked Vera's nose gently. "I'll see you later." Astria left. Her maid bowed respectfully toward Vera before following behind her. Little Vera watched them leave silently before entering the room herself. The moment she stepped inside, Aurora began coughing blood violently again. The maid beside the bed quickly cleaned the blood with a white cloth while holding out medicine water. "Young Lady Vera." The maid bowed immediately. "Vera." Aurora turned quickly. The moment she saw Vera walking toward the bed with her small calm steps, her tired eyes softened instantly. Vera climbed onto the bed quietly. "Mom, how are you?" Silence filled the room briefly. Then, "My child is so cute." Aurora covered her mouth like she wanted to cry. Even the maid nodded slightly in agreement. "I'm fine, my baby." She rubbed Vera's hair slowly. "She says she's okay." Vera thought quietly. But her body says something different. "Where's your brother?" Aurora glanced toward the door hopefully. "He's playing outside with his friends." Aurora smiled weakly. "Why don't you play with them too?" "I don't want to." "Why?" Vera stared ahead calmly. "It's boring." Aurora and the maid blinked. "Their games are boring. Their jokes are boring, and their faces are boring." She sighed quietly. "I don't understand why Veda enjoys playing with children." The maid and Aurora exchanged awkward looks. "Aren't you also a child?" The thought crossed both their minds together. "Well, it's good to enjoy your alone time with Mummy. Although, your two brothers barely want to come see their mother anymore." Aurora pouted lightly while complaining, though the smile on her face looked weak and tired. Again, she's saying that. Little Vera stared quietly at her mother with the same unreadable expression she always carried. To other people, her face looked empty and cold, like a child who couldn't understand emotions. But Vera could see it clearly. Her mother was lying. Not in a bad way, but in the way adults lied when they wanted to protect the people they loved. She's the one who doesn't want us seeing her like this. Vera's eyes slowly moved toward the blood-stained cloth resting beside the medicine bowl. The smell of iron still lingered in the room. The coughing, the weak breathing, the trembling fingers. Even the maid standing beside the bed looked like she was barely holding herself together. Then Vera suddenly spoke. "I heard you're going to die soon." The words came out flatly and direct, like a knife cutting through the warm atmosphere of the room. The maid's eyes widened instantly. "Young Lady Vera." Her voice rose in shock. Even Aurora herself froze slightly. The room became quiet except for the crackling sound coming from the fireplace. Aurora slowly looked down at Vera. At those plain eyes staring back at her. "Ah." A weak laugh escaped her lips. "You really do look like me." She touched Vera's cheek gently. "But you took even more from your father." She paused slightly before smiling bitterly. "No, you're even more straight-faced than him." Her fingers brushed through Vera's hair softly. "And smarter too." Then suddenly, Aurora pulled Vera into a tight embrace that the movement startled even the maid. "I'm sorry, Vera." Her voice cracked instantly. "I won't be able to watch you and your brothers grow up." The tears she had been suppressing finally poured out uncontrollably. I failed as your mother. Her body trembled more while crying. I'm sorry. The tears soaked Vera's clothes slowly. Vera quietly looked toward the maid standing nearby. The woman herself had already begun wiping her eyes repeatedly with her sleeve, trying hard not to cry loudly in front of her young lady and master. The room had become filled with sadness, and if it was anyone else, they would have cried or gone into panic, but Vera simply sat there quietly within her mother's embrace. I still don't understand what I'm supposed to feel. That thought crossed her mind calmly. She understood that her mother was sad. She clearly understood that death was painful. She also understood the fear hidden inside Aurora's trembling voice. Yet, none of it properly reached her heart. Vera didn't move, didn't cry, didn't even hug her mother back. She simply remained there while Aurora continued crying into her shoulder. That had always been Vera's life. She could easily read the true emotions hidden inside people, whether it was fear, hatred, love, disgust, or despair. She could see all of it clearly, but understanding how she herself was supposed to react always felt impossible. Everything around her constantly felt distant, boring, and empty. Sometimes she wondered if maybe she was simply lazy toward life. But deep down, she knew that wasn't true. Not even close. Then the day finally came. The day Aurora died. The mansion became quieter than usual that morning. The servants moved carefully through the hallways, while her close maids cried openly. Even the atmosphere itself felt heavy. It was almost as if everyone had already known this would be the day she died. The burial ceremony, the scholar's bow, started the very same day. Snow slowly fell from the sky, while the members of the Ashenlocke family dressed in black stood around the burial grounds. Veda cried loudly. Bale cried even harder. He was still too young to fully understand death, but he understood enough to know their mother was gone forever. Their cries echoed painfully through the ceremony grounds. Even several servants and distant relatives wiped tears from their faces. But Vera stood there quietly beside the coffin, still, straight-backed and expressionless. She never cried, not even once. The snowflakes landed softly on her dark hair and shoulders while she stared at the coffin silently. She can't even cry for her own mother. The whispers began. She's heartless. Are we sure that woman was truly her mother? Another voice whispered quietly behind the crowd. A monster hiding inside a child's body. The whispers spread slowly like poison, and more of the adults stared at Vera strangely. Some with discomfort, some with fear, while some with disgust. But Vera heard every single word without reacting, because even then, at that young age, she already understood something terrifying about herself. She knew she loved her mother. She truly did. But no matter how hard she tried, her body simply couldn't express it the way normal people did. Chapter 153, Black Room, The Jewel of Ash Part 2. Is that why you felt lonely? Palmer asked softly from within the darkness. His voice echoed lightly through the black room while his gaze rested on Vera, who remained seated with her back against the cold metal door. Lonely. Vera raised one brow slowly, her face carrying an exaggerated look of confusion. I can't even express it properly, so how exactly am I supposed to feel it? She answered with another question. Palmer couldn't reply immediately, and the darkness returned to silence once more. Vera lowered her eyes. She couldn't see anything around her except endless black, yet her mind drifted backward again, dragged into memories she normally wouldn't bother touching. After the burial ceremony, life around the siblings changed slightly. Not drastically. The mansion still looked the same, the servants still bowed their heads, and the adults still walked around with their prideful faces. But something inside the Ashenlocke household had shifted after Aurora's death. Veda, who was still hurt deeply by losing their mother, tried his best to stay around his siblings more often. Even at that young age, he forced himself to smile, forced himself to talk, and forced himself to make sure neither Vera nor Bale completely drowned in grief, is what he thought. But Vera stayed the same, quiet and unreadable. She still rarely reacted emotionally to anything around her. Until the day she awakened her cognition at the age of 10. That single moment ended the entire discussion of who the golden twin and wasted twin truly were. Everything flipped instantly. The expectations that once surrounded Veda slowly shifted toward Vera, Instead, with the adults who once ignored her suddenly began appearing one after another. Elders, relatives, other nobles from the family's branch, teachers, and the servants. Everyone started paying attention to her, and Vera could see through all of them easily. Their greed, their expectations, their excitement, the way their eyes changed whenever they looked at her. She understood what they wanted before they even spoke. That was when another problem appeared. Since everyone suddenly cared about her now, Vera realized she was expected to behave emotionally around them. Smile, act graceful, show embarrassment to goodwill, laugh politely, and display warmth, and at one point, Vera simply thought to herself, wouldn't it be easier to just express emotions the way I think they should look? That single thought slowly became her new personality. Vera turned into a girl who exaggerated reactions perfectly. A soft smile here, a teasing expression there, a playful tone, and an amused laugh. She copied emotions carefully the same way someone copied handwriting from a book. But even after learning all that, nothing truly changed inside her. The world still bored her. People still bored her. Only her brothers and her mother could slightly hold her interest. Especially Veda. But even that became weaker after the adults started separating them more and more, until she met Palmer. It happened during the coming-of-age evening ball. The royal hall was packed that night with all the high nobles, low nobles, children who had just turned 10 and members of the royal family. The giant hall glowed under crystal chandeliers while orchestral music echoed through the air. Expensive perfume mixed together with the smell of food and wine, creating an atmosphere that felt suffocating to Vera. Little Vera stood quietly among the crowd after greeting noble after noble. Everywhere she walked, whispers followed. The jewel of Ash. So young. Her cognizant talent is terrifying. She really is beautiful. Vera ignored all of it while staring quietly at the grape juice inside her glass cup. Then, "Hey you," a smug voice called out toward her. Vera ignored it completely, focusing on the glass cup. "I'm talking to you, girl with the black hair." The voice sounded more irritated this time. Still, Vera kept looking at her drink. "I said I'm talking." The boy suddenly reached out to grab her wrist. Vera slowly lifted her eyes and looked directly into his. The boy froze instantly. "Wow, she's really cute." A faint blush spread across his face. He coughed awkwardly before straightening his posture quickly. Beside him, a butler lowered his head politely. "Young Lady Vera of Ashenlocke," the butler spoke carefully. "This is young Master Daniel, the second Prince of Britannia." The boy folded his arms proudly, clearly waiting for admiration. Vera quietly observed him from head to toe. Blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, expensive clothes, and clearly an annoying face. "Greetings, Your Highness." Vera greeted politely. Daniel's grin widened immediately. "Vera, right?" He coughed lightly. "I heard you're a genius, and you're also very beautiful. When we both grow older, we'll become a powerful couple, so I'll ask Father to arrange our engagement." His smile became even more smug. "You should rejoice. This young master has taken interest in you." He waited confidently for her reaction, either excitement, embarrassment, gratitude, or anything. But Vera simply stared at him silently. Then she looked down at the drink in her hand. "Ah, my drink got ruined." Without warning, she let go. Smash. The glass cup shattered loudly near Daniel's legs. Purple grape juice splashed across his white trousers, and Daniel screamed in shock, falling backward onto the floor. The loud sound immediately drew attention from nearby nobles. What happened? Wasn't that the second prince? People quickly turned toward them. Daniel sat frozen on the floor while trembling. Why did you drop it?" he shouted without realizing he had already embarrassed himself. Vera slowly bent down. Carefully, she picked up one sharp piece of broken glass from the floor. "My prince." The butler rushed forward to protect Daniel, but the moment Vera's dark eyes turned toward him, his body froze. A strange fear gripped his chest instantly. Those eyes. The surrounding nobles also fell silent. Vera moved the broken glass closer toward Daniel's face. "Couples." She tilted her head slightly. "I'm honored, Your Highness, but—" Her eyes lowered, noticing the wet stains spreading beneath him. "You're too stupid." She moved the glass slightly closer. "Too foolish." Closer. "Too dumb." Daniel's lips trembled. "Too brain dead." His breathing became uneven. and far too ugly for me to ever find interesting. The broken glass stopped only inches away from his nose. Daniel finally broke, and he started crying loudly. The surrounding nobles stared in complete shock. She made the second prince cry. What kind of child is this? What is happening? Guards immediately rushed through the crowd, but before they could arrive, a young boy suddenly pushed through the crowd and grabbed Vera's hand tightly. Let's go. Without waiting for permission, he pulled her away. The nobles watched in disbelief while the two children disappeared into the crowd. After running far enough into one of the quiet garden corridors, the boy finally collapsed onto a bench while gasping heavily for air. How are you not tired? He breathed heavily while staring at Vera. It's fitness. Vera replied flatly. The boy leaned back while calming his breathing. I guess that makes sense for the greatest talent our family has produced. He smiled brightly at her. You're a kid from Ashenlocke. Vera finally spoke after properly observing the boy standing in front of her. Her dark eyes slowly moved over his appearance again. White hair, white eyes. The standard traits of the Ashenlocke bloodline. Yet unlike the other children she normally saw walking proudly around the mansion halls, this boy looked messy. Dust stained parts of his clothes, and faint bruises could be seen around his wrist and the side of his neck, where the collar had shifted slightly during the run. Yes, the boy replied while smiling brightly despite still trying to calm his breathing. You're also friends with my older sister. You mean Pamela? Vera tilted her head slightly as she guessed. The boy blinked once. Wow, straight guess. He laughed awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. That's a genius for you. So, you're the one she always complains about getting bullied by Felix and his group. Vera's voice remained flat and emotionless as usual. The boy laughed again, though this time the embarrassment on his face became clearer. He looked away for a second. It's not that serious. Vera stared at him quietly. Not that serious? The bruises on his sleeves are fresh, and there is dirt on the side of his trousers too, like someone had shoved him against the floor earlier. He clearly got beaten recently. Yet this same person still rushed into a dangerous situation to drag me away from the royal guards and the nobles. Why did you pull me away from the crowd? Vera asked while folding her arms under her chest. I didn't need help. The boy rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Well, his laugh sounded nervous. I just thought it would feel bad leaving you there alone to handle something that wasn't entirely your fault. He spoke softly this time. And knowing those people, they probably would have blamed you just to gain more favor with the royal family. Vera narrowed her eyes at him again. Says the person who can't even protect himself. Yet, he's being genuine. There was no hidden intention in his eyes. No greed. No attempt to gain favor. No fear while speaking to her either. It was strangely simple honesty. For someone like Vera, who could easily notice the hidden intentions behind people's words, that kind of sincerity felt rare. A faint smile slowly appeared on her lips. Interesting. The boy blinked in confusion. Before he could say anything else, Vera turned around and started walking away immediately. The boy's eyes widened. Wait, are you leaving already? At least wait a bit so we can return together. He reached his hand out slightly toward her retreating figure. No, Vera replied instantly without even turning back. It's your own fault for sticking your nose into something beyond your ability. Her tone sounded calm, but there was a teasing edge hidden beneath it. The boy stared at her with complete shock. Vera continued walking casually through the garden corridor while the cold night breeze brushed against her black hair. Don't worry, she added lazily. If I see Pamela, I'll tell her where you are. Goodbye, hero. Hey, wait. The boy opened his mouth helplessly while watching her walk farther away beneath the lights of the royal garden. She didn't even ask for my name. He sighed deeply while lowering his shoulders. The cold breeze passed through the corridor quietly. Meanwhile, Vera's faint smile remained on her face for a little longer than usual. For the first time in a while, someone had managed to amuse her. After that time, we met. The very next day, you announced me as your fiancé. Palmer finally broke the silence. His voice echoed softly through the endless darkness surrounding Vera. Vera remained seated against the cold metal door behind her, one knee raised slightly, while her chin rested lazily on top of it. Even after hearing those words, her face barely changed. They were making a huge issue about getting me engaged early. she replied calmly. You were simply the best option available. Her tone sounded so casual that it almost felt insulting. Palmer stared at her quietly. Even now, she still speaks about it like she is discussing business. Vera slowly lifted her eyes toward him. Palmer. Her dark pupils reflected faintly within the darkness. Why are you still here? She asked the question without fear or hesitation. It was almost like she genuinely found his existence troublesome rather than frightening. Palmer smiled faintly. Don't you already know the answer yourself, Vera? His voice sounded quieter this time. Vera looked at him silently for a few seconds before answering. It's definitely not because I regret your death. She spoke plainly with no shred of guilt and sorrow. Just honesty. That's why you never truly chased revenge, Palmer replied immediately. Even after my sister begged you to help her. The darkness around them shifted strangely. Without Vera noticing when it happened, Palmer's figure was suddenly no longer standing in front of her. He now stood beside her instead. Closer. Much closer. The trial was meant for those who were worthy enough to survive, Vera continued without reacting to the strange movement. Your death wasn't unfair, so there was no reason for me to hate the killer. Her voice remained flat. Yet as she spoke, the memories replayed clearly inside her mind. Pamela cried while gripping her clothes tightly. The desperation in her voice, the hatred she carried toward Ezra. At the time, Vera only agreed to help because she became curious in seeing the person who killed her fiancé. At first, Vera never intended to kill Ezra. She only wanted him captured or broken, then handed over to Pamela for revenge. That was the original plan, so she sent Marcus and 4 other people to capture him. But after watching Ezra come out almost unharmed against the people, she sent to capture him, and after seeing the strange calmness in his eyes, Vera changed her mind. She now wanted to test him herself. That's why she signaled for her group to shoot the arrows at Ezra. Vera. Palmer's voice suddenly changed. The softness disappeared completely. Now it sounded colder and sharper. Do you enjoy playing with people's emotions? Vera's eyes shifted slightly. Palmer's figure had moved again. This time he appeared on her other side. For someone who doesn't even understand how to properly act like a normal person. His voice lowered further. Do you really think this new person you claim to like won't eventually be abandoned too? The darkness trembled faintly. Just like you abandoned me. Suddenly, Palmer appeared directly in front of her. Vera's eyes reflected the bullet hole in the center of his forehead. Blood slowly trickled down from the wound. Drip, drip. The blood rolled down his nose, his lips, and onto the floor beneath him. At the end of the day, his voice echoed heavily now. You already know why this hallucination exists. The blood continued dripping endlessly. You understand the reason for all of this. His gaze locked onto Vera's unmoving eyes. Yet you continue acting like none of it matters. His expression darkened. Because that's simply the kind of person you are. A manipulator. Someone who uses people to fill her own empty need for emotion. The darkness fell silent again. Only the sound of dripping blood remained. Vera. His voice echoed once more. No one will ever truly understand you. The black room suddenly felt colder. No one. Until the day you die, you will continue walking this world alone. The words hung heavily in the darkness. Yet, Vera smiled, not from sadness, not bitterly, just amused. The bored look she normally carried slowly disappeared, replaced by a faint expression of interest, because despite how true Palmer's words sounded, something inside her no longer fully agreed. I don't know about that anymore. Her voice came out softer this time. The image of Ezra replayed vividly inside her mind. The second trial. That first moment they stood face to face. The strange feeling she experienced while looking into his eyes. The calmness he carried. The way he spoke to her without fear. The way he continued moving forward despite everything trying to crush him. The unique action, knowledge, and creations he showed her, something that no one could ever think of doing. It replayed so clearly that it almost felt recent. Then suddenly, Vera. Palmer screamed loudly. Bang. A gunshot exploded through the darkness. Chapter 154, Black Room, the 9th trial begins. The image of Palmer screamed Vera's name so loudly that the darkness itself seemed to shake. Then, his body suddenly began to expand unnaturally. His arms swelled first, followed by his neck and chest, like air was being forced violently into a corpse. Veins bulged beneath his pale skin while the bullet hole on his forehead widened, splitting open slowly as blood streamed down his face. Vera watched quietly as the body kept growing larger and larger like a balloon reaching its limit. Boom. Palmer exploded apart. Blood, flesh, and fragments of bone. Everything burst outward before dissolving instantly into the darkness itself, as though the black room swallowed every trace of him the moment he ceased existing. Silence returned immediately after. A silence so deep that even breathing sounded strange. The hallucinations vanished completely, and the endless darkness returned to being nothing more than darkness. But that wasn't the only thing inside the room anymore. A faint trail of smoke slowly drifted beside Vera's face, with an acrid metallic smell spreading through the air immediately after. Gunpowder. Vera tilted her head slightly to the side. A bullet passed quietly through the space where her head had been moments earlier. It's already been over 2 months. She spoke to herself lazily. Her voice carried boredom rather than relief. Crick. The metal door behind her suddenly unlocked and shifted open. Since Vera had been leaning against it carelessly, her body fell backward lightly onto the cold floor outside the room. Bright white light flooded her vision instantly. Her pupils contracted sharply. TCH. Vera covered her eyes immediately. After spending over 2 months in absolute darkness, even normal light now felt painful. She remained on the ground quietly for a while, waiting for her eyes to adjust. The sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Metal wheels rolled across the floor, and people speaking softly. Vera slowly lowered her hand from her eyes and turned toward the sound. 2 guards were carrying a body bag down the hallway. The shape inside remained completely still. Beside one of the opened rooms, maids quietly cleaned blood from the floor while nurses moved equipment around calmly, almost like this kind of thing was normal. Vera stared at the body bag for a few seconds. Only 1 person is dead so far. Her tone remained casual. She slowly turned her head to the right to see nothing, no movement. Then she looked left to see another room, door opened roughly. Felix stepped out while holding his left eye tightly. Blood dripped between his fingers and stained the side of his face and collar. His steps looked unstable, almost sluggish, while a nurse hurried beside him trying to support his balance. Once again, Felix could not carry that arrogant expression he always walked with. Instead, his face looked pale and irritated. Vera stared at him silently. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the upper stairs. Veda walked down slowly while adjusting his gloves. His eyes first landed on Felix before shifting naturally toward Vera. The moment he saw her laying on the ground, a smile appeared on his face. She's already done. He chuckled lightly. As expected, Vera stared at him with her usual unreadable face, while Veda waved casually before leaving the hallway completely. A few moments later, Felix was also escorted away toward the infirmary while muttering curses under his breath. Vera finally stood properly. Her legs felt slightly numb after remaining in one position for too long, but she ignored it completely and walked away calmly beneath the white lights of the hallway. Meanwhile, inside Ezra's room, things were far worse. His body trembled violently against the cold floor while cognizance surged uncontrollably through his veins. Blood dripped steadily from his nose, while a smaller trail flowed from the corner of his mouth. His fingers twitched repeatedly as he forced himself to endure the pressure of the wild cognizant flow. Unlike many others, Ezra's suffering didn't come only from the hallucinations alone. The true problem was his body. Even after all the physical training he had gone through, even after strengthening himself continuously, the weight of binder-level cognizance still placed tremendous pressure on his current physique. And now, his emotions were destabilizing it further. The air inside the dark room shook faintly from the wild flow of cognizance around him. Veins bulged against his neck and arms as his breathing became rougher. Ever since Ezra realized the book of memories truly connected to his past life, a single question had remained buried deep within him. Although both versions of Ezra were technically the same person, they still felt different. The current Ezra was calmer, smarter, and more mature in the way he viewed life. The memories of his past life had merged into him like additional layers rather than replacing who he currently was. That was why he kept asking himself, why do I still carry the deaths of my comrades like chains tied to my soul? Why does seeing their faces still hurt this much? I already understand why they sacrificed themselves for me. I understand it clearly. So why? Why can't I let it go? Why? Because we know how worthless our lives are compared to theirs. Ezra's own voice echoed from behind him. The moment the words entered his ears, the wild flow of cognizance inside the black room became even more violent. The air around him trembled continuously while faint cracks spread across the floor beneath where he sat. More blood dripped slowly from Ezra's nose. His fingers twitched faster, and his breathing became rougher than before. The darkness around him distorted again, and before he realized it, his mind had already been dragged back into his past life. Back to the moment everything changed. The moment he decided to join the army. Rainwater dripped from broken pipes outside an old building hidden deep within a poor neighborhood. The place looked abandoned from the outside. The walls were stained black from years of smoke and dirt, while rusty metal bars covered the windows. Very few people passed through the area because everyone already knew what kind of business was handled there. Loans, illegal debts, and disappearances. The hallway smelled of mold, cigarettes, and alcohol. Ezra walked through the corridor nervously into the building. At that time, he was only 18, thin-looking and tired, wearing cheap clothes that still carried traces of rainwater from outside. His face looked young, but the dark circles beneath his eyes already made him resemble someone much older. Ezra. A deep voice called out from inside the room. Your deadline is approaching quickly. An old muscular man sat behind a wooden desk while smoking a cigarette lazily. His dark brown hair was slicked backward roughly, and thick veins could be seen on his exposed arms. One of his black eyes twitched slightly as he smiled. The man casually dropped a folder onto the desk. Thud. The sound alone made Ezra flinch. He quickly grabbed the folder almost desperately and opened it immediately. The moment his eyes scanned the numbers, his face lost all color. What? His hands began shaking. What is this? The amount written there had increased horribly. His grip tightened around the papers so hard they almost tore apart. The interest rate kept increasing, idiot. The old man crossed his legs on top of the desk, while smoke drifted from his mouth slowly. It's your own fault for failing to pay when you should have. He laughed mockingly. What do you mean pay on time? Ezra suddenly slammed the papers onto the desk. The fear inside him burst out as anger instead. Didn't we agree I would pay 2 months later? His voice shook violently. Why did the amount increase when it hasn't even reached the deadly? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a massive hand grabbed the back of his head and smashed his face directly onto the wooden table. The sound echoed loudly inside the room. Pain exploded across Ezra's skull instantly. Stop shouting, boy. A huge muscular man stood behind him now. Scars covered the man's thick arms while his grip tightened harder against Ezra's head. You're standing in front of an elder. The man pressed Ezra's face deeper into the table. Crack. The old wood creaked beneath the force. Arg. Ezra groaned painfully as fresh blood dripped slowly from his nose onto the desk. Tears immediately gathered at the corners of his eyes from the pain. I'm sorry. His voice sounded weak and broken. Huh. The old man lowered his legs from the desk and leaned closer slowly. Smoke blew directly into Ezra's face. I can't hear you properly, brat. The muscular subordinate pressed harder. Ezra felt like his skull would split apart. Cough, cough. I said I'm sorry. He forced the words out desperately. The old man stared at him for a few seconds before casually waving his fingers. The muscular man finally released him. Ezra almost collapsed forward immediately. He held his aching head tightly while breathing heavily. Blood continued dripping from his nose slowly. His fingers trembled as he wiped it away. Didn't your mother teach you how to speak respectfully to adults? The old man clicked his tongue while shaking his head. Kids these days have no manners. Ezra lowered his gaze toward the floor silently. His fists tightened so hard his nails dug into his palms. I don't have a mother. Ezra's voice came out low, so low that it almost got swallowed by the noise of the rain outside and the cigarette smoke filling the room. But the old man still heard it clearly. Eh. The old man suddenly leaned back into his chair dramatically. You don't have a mother? His loud mocking tone immediately drew the attention of everyone inside the room. The muscular subordinates burst into laughter almost instantly. That makes sense. The old man smirked while pointing the burning cigarette toward Ezra. Who would even want a child like you in the first place? The room filled with rough laughter. One of the men slapped the table hard, while another bent over from laughing too much. Ezra lowered his head further. His shoulders trembled slightly. He bit his lips hard enough to almost draw blood, forcing himself not to cry there, but his eyes were already turning red. Please. Ezra slowly bent completely forward until his forehead touched the dirty floor. Both palms rested flat against the ground. The posture looked miserable and pitiful, like someone who had finally thrown away the last bit of pride he had left. I don't have that kind of money. His voice cracked. I can't even earn that amount even if I work multiple jobs in one day. Tears dripped onto the floor beneath him. I only borrowed the money to pay my student loans because you promised an easier repayment method than the school gave me. Ezra's words became more broken from crying, and his breathing turned uneven. The image of himself desperately believing he could finally fix his life replayed endlessly inside his head. Please. The room became quiet for a few seconds. The old man stared at the boy kneeling on the floor silently, while smoke rose slowly from his cigarette. Kid. His tone suddenly softened. Ezra's eyes widened slightly with hope appearing inside them immediately. A desperate kind of hope, like someone drowning who suddenly saw a hand reaching toward him. He slowly raised his head. The old man leaned closer. Do I look like I give a fuck? Tui. He spat beside Ezra's hand. The saliva mixed with blood and dust on the floor. Ezra froze completely. If you can't earn the money, then sell your fucking organs. The old man spoke coldly while leaning back again. They pay good money for kidneys, you know. The subordinates laughed again. One of them even nodded seriously as if giving helpful advice. Ezra stared blankly ahead. The small hope that appeared inside him shattered instantly. You can't hide from me either. The old man's eyes narrowed dangerously. So, when the deadline comes, and you still haven't paid. A cruel smile spread across his face. You'll wish your mother aborted you instead of abandoning you. The words stabbed deeper than the beating. Ezra's pupils trembled slightly. After that, everything became blurry, and he left. The rain poured heavily outside. Cold water soaked Ezra completely as he walked through the streets aimlessly while clutching the folder tightly against his chest. Cars passed. People rushed beneath umbrellas. Some cursed at the weather while others laughed with friends as they hurried into stores and restaurants. But Ezra kept walking alone inside the rain. Like a ghost, nobody noticed. His wet bangs covered his eyes while water dripped endlessly from his chin. His thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. Why? Why is my life like this? I only wanted to live normally. A normal school life, a normal future, live in a normal home. Aren't there other orphans living better lives than this? Why do I have to suffer like this? Why me? Tears mixed with the rain running down his face, making it so that no one could tell he was crying. The city lights blurred around him as the folder in his hand became drenched, the papers inside crumpling slowly from the water. Then, Ezra stopped walking. A small bar restaurant stood ahead of him. Warm yellow lights glowed from the windows while laughter spilled outside together with the smell of alcohol and grilled meat. The warmth inside looked like another world entirely. The door suddenly opened. Two office workers stumbled out drunkenly while supporting each other. Their ties were loose and their faces red. My debts keep increasing every damn month. One of them groaned drunkenly. That's because you keep wasting your salary gambling, idiot. The other laughed loudly. Well, if things get worse. The first man suddenly smirked. I'll just join the army. He waved his bottle carelessly. That'll solve my debt problems without me worrying about life anymore. The other man burst into loud laughter. If you do that, you'll just die. You never know when they'll send your ass to battle. That only happens in movies. The drunk man laughed again. The world's peaceful now. There aren't any real wars anymore. He spread his arms proudly. My life would be set if I joined. The two men continued laughing stupidly while walking deeper into the rain, but Ezra remained standing there motionlessly. Join the army. The words echoed repeatedly inside his mind. His eyes widened slowly. The rain continued pouring against his body. He didn't care whether the drunk man was serious or not, because at that moment, those words sounded like salvation. A way out, a road, and a future lifeline. Ezra slowly tightened his grip around the soaked folder. The papers crumpled harder inside his fist. Then for the first time that night a smile appeared on his face. A weak smile, but inside that weak smile was desperation and hope. He had finally found a light, the thing that could save him from drowning in debt and despair. Chapter 155, Black Room, The Truth Behind the Chains. Ezra didn't waste time drowning in his thoughts again. The moment that small light of hope appeared inside his mind, he ran through the heavy rain toward the nearest internet cafe, his wet shoes splashing through puddles while cold wind struck against his face repeatedly. The streets were still crowded despite the rain. Cars moved past quickly, neon lights reflected across the wet roads. People cursed or laughed while running beneath umbrellas, but Ezra ignored everything around him. Right now, the only thing inside his head was survival. Using the little cash he still had left, he entered the cafe immediately and paid for a computer seat with trembling fingers. The place smelled of instant noodles, sweat, and overheated machines. Rows of people sat in front of glowing screens while keyboard sounds echoed endlessly through the dim room. Ezra sat down heavily. Water dripped from his clothes onto the floor continuously, forming a small puddle beneath his chair, but he didn't even notice. His eyes were glued completely to the screen. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Ezra bit his thumbnail anxiously while scrolling through military registration pages, almost like a possessed person. His pupils moved quickly. Every sentence he read felt important, and every detail looked like a rope dragging him out of hell. I should research the payment properly, he muttered to himself quietly. And pensions, too. His fingers moved the mouse rapidly toward another section. At least, like the drunk man said, there are no wars anymore. Ezra laughed softly under his breath. The smile on his face looked strange. Hopeful, but desperate too. Even if I stay there until retirement age, nothing dangerous should happen, right? I mean, there's no battles, no wars, and no life-threatening situations. He accidentally broke the thumbnail he was biting from too much pressure, yet he didn't care, because for the first time in months, his chest felt lighter. Like he could finally breathe again. Ezra remained inside the cafe until closing time. He reread every piece of information over and over again, afraid he might miss something important. The salary, the food supply, the living quarters, the training system, and the long-term benefits. He memorized almost everything. By the time he finally left the cafe, the rain had already reduced slightly, but the streets were still wet and cold. Since he couldn't waste money on transportation, Ezra walked all the way back home. His soaked clothes clung tightly to his body while cold wind entered through the holes in his cheap jacket. The building he lived in looked miserable. A shabby two-story apartment squeezed between other broken structures. Paint peeled off the walls and rust covering the railings. As Ezra climbed the stairs, rainwater dripped continuously from the damaged roof above. The wooden covering that was supposed to block the rain had partially collapsed years ago, yet the landlady never bothered fixing it, and the stairway smelled like mold and sewage. Ezra carefully lowered his head while walking because one of the broken ceiling boards hung dangerously low, while rats suddenly rushed past his legs. TCH. Ezra clicked his tongue in annoyance. When he finally reached his door, his eyes narrowed. An eviction notice had been pasted directly onto it. The paper was already wet from the rain leaking inside the hallway. Ezra ripped it off roughly and read the words written there. You have 3 weeks to pay your rent. Failure to comply means eviction and legal action for unpaid debt. Signed by your glorious, kind, and angelic landlady. Ezra stared at the message silently, then his lips twitched slightly. I would have been completely screwed if not for this opportunity. Growl. His stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. Ezra lowered his head and rubbed his stomach tiredly. I don't even have any proper food left anymore. Only salt water and watery rice. His expression darkened slightly. Without hesitation, he crumpled the notice and threw it onto the wet floor before opening the door and entering his room. The room was small, cold, and felt empty. The ceiling had water stains, the mattress in the corner looked thin and worn out, and a single weak bulb hung above him. Yet for some reason, Ezra felt more hopeful than ever before. The following days became a strict routine. Ezra worked like someone running from death itself. He went through 4 different part-time jobs every single day. Morning, afternoon, and night, then back again. His body constantly ached. Sometimes his fingers bled from carrying heavy things repeatedly, while other times his legs trembled from exhaustion while walking back home. But Ezra endured it all silently. He needed money for the registration fees, transportation fees, rent payments, and food. So, everything depended on the small amount he could save. While early every morning, before work started, Ezra forced himself to exercise a bit. Push-ups, running, and basic stretches. Even though his body was weak and skinny, he still gritted his teeth and continued. At least if I build stamina now, I won't completely collapse during military drills. That was what he kept telling himself. Whenever he had free time, Ezra returned to the internet cafe to check updates about registration dates since he didn't even own a phone and school had already become impossible for him since he stopped attending long ago. Another student loan would only bury him deeper. So, in the end, the military became his only road left. And finally, the day arrived. Ezra joined the army. Life inside the army camp felt strangely familiar to him. Wake up early, work until exhaustion, sleep, and repeat. The only difference was that now, his work involved drills instead of delivery jobs. Morning exercises were hell, and Ezra clearly struggled badly. His thin body constantly lagged behind the others, and sometimes he collapsed halfway through training, while other times he threw up from exhaustion, and just like always, he became a target. This time, the people bullying him were the senior cadets. So overall, life was still shitty. Bright afternoon sunlight shone across the training field, while rows of cadets stood lined up neatly. By then, the cadets had already been divided into platoons. So, everyone waited silently to meet their platoon leader. Attention! The drill sergeant's voice exploded across the field. The cadets immediately straightened their backs and stomped their boots against the ground. Thud! Beside the sergeant stood a woman dressed fully in military training clothes and a dark face cap. This is your platoon leader. The sergeant's eyes swept across them coldly. Introduce yourself. The woman stepped forward calmly. Her footsteps were steady and practiced. My name is Claudia Adams. She spoke while staring directly at the cadets with a straight face that barely carried any emotion. The afternoon sunlight reflected faintly against the metal badge on her chest, while the wind blew lightly across the training field. Many of the male cadets looked stunned the moment she stepped forward. The little strands of hair visible beneath the military cap she wore were black, matching her sharp eyes. Her face looked too refined for someone standing in the middle of a dusty military field, and even though her body wasn't overly curvy or bulky, it still carried a fit figure that naturally drew attention. Not soft, not delicate, but balanced. The type of beauty that made people stare longer than they intended. Some cadets already looked completely distracted by her beauty. This was the woman who carried the biggest regret inside Ezra's heart. And now, inside the endless darkness of the black room, he could finally see her clearly, with the hallucination becoming more vivid and more real. The violent flow of cognizance around Ezra exploded further. His veins glowed white beneath his skin while tiny cracks slowly opened along his arms, blood leaking out little by little. The cognizance flowing through his stars began reversing violently. The half-formed second star slowly started collapsing backward toward the first. Ezra gritted his teeth painfully. Art! A painful groan escaped his mouth while he forced himself to remain conscious. His breathing turned rough. The pressure inside his body felt like countless blades scraping against his veins from the inside. Yet, the hallucination didn't stop. It only became clearer. I want everyone here to work together so our platoon can achieve better results than the others. Claudia continued speaking calmly. And if any of you have a problem with me, say it directly to my face so we can solve it together. I don't want unnecessary grudges building between cadets. Her tone remained steady and confident. That's all. She stepped back after finishing her introduction. The platoon itself was mixed with male and female cadets, so having a woman as platoon leader wasn't exactly strange. Still, a few men clearly disliked it, especially because of how Claudia looked. It's obvious she came from some rich military family. One cadet whispered, "Why's our leader a woman?" Another muttered unhappily, "But she's really cute though. Think she'd date me if I prove I'm stronger than the others?" A few boys laughed quietly. Ezra only glanced at them briefly before looking away again. Honestly, he didn't care about any of that. Compared to debt collectors, starvation, and eviction notices, things like beauty or romance barely entered his thoughts. Right now, the only thing Ezra truly cared about was what food they would serve later in the afternoon. After spending days in the military, even though life was still difficult, Ezra slowly realized something. The constant headaches caused by debt, the endless fear of loan sharks, the stress from juggling multiple jobs every single day, those things had started reducing little by little. Life isn't that bad once you get used to it. Ezra smiled faintly to himself. Meanwhile, Claudia had already walked directly toward the loudest complainers. Her boots pressed firmly against the dirt while her sharp eyes locked onto the men openly mocking her authority. Since some of you seem dissatisfied, she rolled her sleeves slightly. Let's settle it simply. The atmosphere immediately changed. A few cadets straightened themselves excitedly while others moved aside to create space. One of the male cadets stepped forward arrogantly. He looked taller and broader than Claudia, clearly believing size alone would decide the result. But the moment the spar started, everything ended quickly. Claudia moved cleanly with no wasted motion and no panic in her sharp black eyes. The moment the cadet rushed forward, she twisted her body sideways, grabbed his wrist sharply, shifted her center of gravity, and slammed him directly onto the ground hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs. Boom. Dust rose from the training field. The cadet coughed violently while holding his back, while the others froze. Then she defeated the second cadet. And the third, effortlessly. That scene caught Ezra's attention properly for the first time. From that day onward, like the other cadets, he started respecting her. Life inside the camp continued steadily after that. Claudia handled the morning and evening drills while the drill sergeant controlled the afternoon training sessions. Unfortunately for Ezra, he quickly entered Claudia's bad books, mostly because he still was unbelievably weak physically. Compared to the other male cadets, Ezra looked terrible. Even some of the female cadets who struggled during training still performed better than him. His stamina was awful, his strength was poor, and his body constantly reached its limit too quickly. You call that running? Claudia shouted one morning while Ezra struggled to keep up with the others. You look like you're dying after 2 laps. The other cadets laughed loudly. Ezra could barely even respond because he was too busy breathing heavily. It got worse over time. At one point, Claudia even threatened to remove him from camp completely if he didn't improve. That fear alone pushed Ezra harder, and he started training seriously. Really seriously. Even when everyone else rested. Ezra still exercised, doing push-ups, running, weight drills, and anything that could improve him. Slowly, the relationship between the two changed. Claudia began helping him privately after training hours, correcting his posture, teaching him breathing control, and showing him how to distribute strength properly during drills. At first, Ezra thought she was only doing it because she didn't want a weak cadet embarrassing her platoon. But over time, the atmosphere between them softened naturally, and before Ezra realized it, a whole year had already passed. Then came the thing that completely changed his life. Guns. The moment firearms training officially began and Ezra touched a gun properly for the first time, something inside him clicked instantly. The weight, the structure, the mechanics, the recoil. Everything fascinated him completely. The metallic smell alone made his heart race. When he disassembled a rifle for the first time and saw the internal structure piece by piece, Ezra became obsessed. He wanted to understand everything. How bullets moved, how recoil worked, how firing systems connected together, and how modifications changed performance. Like that, Ezra signed up for heavy artillery practice and gun engineering classes. The deeper he entered the world of weapons, the more alive he felt. For the first time in his life, he had found something he genuinely loved, and slowly, life started becoming smoother. He made friends inside the platoon. Some female cadets even confessed to him awkwardly after training sessions, though Ezra rejected them without understanding why they liked him in the first place. Compared to romance, guns interested him far more, and without realizing it, that hobby would eventually become the thing that shaped his entire future. Chapter 156, Black Room, The Truth Behind the Chains Part 2. So, I heard you rejected another female cadet again. Claudia narrowed her eyes slightly while staring at Ezra from across the office. The evening sunlight entered through the open window behind her, casting long shadows across the room, filled with stacked documents, weapon maintenance reports, and training schedules. Ezra scratched his cheek awkwardly. Compared to the weak and skinny new recruit who once fainted after 10 laps during morning drills, he now looked completely different. His shoulders had broadened. His body finally carried proper muscle from constant training, and the childish look he once had had mostly disappeared. Even though Ezra still wasn't as physically imposing as some soldiers in the camp, the hidden potential in his appearance had finally surfaced after years of training and proper meals. Without realizing it, he had become popular, especially among the female recruits. A lot of them openly stared at him during drills now. Some purposely tried talking to him after training sessions, and others watched him quietly whenever he worked on firearms inside the engineering section. It honestly felt strange to Ezra. Very strange. Don't you care about love at all? Claudia crossed her legs while leaning back against her chair. Even though her tone sounded casual, Ezra somehow felt pressure from her gaze. Relationships inside the camp are slightly prohibited officially, she continued calmly. But that doesn't mean people aren't allowed to date, although strict rules must be followed. A faint smile appeared on her face. But honestly, it's obvious there are hidden romances happening everywhere in this base. The smile looked soft, yet for some reason, Ezra instinctively stepped backward, because mixed inside that smile was something dangerous. Something sharp. I don't really know about all that. Ezra replied awkwardly while avoiding her eyes. For now, I'm only interested in becoming a weapons engineer and serving the country properly. His voice sounded sincere and deep inside his mind. Another thought appeared quietly. And I'm still someone drowning in debt. No matter how stable life inside the military became, Ezra still remembered why he joined in the first place. Survival. Not because he had righteous dreams, not because of patriotism. Just survival. Claudia stared at him silently for a few seconds. Then she slowly stood up from her chair. Ezra immediately moved backward again. His heart skipped slightly. Did I say something wrong? His thoughts instantly raced. Claudia walked closer calmly. The sound of her boots against the floor echoed lightly inside the room. Then she stopped directly in front of him. I'm the one who turned you into what you are now. She reached out and adjusted his collar even though it was already perfectly neat. So don't start thinking that because you suddenly became popular, you can secretly flirt with girls behind my back, idiot. Her tone sounded calm, but Ezra somehow felt his entire body stiffen. Then, she turned around and headed toward the door. Right before leaving, Claudia paused slightly. Clean this place before locking up. She glanced back at him briefly, then she left. Ezra released a long, exhausted sigh immediately after the door closed. I'm not even on cleaning duty today, he muttered bitterly while glancing around the office. Still, he started cleaning anyway, because refusing Claudia's orders usually led to suffering, and Ezra already learned that lesson many times. By the time he finished cleaning and locked the office properly, the night had already deepened. The military dormitory remained noisy as usual, with some cadets laughing loudly, while others argued over card games. A few exhausted soldiers simply collapsed onto their beds the moment they returned. Ezra entered his room while dragging his tired body lazily. The moment his roommates noticed him, their eyes immediately lit up. Well, one of them sat upright immediately. What happened with the platoon leader? Ezra sighed tiredly before explaining everything that happened inside the office. The room became silent for a few seconds after hearing the story. Yeah, she definitely likes you. The cadet lying opposite Ezra's bunk replied immediately without hesitation. Relax. The guy sleeping on the upper bunk suddenly cut in while reading a book calmly. She probably just thinks Ezra's getting too full of himself lately. But she's clearly jealous. Another cadet who came over from a different side of the room wrapped an arm around his friend's shoulder while grinning widely. You guys are all delusional. Ezra scoffed immediately. The platoon leader literally hates me more than anyone here. He pointed at them seriously. I'm pretty sure she already has some rich military fiancé waiting for her back home. There's no way someone like her would like someone like me. He folded his arms while shaking his head. Did you all suddenly forget how many times she called me weak and useless? The others immediately burst into laughter. Oh, I remember one particular incident very clearly. The cadet on the upper bunk lowered his book slightly while smirking. The day you finally shouted back at her during drills. Ezra's face instantly darkened. And then she beat your ass properly before punishing you to clean both the male and female hostel bathrooms. The room exploded into louder laughter. And you had to sing the national anthem while scrubbing toilets. Another cadet slammed the bed while laughing hard. Ezra felt his embarrassment increase immediately. That punishment was hell. He muttered painfully while remembering it clearly, especially what he saw in the female bathrooms. I didn't know women could destroy toilets like that. A chill literally ran down his spine just remembering the scene. The others laughed even harder. By the end of the night, the group eventually got scolded by senior officers for making too much noise despite being senior cadets themselves. But honestly, Ezra enjoyed moments like this. The punishments, the jokes, the noisy late-night conversations. For someone who once spent his life alone struggling to survive, this kind of atmosphere felt warm and comfortable, like the normal life he always wanted. Yet, beneath all that happiness, something dark still remained inside him. A guilt he couldn't explain to anyone. A chain buried deep inside his chest that continued tightening silently whenever he relaxed too much. Maybe because part of him still believed he didn't deserve this kind of peaceful life. The room slowly became quieter afterward. A few cadets prepared to sleep while others continued small conversations lazily. The days passed like that until, why did you all decide to join the army? One of the male cadets asked while everyone sat around the campfire. The fire crackled loudly in the middle of the dark jungle while orange sparks occasionally rose into the night sky. Around them, tall trees stood silently like black shadows watching from every direction, and the cold wind carried the sounds of insects and distant animal cries deeper within the forest. Ezra's platoon was currently on a jungle survival training mission. It had already gotten late. Some cadets sat on logs while others rested directly on the ground, rifles placed beside them carefully. Their faces glowed faintly from the firelight, and after the exhausting day they had just survived, the atmosphere around the group felt far more relaxed than usual. Well, I joined because of the financial benefits. A male cadet answered first while scratching the back of his head. I need the money to support my family. The way he said it carried pride, not arrogance. Just simple honesty. A few cadets nodded immediately with impressed expressions. That's actually mature. One of the girls smiled slightly. Way more mature than most of us here, but mine is different. One of Ezra's close friends suddenly stood up dramatically beside the fire. He placed one boot on a rock while folding his arms proudly. I joined the army because I want to become a hero. The smug expression on his face looked completely serious. Clearly, he expected admiration, maybe praise too, but instead, puff. A few cadets immediately burst into laughter, then the laughter spread completely around the campfire. Ha ha! A female cadet laughed so hard, she nearly rolled onto the ground. I can't believe he actually said hero. Another girl clutched her stomach painfully while pointing at him. Hero? Seriously? The male cadet froze awkwardly. His face immediately turned red. Why are you all laughing? He looked around in disbelief. I'm serious. Unfortunately, that only made the laughter worse. Ezra, even you're laughing. He pointed accusingly at Ezra. Ezra quickly covered part of his mouth while trying hard to stop himself from laughing too much. Honestly, the situation looked too funny, but deep inside his chest, another feeling remained hidden. This kind of atmosphere was exactly what Ezra secretly wanted. A place where he could laugh normally, talk normally, and forget everything normally. As time passed, and more people shared their reasons for joining the army, Ezra slowly realized something uncomfortable. Most of their reasons sounded meaningful. Some joined because of patriotism, others wanted honor, some wanted to support their families, and a few simply admired soldiers growing up. Compared to them, his own reason felt dirty. It's your turn, Ezra. Claudia suddenly spoke after returning from her discussion with the sergeants nearby. She sat down calmly beside the fire while the others immediately looked toward Ezra. Even Claudia herself had already shared her own reason earlier. Everyone originally assumed she joined because of family tradition since almost every member of her family served in the military before. But that assumption was wrong. Claudia said she joined because she genuinely wanted to serve the country like her great-grandfather, grandfather, and father did before her. Simple and straightforward, yet genuine. Ezra remembered how serious her eyes looked when she said it. Compared to that, His own reason felt miserable. Ezra stared quietly at the flames dancing before him. The firelight reflected faintly in his eyes. What should I even say? His fist slowly tightened. The silence around the campfire gradually became awkward. Hey, Ezra. One of his friends sitting beside him whispered quietly. Don't tell me you've got too many reasons and can't choose one. A few cadets laughed lightly while Ezra forced out a smile. It's hard picking just one reason. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Then finally, I joined the army because I wanted easier access to my babies. Ezra rubbed the M4 carbine resting on his lap lovingly while speaking in a completely serious tone. The cadets blinked at him silently. Then, as expected from the gun freak, one of his close friends shouted immediately, making the others burst into loud laughter again. Gun addict, you definitely love weapons more than women. Honestly, this answer suits Ezra perfectly. Even Claudia shook her head slightly while hiding a small smile. The atmosphere around the fire became lively again. Only Ezra felt his chest tighten slightly while laughing together with them. Because deep down, he knew he lied. There was no way they would ever look at me the same if I told them the truth. That he joined the military because he was drowning in debt, because he was desperate, because he was scared, and because he simply wanted to survive. That ugly reason sat heavily inside his chest while he forced himself to smile alongside everyone else. The night continued peacefully afterward. Hours passed slowly. The campfire became smaller while most cadets eventually returned to their tents to sleep after the exhausting training day. Only those assigned for night watch duty remained awake around the camp perimeter. The jungle became quieter and darker. The sounds of insects echoed continuously through the trees while cold wind brushed against the camp softly. Ezra still sat beside the fire alone. His sleeves were rolled up while weapon parts lay spread around him neatly. One by one, he carefully serviced the platoon's firearms, cleaning the barrels, checking the bolts, and polishing the metal. The orange firelight reflected across the guns while Ezra worked quietly with practiced hands. Compared to talking with people, this felt easier for him, calmer. The mechanical sounds of weapon parts clicking together somehow relaxed his mind more than anything else. And under the dark jungle sky, Ezra quietly continued maintaining the guns of the people who unknowingly became the closest thing he had ever experienced to family. You really like guns, huh? Claudia suddenly sat beside him. Ezra's shoulders stiffened slightly from surprise. He immediately turned sharply toward her. The campfire crackled softly between them while the orange glow from the flames danced across her face. Platoon leader, you're still awake? Ezra looked at her with slight confusion, clearly not expecting her to sit beside him this late into the night. I couldn't sleep. Claudia replied calmly while staring into the fire. Her voice sounded lazy, almost tired. Ezra looked at her properly for a brief moment. The tied black hair behind her head had loosened slightly after the long training day, leaving a few strands resting against the pale skin of her neck. Her black eyes reflected the firelight quietly, and the military jacket she wore loosely over her shoulders made her look less strict than usual. For once, she didn't feel like a platoon leader. She looked more like a normal girl around their age. Ezra quickly turned his attention back toward the rifle parts spread before him. The metal clicked softly in his hands while he continued assembling the weapon carefully. Silence slowly filled the space between the two of them. Only the sounds of the crackling fire, distant insects, and occasional footsteps from the cadets on night watch duty echoed through the jungle camp. Then, why did you look sad after saying your reason for joining the army? Claudia suddenly asked flatly. The quiet atmosphere instantly shattered, and Ezra flinched. A small gun component slipped from his fingers and dropped onto the ground beside him. Clink. He quickly bent down and picked it up. Why would you think that? Ezra asked while avoiding eye contact completely. He focused on the rifle in his hands instead. Honestly, he was scared she might notice his reaction. It was obvious from your face and your reaction, idiot. Claudia narrowed her eyes at him slightly. Ezra's hand paused for half a second. Was it really that obvious? He scratched the side of his head awkwardly while trying to think of a response. The firelight flickered against his face, exposing the uncomfortable look hidden there. Does it really matter, though? Claudia suddenly spoke again before Ezra could answer. Ezra blinked. Huh. He turned toward her in confusion. Everyone has their own reason for choosing what they want to do. Claudia rested one arm over her raised knee while speaking. What right does another person have to compare those reasons together? Her voice sounded serious now, not mocking nor teasing, just honest. At the end of the day, people only understand life from their own perspective. She pointed lightly toward Ezra with one finger. That means I can't understand your reason for coming here, because I never experienced your life. Her black eyes stayed fixed on him calmly. So, I don't have the right to judge your reason. The fire popped softly, orange sparks floated upward into the dark sky. Even if you aren't proud of it. She paused briefly. You shouldn't let it crush you like that. Ezra stayed quiet. His fingers slowly tightened around the rifle part in his hand. Because no matter the reason, Claudia leaned back slightly. We're all in the same place now. She glanced at the guns Ezra had already cleaned and assembled neatly beside him. And honestly, I don't think anyone here would question you after seeing how hard you work to improve yourself. She smiled faintly, a small simple smile, yet somehow warm, making Ezra's chest tighten strangely. For a brief second, his heartbeat became uneven. But Claudia suddenly scoffed. You're still an idiot, though. The warm atmosphere instantly cracked apart. Getting emotional over something like that. She shook her head with complete disappointment. Pussy. The vein at the side of Ezra's forehead twitched immediately. TCH. The mood was actually good for once, and she ruined it instantly. Ezra slowly turned toward her with narrowed eyes. Platoon leader. He called out calmly. Yes, pussy cadet. Claudia replied without hesitation while raising a brow mockingly. Ezra stared directly into her eyes this time. The firelight reflected between both of them quietly. Then, you have a crush on me, don't you? Ezra asked flatly. Claudia froze. The jungle suddenly became strangely quiet around them. Even the crackling fire sounded louder than before. Ezra kept staring at her seriously. Meanwhile, Claudia's expression slowly broke apart. Huh. For the first time since Ezra met her, she genuinely looked stunned. Chapter 157, Black Room, The Truth Behind the Chains Part 3. The cold wind moved through the forest like a living thing, brushing past the trees and carrying the smell of wet soil, gun oil, and burned wood from the campfire that was slowly dying down. The orange flames crackled softly between the two, making their shadows stretch and twist across the ground like ghosts dancing in the dark. Claudia faced away from Ezra's narrow stare, her black combat boots rubbing against the dirt in uneven movements while one hand stayed close to her chest, as though she was trying to suppress the violent beating of her own heart. What made you ask a stupid question like that? Her voice came out louder than she intended, sharp enough to make two nearby cadets on watch duty glance over before quickly pretending not to listen, since they didn't want to be the one receiving the scolding. Is it because you've been getting confessions from others, so now you think you're some hotshot? Claudia tried to sound cold like she always did whenever she scolded the platoon, but this time the words lacked force. Ezra stared at her quietly. Then he leaned forward slightly, folding his arms while the campfire light reflected in his dark eyes. Wow. A faint smile appeared on his face. Says the leader who once said she owned me. He tilted his head while looking directly at her face, clearly refusing to believe the excuse she had just thrown at him. Claudia's fingers unconsciously rolled a strand of her tied black hair. Her thoughts became a mess. What are you doing, Claudia? For the first time since Ezra met her, she couldn't even look him in the eyes properly. She closed her eyes for a moment and slowly turned her face away again, but that tiny reaction was already enough. Ezra's eyes narrowed, then a grin slowly appeared on his face. So, you really do have a crush on me. He pointed at her directly now, looking way too pleased with himself. The sight of the cold platoon leader acting nervous for the first time was strangely satisfying to him. This was the same woman who always bullied him during drills, mocked his weak body, kicked him during training, and forced him to run extra laps until he nearly collapsed. Yet now, she looked cornered. Then suddenly, what if I do? Claudia slowly turned back toward him. Ezra froze instantly as his eyes widened. The firelight illuminated Claudia's face clearly now, revealing the pink color spreading across her cheeks. Her usual cold and sharp gaze had disappeared completely, replaced by nervousness and emotion she could no longer suppress. I said, what if I do? This time her voice came out quieter and softer. like a girl who had already lost the fight inside her own heart. Ezra's chest tightened hard. His heartbeat became uneven and his face slowly turned red too. It was the first time in his life he had ever felt something like this. Romance had never truly existed in Ezra's world. Back then, his life had only revolved around debts, survival, exhaustion, and trying not to drown under pressure every single day. Even when female cadets confessed to him during his time now in the army, he always felt detached from it all. Love sounded stressful, like another responsibility waiting to ruin him. But this felt different. Claudia was beautiful, painfully beautiful even. The loose strands of black hair hanging beside her neck moved slightly with the cold wind, while her black eyes reflected the campfire so clearly it almost looked like flames were dancing inside them. But Ezra hated her personality most of the time. That was why he never acted like the other cadets who drooled over her beauty every day. But now his heart wouldn't calm down no matter how hard he tried. She's so cute. Ezra clenched his teeth immediately after the thought appeared. What the hell am I thinking? This feeling was supposed to belong to Guns only. Not this. Not her of all people. But his eyes still wouldn't leave her face. Claudia couldn't look away either. She slowly raised a hand and covered part of her burning face while staring at Ezra's bewildered expression. Say something, idiot. She forced the words out weakly. Ezra lowered his gaze slightly. His thumbs rubbed against each other awkwardly. Why me? His voice became quieter. Why me out of everyone? The pressure in his chest increased while speaking. You're from a rich military family, and I'm just someone with nothing. I'm not talented. I'm not some special soldier who'll leave a mark in the army, and I'm definitely not somebody important. He laughed bitterly. I'm ordinary. His voice dropped further. Nothing special. So why me? I'm not worthy. The words felt heavier the more he spoke them aloud. Claudia's expression changed instantly. Anger appeared on her face. She suddenly grabbed Ezra's collar tightly and dragged him closer until their faces were only inches apart. You fool! Does that even matter? She shouted directly into his face. Ezra could feel her warm breath. He could smell the faint scent of soap and deodorant on her body. Fool. He looked at her with disbelief. You're the one who kept saying you hated guys like me, and now suddenly you're saying you like me? He glared back at her. Yes, because you are a fool. A massive fool. A complete idiot. A mega one at that. Her grip tightened harder. Why does any of that matter when all that matters is that I low? She stopped for a second, her face becoming even redder. I love you, Ezra. The confession came out quickly. Too quickly. Like she was afraid she would lose courage if she paused. Claudia's entire body weakened slightly after saying it while Ezra's mouth opened, then closed again. His brain completely stopped working. Nothing made sense anymore. Not the campfire, not the forest, not the cold wind. Only Claudia's face existed in his vision. Then suddenly. So cute. The words escaped Ezra unconsciously. He slowly leaned closer without realizing it. Claudia's breathing became uneven immediately as her face moved closer too. Is this how you seduce all the girls in our platoon? She whispered softly. Their foreheads touched lightly. I don't even have experience with girls. Ezra answered honestly. Their noses brushed slightly before separating again. I also don't have experience with boys. Claudia tightened her grip on his collar. Liar. Ezra muttered quietly. Their lips slowly moved closer. Ezra. A loud voice suddenly exploded from behind them. Are you done servicing the guns yet? Boom. The male cadet who walked over froze completely. Ezra was now rolling on the ground while holding his stomach in pain. Claudia stood nearby calmly, adjusting her tied hair with a cold expression on her face again. That's what you get for disrespecting your leader. She exhaled softly. Then she sharply turned toward the cadet who interrupted them. Her eyes became terrifying instantly. The cadet flinched backward immediately. Leader. Fear appeared clearly on his face. Claudia said nothing. She simply walked away. That fucking cough, bitch. Ezra groaned while clutching his stomach. She punched me way too hard. The cadet looked between Ezra and Claudia's disappearing figure with complete confusion. What the hell happened between you two? Ezra only groaned louder. The training mission continued peacefully after that. The platoon kept advancing deeper into the forest while carrying out their assigned exercises and survival drills, But the atmosphere between Ezra and Claudia became strange afterward. Too strange that the other cadets noticed it quickly. Even the sergeants accompanying them noticed the tension whenever the two stood near each other. This was, honestly, a pretty ideal life. Clank. The sound of equipment moving echoed lightly through the forest while the platoon advanced between the trees in formation. Then suddenly, Ezra, grenade in front of you, one of his friends shouted in panic. Ezra froze. A dark metal object rolled directly in front of him. His pupils shrank instantly. What the hell? A grenade? Why is there a grenade here? Who threw it? Ezra. The cadet closest to him lunged forward immediately, grabbing Ezra and pulling him backward violently before snatching the grenade off the ground. He prepared to throw it away. Boom. Arg. The explosion shook the forest. The cadet successfully threw it before detonation, but the distance was not enough. Blood exploded from his arm instantly. His scream echoed through the trees. Then, gunshots erupted everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. Ezra stood completely frozen. His mind stopped functioning. Training expeditions sometimes carried risk. Smugglers, terrorists, or hidden gangs occasionally appeared inside restricted zones, but that possibility was supposed to be tiny. Almost impossible. Yet now, he stood in the middle of real gunfire. RPG incoming. A cadet screamed. Boom. Back in reality. Ezra suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the cold floor of the black room. His whole body trembled violently. The wild flow of cognus inside his veins became even more unstable, surging through his body like a flood that had broken past a dam. Thin, glowing lines spread beneath his skin while the sound of his rough breathing echoed endlessly through the darkness around him. The memories started flashing faster. Too fast. The training expedition, the gunfire, the explosions, the smell of blood and burned flesh, the faces of his comrades. One after another. One after another. He remembered how many of them died during that mission, and how after surviving it, he kept moving deeper and deeper into the life of a soldier because he felt like he owed the world something now. A debt. A new debt created from surviving when others died. Even after his 4 years of military service ended and his old financial debts could finally be cleared, Ezra still kept walking into battlefields. He kept fighting, kept killing, kept surviving. He made new comrades, then watched them die too. Again, and again, and again. The guilt piled higher and higher inside him until it became something heavy enough to crush his soul. Then, the image of Claudia appeared again. The moment she killed herself in front of him replayed vividly in his mind. The blood, the shaking hands, the tears in her eyes. Then suddenly, the memory changed. Aaliyah's final breath. Her weak fingers held his hand tightly while life slowly left her eyes. The chains wrapped around Ezra's soul shook violently. The darkness around him distorted. The cries of his dead comrades echoed from every direction. Ezra, run! Help me! Why? The voices overlapped endlessly until it sounded like thousands of ghosts screaming his name at once. Why keep suffering like this? Ezra froze. That voice. His own voice echoed from directly ahead of him. A figure slowly appeared inside the darkness. It was him. His past self. The same face, the same eyes, but those eyes. They were completely black. We carried all this regret into this life. The past self slowly walked toward him. But you know something funny? Its smile widened slightly. Haven't we already found the perfect way to free ourselves? Ezra's body twitched violently. The image of when he slaughtered his mother's family replayed inside his head again. The blood splashing onto his face, the knife entering flesh over and over, the screams and the silence afterward. Ah! Ezra groaned painfully while clutching his head harder. The past self smiled with satisfaction after seeing his reaction. The truth only appeared when we finally broke. Its voice became softer. But now this new life belongs to us. So why keep dragging around this pain, Ezra? Suddenly, the figure vanished. Let's free ourselves by killing them all. The whisper crawled into Ezra's left ear from behind him, and his body stiffened instantly. Your parents. Another voice echoed from the right side now. The main family. The darkness shook violently. Everyone. Ezra turned sharply. The past self was now standing directly in front of him again. Its smile had become twisted. Mad. Because that is the only way for us to move on. Its black eyes stared directly into Ezra's trembling face. The path of complete bloodshed. It slowly raised both hands. The path of complete freedom. Its grin widened unnaturally. Did you really think your love for guns came from their beauty? The laughter that escaped its mouth sounded broken. No. Its face moved closer. You loved them because they gave you power. Its voice deepened. They gave you control. The darkness around them started trembling harder while wild cogness exploded out of Ezra's body uncontrollably. They allowed you to kill without feeling helpless anymore. The chains around Ezra's soul rattled violently. So come on, Ezra. The past self stretched out its hand toward him. Let's lose ourselves completely. Its smile became more deranged. If Britannia sees us as monsters. Its laughter echoed endlessly through the black room. Then we destroy Britannia. The pressure inside the room became suffocating. And if the entire world stands against us? Its voice suddenly roared. Then we destroy the world too. The manic laughter exploded through the darkness like a curse while Ezra's cogness surged violently enough to make cracks spread across the floor beneath him. Chapter 158, Black Room, End of the Ninth Trial. Back in reality. Ezra exhaled deeply. White mist escaped from his mouth alongside the breath, glowing faintly because of the violent rampage of cogness flowing through his body. His chest rose and fell heavily while blood continued dripping from the corners of his mouth onto the cold floor beneath him. But this breath felt different. Unlike before, when he desperately tried to force his body back under control through pure willpower alone, this time it felt as though every breath he released was slowly untangling the madness inside him. The violent flow of cogness was calming. Bit by bit. You know? Ezra spoke quietly into the darkness even though the figure of his past self had already vanished. I know someone who was abandoned by his own family. His breathing continued steadily. Inhale, hold, exhale, hold. A strange rhythm slowly formed. He was betrayed by the people he called friends. Ezra's glowing veins twitched painfully beneath his skin while he continued controlling his breath carefully. And before anyone even gave him a chance, he was already labeled a failure. The darkness remained silent as Ezra continued breathing. Box breathing. The moment Ezra realized how unstable his cogness had become and how his body was beginning to break apart from the inside, his mind raced desperately for survival. He needed something. Anything. Then the thought appeared. I need a breathing technique. The instant that thought surfaced, the book of memories activated. Even inside his unstable mental state, even while trapped within the hallucination of his past life, the pages flipped rapidly on their own before stopping at a familiar technique. A method taught during his military training days. A breathing method used to calm soldiers under panic, fear, and battlefield pressure. Box breathing. Classification: controlled rhythmic breathing technique. Primary function: mental stabilization, focus enhancement, and nervous system regulation. A controlled breathing technique used to stabilize the body and calm the mind through rhythmic respiration. Process: inhale slowly for 4 seconds. Hold the breath for 4 seconds. Exhale steadily for 4 seconds. Remain empty for 4 seconds. Repeat the cycle continuously. As the rhythm stabilizes, heart rate gradually slows and unnecessary muscular tension begins to fade. The technique suppresses erratic breathing caused by fear, stress, or overstimulation, allowing the mind to regain clarity. Used correctly, it improves concentration, emotional control, reaction stability, mental focus under pressure. The equal timing of each phase creates a balanced respiratory pattern, forcing the body into a calmer state. Though simple in appearance, prolonged use trains discipline over both breath and thought. Practical usage. Often practiced before combat, meditation, precision shooting, or situations requiring absolute control over one's mental state. Ezra immediately followed the rhythm. For seconds inhale, for seconds hold, for seconds exhale, and 4 seconds empty. Again and again and again. Gradually, the chaotic flow of cogness inside his veins slowed with the reverse flow affecting his stars stabilized little by little. The painful pressure crushing his nerves began fading, and the cracks spreading across his skin stopped worsening. I always wondered, Ezra's thoughts drifted briefly. The image of Veda appeared in his mind. Veda smiling brightly while talking with the very people who once abandoned him for being called the wasted twin. Laughing, playing, and encouraging others. How can he still smile around all of them? The violent turbulence filling the black room weakened further. The air no longer shook, and the glowing white lines beneath Ezra's skin slowly dimmed while the blood dripping from his nose, mouth, and eyes gradually stopped. I'm not Veda. Ezra slowly raised his head. His eyes locked onto the spot where his past self suddenly reappeared, with no fear in his eyes. I can never be as forgiving as him. But Ezra's voice sharpened. I know one thing. The past self narrowed its black eyes, while Ezra stared directly at it. I'm not an animal. Huh. The past self's face twisted instantly. Rage exploded across its expression. You. It pointed at Ezra violently. The moment its finger moved, the black room changed again. Blood flooded the floor instantly. Thick, glowing red blood spread endlessly beneath Ezra's feet, while corpses appeared all around him. Broken bodies and disfigured faces. The mangled remains of everyone Ezra had killed. The smell of iron filled the air heavily. You call yourself human? The past self spread its arms wide while corpses collapsed onto Ezra from every direction. Then what is this? Bodies slammed against him endlessly. Don't act like a hypocrite, Ezra. The figure moved closer slowly with its grin widened unnaturally. We both know why we loved using the Kel-Tec PMR-30. Its voice became softer. Or did you forget how much pleasure you took in making them suffer before killing them? The images replayed again. The fourth trial, the ambushers, the bullets, the screams, the fear in their eyes. Stop running from your true nature. The grin widened further. Accept who you really are. You are missing the point. Ezra replied flatly. His past self froze for a brief moment, its dark eyes narrowing slowly as if it could not understand the words that had just come out from Ezra's mouth. Those who deserve to be killed from my perspective will die. Ezra's breathing remained calm now. That mindset won't change. His voice no longer trembled like before. The violent shaking in his body had already begun to settle little by little as the box breathing stabilized the storm inside him. But even now, Ezra slowly lifted his head. All I truly want is to live my life. The bloody hallucination shattered instantly, and the endless corpses, the thick sea of blood, the mangled bodies. Everything vanished like broken glass, dissolving into darkness. The black room returned once more. Silent, cold, and empty. Only his past self remained standing in front of him. I will do whatever it takes to survive and live long. Ezra's glowing veins slowly dimmed while the violent flow of cognizance inside his body finally returned back into its proper path. I don't know if this will ever free me from these chains. His eyes lowered slightly. I don't know when I'll ever forgive myself either. He paused briefly. But that is something for the future to decide. The moment those words left his mouth, the reverse flow of cognizance inside his stars completely stabilized, and the shattered structure of his forming star slowly reconstructed itself. Perfectly. You fool. The past self suddenly screamed violently. Its face twisted again instantly with rage. You want to live your life with that pathetic mindset? Its black eyes widened crazily while cracks began spreading across its body. Nothing will change, Ezra. Its voice echoed throughout the black room like a mad beast roaring inside a cage. You'll keep deceiving yourself again and again until you lose everything once more. The cracks across its skin widened further. Do you want to suffer the same fate again? Its expression distorted more. Haven't you already lost enough to this world? Bang! The air exploded around it from the pressure of its unstable emotions. Immediately, its body began shattering apart piece by piece. No. It rushed toward Ezra desperately. You can't be satisfied like this. Its arm stretched forward violently. The chains will never leave you alone. Its voice cracked painfully. Why can't you understand that? The shattered pieces of its body scattered into the darkness. You will regret this choice. It lunged forward one final time. You will? Ezra. Its entire body exploded into fragments before disappearing completely. Silence returned. Complete silence. Ezra slowly exhaled. His concentration sharpened instantly. Then, bang! A sharp metallic sound echoed. Ezra's hand moved immediately toward the sack beside him and pulled out a steel bar without hesitation. Clap. The moment his palms touched, cognus surged between them. Bright white lines spread rapidly into a complex alchemy circle. The formation spun once. Then, bang. In less than 0.005 seconds, Ezra created a Glock 17. The gun appeared in his hand with mechanical precision and without even opening his eyes. He fired. The incoming bullet collided directly against his shot. Sparks exploded in the darkness. The enemy bullet changed direction instantly and slammed into the wall far away from Ezra's position. Smoke slowly drifted through the black room. Ezra still remained seated in his meditation posture. Half-star binder. Ezra muttered quietly while observing his mental realm internally. The newly formed half-second star linked to his first star, glowing faintly within the darkness of his cognus system. He could feel it clearly. His body felt more nourished and stronger than when he first entered the black room. The flow of cognus inside his veins had become smoother and more stable, while the strain he normally felt when performing novice-ranked gun alchemy had reduced greatly. It now felt natural, almost instinctive. Even the process of creating binder-rank guns had become easier for him mentally, as though his understanding of alchemy had deepened after surviving the trial. Arg! Ezra suddenly slumped backward weakly. The Glock 17 slipped from his hand and returned into particles of steel before scattering away. My whole body hurts. His voice came out hoarse, and my mind feels exhausted. The fatigue hit him all at once now that the tension holding him together had finally loosened. His arms felt heavy and his chest burned painfully. Even breathing normally made his ribs ache from the stress his body had endured during the violent cognus instability earlier. Click. The black room door slowly opened. Steam drifted inward and outward at the same time, mixing with the colder air from the corridor outside. The instant the door opened, noise flooded the room. Footsteps, voices, groans of pain, and nervous laughter. Some candidates sounded relieved to still be alive, while others groaned painfully as nurses and guards dragged them through the hallways. Arg! Ezra quickly covered his eyes with his arm. After spending so long inside complete darkness, the corridor light stabbed painfully into his vision like needles. He remained laying on the floor, unable to move properly for the moment. A few nurses entered the room immediately to confirm whether the candidate inside was alive or dead. The moment they saw Ezra, their expressions changed slightly. Blood had stained almost every part of his clothes. The floor around him was smeared with dried and fresh blood together, while faint cracks still remained visible along sections of his skin despite already healing slowly through cognus reinforcement. His breathing was rough, but thankfully, he was alive. One of the nurses crouched beside him carefully. "Can you hear me?" Ezra gave a small nod. "That's good enough." The nurses exchanged glances before carefully lifting him onto a stretcher. Even while being moved, Ezra could still hear the overwhelming noise outside the black rooms. The hallway was crowded with surviving candidates. Some sat against the walls while shaking silently. Some cried openly after surviving the 8th and 9th trials. Some laughed weakly like they still couldn't believe they were alive, and others had blank expressions, almost as if parts of their minds were still trapped inside those dark rooms. The guards supervising the trials stood around the hall with serious expressions. Even they looked surprised. The number of deaths was far lower than expected. Only 4 candidates had died, but many were heavily injured. Some had pushed themselves so far mentally and physically that they nearly destroyed their own cognus systems. Some came out vomiting blood. Some collapsed unconscious immediately after the doors opened, while others could still walk on their own despite looking exhausted beyond belief. And some, like Ezra, had to be carried away by the nurses. Time passed quietly after that. The 3rd week of the 9th trial continued slowly until eventually, the final week arrived, and with it, the 9th trial finally came to an end. During the passing weeks after the trial, Ezra gradually recovered from most of his injuries, though he still visited the infirmary regularly to replace the bandages wrapped around his chest, arms, waist, and sections of his back. The cracks in his skin and bones healed slowly, far slower than expected, even with the strengthening effect of cognus. The nurses themselves were surprised by how much damage his body had taken internally, but physical injuries were not the main problem. The nightmares still remained. Whenever Ezra tried sleeping without the sleeping drugs, the memories returned immediately. The battlefield, the screams, Claudia, Aaliyah, the blood, the chains. Just like his past self had said, nothing had truly changed. But Ezra already understood something important now. Real change never happened in a single day. It happened slowly. Through pain, through experience, through growth. And his own growth had only just begun. Chapter 159, The Economics of Britannia. The whole base was unusually quiet. Maybe it was because most of the candidates were still recovering in the infirmary after surviving the 8th and 9th trials, while the others who survived with lighter injuries had decided to completely lock themselves inside their rooms to sleep, rest, or mentally recover from the darkness they had endured. Of course, not everyone stayed hidden. A few candidates still wandered around the base to meet friends, eat in the cafe, or continue training as though the trials had not nearly destroyed their minds. Ezra sat alone on a long bench in the training grounds. Snow drifted down lightly from the pale morning sky, while cold wind brushed across his face and clothes. The hood of his white cardigan covered his head halfway, casting a faint shadow over his calm dark eyes. He wore white gloves, black trousers, and dark boots. Because he had already taken the heat stimulant pills earlier, the freezing weather didn't bother him much. White mist escaped from his mouth every time he breathed. One more trial to go, huh? Ezra muttered quietly to himself while staring at the cloudy sky above. To him, everything felt too fast. Far too fast. From the moment he woke up inside that glass box tied to a steel chair and was forced to assemble a revolver faster than the candidate sitting opposite him, to the moment when he pulled the trigger and killed another child with his own hands for the first time in this life. Then came the trial where he ran desperately from the silverback dire wolves. Then the awakening trial. Then the slaughter during the 4th trial. Then the 5th trial that pushed him to his limit against endless monsters and the terrifying Callians. The 6th trial where he encountered the so-called strongest members of the Ashenlocke family, even if they had only been illusions. The 7th trial where he started learning how to apply Tai Chi from the Book of Memories. And finally, the 8th and 9th trials. The trials that forced him to stare directly into the regrets and madness of his previous life. Ezra remembered everything clearly. Every scream, every death, and every chain tied to his soul. We've really come a long way. A familiar female voice came from his right side. Ezra didn't turn immediately. Instead, he sighed faintly. Why is it that you twins like appearing with light footsteps? He asked while still looking up at the sky. Vera stared at him for a second before sitting beside him on the bench. A small amused smile rested on her face. Twins. She tilted her head slightly while resting her hands beside her on the bench. Her dark long hair slid gently over one side of her shoulder because of the movement. Vera. Veda. Ezra finally turned toward her. It's easier calling the two of you like that. His expression remained completely straight. Vera pouted immediately. Well, I don't like being put in the same category as my little brother. That's not really my problem, though. Ezra replied flatly. Humph. Vera turned forward again while still pouting lightly. The cold breeze passed between them quietly. Then suddenly, Ezra. She crossed one leg over the other. You seem to have something you want to ask me. Ezra finally looked at her properly with a faint trace of surprise appearing in his eyes. How do you know that? His attention completely shifted toward her now. Vera slowly smiled. A small smug look appeared on her face. It's because it's me. Ezra narrowed his eyes instantly. She chuckled softly after seeing his reaction. Well, it's easy to tell. Her tone became lazy and calm. With how your gaze stayed on me during the 7th trial, and considering how intelligent I am. She leaned back slightly. It wasn't hard to figure out. Wow. Ezra's voice became dry with sarcasm. So now you can see the future? Of course not. Vera replied immediately. It's simply the process of staying one step ahead of everything around me. She raised one finger proudly. That's why I already know what the 10th trial is about. Then she pointed directly at Ezra. But too bad. A teasing smile appeared on her lips. I'm not telling you. I never asked. Ezra replied sharply, but Vera ignored him completely. You know? She stretched slightly. If you want me to tell you, then you'll have to pay me back with a favor. Her eyes drifted toward him slowly. since apparently our relationship is only a business one. The moment she said that, Ezra's eyes twitched faintly. She knows about the conversation Veda and I had in the library. He stared at her silently for a second. This girl? Ezra sighed internally. Well, let's forget about all that. Vera smiled in satisfaction after seeing his reaction. Now then, she adjusted her sitting posture and faced him more directly. What does the great Ezra want from this ever present me? Ezra felt slightly annoyed listening to the way she described herself, but he ignored it. I want to know more about Britannia's business system. His tone became serious again. Unfortunately, after searching through the library, I couldn't find anything detailed enough. He folded his arms. Knowing it now would help a lot with my future plans. Vera stared at him quietly, for a brief moment. I hope your plans involve starting a family. She spoke with a teasing smile. Ezra immediately narrowed his eyes again. Should I just add her to my kill list? The intent in his gaze sharpened slightly. You're thinking something rude again, aren't you? Vera folded her arms. TCH. Ezra clicked his tongue. All right, enough of that. Vera finally stopped teasing him for the moment. Britannia's business system works mainly through rights. Vera raised her index finger slowly as she spoke as snow drifted down around the training grounds while the cold wind brushed past her dark hair, causing a few loose strands to sway lightly beside her face. Rights over mineral resources. Her tone remained calm and lazy, but Ezra could tell she was being serious now. These rights are the authority that determine how an individual operates their business. She leaned slightly closer toward him. Take our family, for example. A faint trace of pride appeared in her eyes. The Ashenlockes possess the highest rights over metal and stone minerals in Britannia. Because of that, we control the largest weapon production industry in the kingdom. Ezra listened to her quietly. At one point, our family controlled almost everything related to those two resources. Vera rested one leg over the other. But after certain political issues happened inside Britannia, portions of those rights were distributed to other duke families and even a certain rising count family. Her expression didn't change much while explaining it, but Ezra could still notice the slight irritation hidden beneath her calm voice. Now then, she pointed at Ezra lightly. Let's use you as an example. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. You create some incredible new type of gun. Vera's lips curved faintly upward. A very Ezra-like situation. Ezra ignored the teasing. That invention of yours cannot enter mass production until you go through official contract signings with both the royal family and the duke families who own rights over the resources needed to produce it. She spoke slowly, so every point would sink properly into his head. Which means, Vera lifted another finger. You cannot create a company freely without receiving official contracts of allowance. A second finger rose. You cannot mass produce your weapons. A third finger followed. And even if you do receive permission, her gaze sharpened slightly. The amount of profit you gain depends entirely on what conditions the royal family and the dukes decide to place on you. The wind blew between them quietly. Vera's face became more serious now. You see, she looked directly into Ezra's eyes. The more groundbreaking your product is, the more you actually lose. Ezra's gaze sharpened slightly, especially because of the greed of the dukes. Vera continued calmly. They could force ownership claims into the contract itself, and your invention could legally become partially theirs before you even realize what happened. A faint mocking smile appeared on her lips. And if they dislike you enough, she shrugged lightly, they can simply steal your work, hand it over to someone under them, and leave you with absolutely nothing. Her eyes looked colder now. A good lawyer won't save you either. She leaned back against the bench afterward and adjusted her posture more comfortably as though the conversation no longer interested her emotionally. Ezra stroked his chin slowly. Snow landed lightly on the edge of his hood while he silently processed everything she had said. With what you've explained, his tone became thoughtful. It means making my own demands within a contract would be extremely difficult. Vera nodded once. There are ways to get your claims accepted. She started playing lightly with her nails while speaking again. If the Duke family you're negotiating with willingly accepts your terms, then things become easier. She paused briefly. But realistically, that rarely happens. Ezra already expected that answer, so he didn't look surprised. Unless. Vera looked at him with amusement. You possess a strong enough background. She pointed at herself proudly. Like me. Then she pointed upward lazily. Or someone from the royal family. In those situations, pushing your own claims becomes much easier. You could also sign your contract through another industry or company. Vera added casually. But that still means directly working under them. Ezra replied immediately. And those industries are still connected to Duke families because they also require contracts of allowance. His tone remained flat, but it was obvious he already understood the issue with that method. Vera blinked once before suddenly clapping dramatically. Yes, 100% correct answer. Clap, clap, clap. She smirked while slowly clapping her hands together. Ezra stared at her without expression, doing his best to ignore her teasing again. Every noble family, commoner merchant, company owner, or industry head in Britannia must possess 2 signed contracts of allowance. Vera continued. One from the royal family, and one from the Duke family controlling the resources needed for their business. Then she paused. Her eyes focused more deeply on Ezra's face while the amused smile on her lips slowly deepened. But there is another method. Ezra's attention sharpened slightly. A method that allows you to obtain a small percentage of resource rights yourself. The snow continued falling around them quietly. And once that happens, Vera rested her chin against her palm while her elbows settled on her lap. You can create your own industry without having a Duke family constantly breathing down your neck. For the first time during the conversation, Ezra's eyes showed genuine curiosity, especially with how her explanation made him know how difficult and unfair creating his own business would be. So, the fact she now said those words made him very interested in that method. What method? Vera smiled softly. You must attend the Royal Academy. Her dark eyes reflected the pale white snow drifting from the sky, and graduate obtaining a special title of alchemy. Chapter 160, The Economics of Britannia, Part 2. Ezra looked at Vera quietly after hearing everything she explained. Then his gaze slowly shifted toward the snow gathered on the ground beneath their feet. Cold wind moved through the training grounds, brushing against the hood covering his head while his mind processed each of her words carefully. It obviously won't be easy getting into the Royal Academy, right? He finally asked. Yes. Vera answered immediately. The amused smile she carried earlier disappeared, turning into a calmer and more serious expression. It isn't easy at all. She adjusted her sitting posture slightly, crossing one leg over the other again while resting her gloved hands against the bench. The Royal Academy only accepts children from the royal family, Duke families, counts, viscounts, high embers, and low embers families that are officially permitted to apply. Snow drifted down quietly between them. What normally happens, Vera continued, is that low-line nobles rarely gain access because the available slots are usually reserved for the mainline children of each family. She glanced sideways at Ezra. But because of the trial of steel we just went through. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. I think there's a high chance the top 10 candidates will receive the 10 allocated slots for the Royal Academy. Ezra listened silently. Of course. A teasing smile slowly returned to Vera's face. You still need to rank among the top 10 first. She leaned closer slightly. But I'm sure you'll manage that somehow. Ezra looked at her without replying. Then, the speakers placed around the entire base suddenly came alive with a sharp static sound. Both Ezra and Vera instinctively looked toward the direction of the nearest speaker. Good morning, children of Ash. A firm female voice echoed throughout the base. You will all be given 2 weeks of rest and recovery before the 10th trial commences. The voice paused briefly. I wish you all good luck. The speakers shut off afterward and silence returned to the snowy training grounds once more. 2 weeks of rest. Ezra muttered while staring at the speaker mounted high on one of the walls nearby. Well, Vera stood up slowly from the bench. I think that's all I can tell you for now. She dusted the light snow off her clothes casually. Oh, she suddenly turned back toward him. I already have the perfect idea for the favor you asked me to help you with. She placed both hands behind her back. I'll tell you the full plan another time. A small smile appeared on her face. Bye. Vera turned and left. Ezra watched her figure disappear slowly through the falling snow before finally standing up himself. At least now, he had gained the information he needed. But because of that information, there were now even more things he needed to rethink about his future after the trial of steel ended. The days passed quietly after that. The atmosphere around the base remained calmer like before, though traces of tension still lingered beneath the silence. Most of the candidates remained focused on recovering mentally and physically from the 8th and 9th trials. Around the middle of the second week, almost every injured candidate had finally left the infirmary, though not all of them were fully healed yet. Some still walked with bandages wrapped around sections of their bodies, and others moved slower than before because of lingering injuries. Meanwhile, the candidates who only suffered lighter damage during the trials had already returned completely to normal. During that time, Ezra met Vera several more times inside the library, mostly at his usual reading spot. The two discussed the favor Ezra requested from her after paying her back with information regarding the use of polymers in gun creation. And just like that, the second week ended. Every candidate woke up early that morning wearing the full Ashenlocke military uniform properly. Boots echoed loudly across the corridors and hallways of the base, while groups of candidates followed behind two guards leading them toward the location of the 10th trial. So, Nicholas rubbed his black gloved hands together while walking. It finally begins. Idiot. Tracy immediately teased him. She raised a brow. Shouldn't it be finally ends instead of finally begins? Nicholas clicked his tongue. You know what I meant. He. Veda suddenly wrapped an arm around Nicholas's shoulders while smiling brightly. It's honestly good seeing everyone alive. His voice carried genuine happiness. Now we just need to survive this final trial. He raised his fist slightly. And we're safe. The members of his group smiled back at him with matching energy. Even after everything they experienced together, their bond had clearly grown stronger. Ezra walked quietly at the side of the group, simply observing them. Then Linda, in the middle of the group's cheerful noise and lively conversation, slowly walked toward him. The cold air carried the sounds of boots crunching against a few snows on the stone tiles, while candidates from different groups talked loudly around them. Hey, Linda called out awkwardly. She looked completely uncomfortable approaching him alone. Ezra turned slightly toward her, one brow raised. Yeah. His tone remained calm, but the look in his eyes clearly showed he was wondering why she suddenly came over quietly like this. Arg, how was your no? Linda immediately stumbled over her own words. Her fingers twitched restlessly at her sides while she avoided direct eye contact for a moment before finally forcing herself to look at him again. The closer she got to speaking properly, the stiffer her face became. She inhaled once. I wanted to say thank you. The words finally came out. Even after saying it, her expression looked painful, almost like she had swallowed something bitter just to force those words out of her mouth. Ezra stared at her for a second. A thank you out of nowhere. He folded his arms slowly. That's surprising. A faint smirk appeared on his face. Linda's brows twitched immediately in annoyance after seeing that reaction. So I guess you too. Ezra glanced briefly toward Nicholas, who was currently laughing while Veda locked him in a headlock playfully. Then Ezra looked back at Linda. We're finally able to understand the kind of mindset you need if you actually want to help Veda properly. His voice remained steady and calm. Linda clicked her tongue lightly. Yeah. She looked irritated now, mostly because Ezra had been completely right about her and Nicholas's shortcomings from the beginning. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She opened her mouth again, wanting to continue talking. But that's enough for me. Ezra clapped his hands together once softly. The sound interrupted her immediately. I've already accepted your thanks. He adjusted the gloves on his hands casually. So whatever else you wanted to say isn't really my concern anymore. And just like that, he walked away from her. Completely naturally. Tisk. Linda clicked her tongue harder this time. Her eyes narrowed sharply while staring at Ezra's back. This prick. She folded her arms tightly. I was only trying to tell him what I think now, and he just walks away like that. She looked genuinely irritated. Is he serious? For a few seconds, she kept glaring at him as if trying to stab holes into his back with her eyes alone, but eventually, she sighed in frustration and turned back toward Tracy and the others. Ahead and behind them, the voices of candidates continued filling the cold air while everyone walked toward the location of the 10th trial. Surprisingly, the mood around most groups felt lighter than before. Excitement, relief, and expectation. Those emotions mixed together in strange ways, even though nobody openly admitted it. The thought that this was finally the last trial eased part of the pressure buried deep inside their hearts. Oh. Keith suddenly collapsed dramatically onto Bale's back. Why the hell are we still walking this long? Fool. Bale nearly lost his balance from the sudden weight. His body dipped forward before he quickly regained footing. Get off me. You know? Keith spoke lazily while hanging on Bale's shoulders like a dead body. I'm one of the lightest people in this place. He paused dramatically. No. He corrected himself. One of the lightest people in the world. He nodded proudly after saying that nonsense. So please carry me. His sleepy eyes remained half open while speaking shamelessly. Why would I waste energy doing that? Bale grabbed Keith's arm and tried dragging him off while continuing to walk. Just use cognizance and strengthen yourself. Keith yawned loudly. That sounds troublesome. Get off him, lazy ass. Faye immediately walked over and kicked Keith off Bale's back without hesitation. Arg! Keith crashed onto the snowy ground. Outside of the corridor they were walking in dramatically. Then he purposely laid there completely flat without moving. Get up. Faye shouted immediately. They're already leaving us behind, Keith. A few girls nearby joined her, trying to drag Keith back onto his feet, but Keith suddenly wrapped both arms around the ground like his life depended on it. No, he shouted dramatically. If nobody carries me. He tightened his grip harder against the snow-covered path. Then I'm not moving. The ridiculous scene quickly caught the attention of nearby candidates from other groups. Some laughed openly. Others shook their heads helplessly while walking past. Even a few guards standing farther ahead glanced back briefly before looking away again. Bale stopped walking completely this time. He stared at Keith silently for a few seconds. The veins near his forehead twitched slightly. Why are we even friends with this idiot? Keith immediately raised a weak hand from the ground. Because deep down, he spoke like a dying soldier. You all love me. Bale eventually stopped walking altogether. Snow crunched beneath his boots while he turned back to wait for Keith and the others. A few members of his group continued moving ahead, already used to situations like this happening around Keith. Sir Bale, one of the main female candidates from his group, walked closer toward him. Her voice came out softer and low, since she's a low-voice talker. Bale turned slightly toward her. She glanced first toward the direction of Veda's group, then toward Vera's group farther ahead. The look in her eyes became thoughtful. Now that we're finally close to the end of the trial. She hesitated briefly before continuing. Who do you think will win the air title? The wind brushed through the area quietly after her question. Bale's eyes slowly shifted toward the two groups again. Among all the candidates ranked within the top 5, it had already become obvious after the remaining trials progressed. Veda and Vera stood above everyone else. The pressure they carried, their influence. Everything about them naturally pulled attention toward the two twins. The only problem was, nobody truly knew who would stand at the very top between them. Especially Bale. Because unlike the others, he was close to both of them. Very close by blood. I really don't want to see either of them lose. A faint sigh escaped from his mouth. I honestly don't know. He replied with uncertainty appearing clearly on his face. Behind them. I said get up. Faye's voice suddenly exploded loudly through the snowy pathway. Smack. Her fist slammed directly into Keith's stomach. Hard. Keith's body folded instantly before his eyes rolled upward dramatically. Then, he fainted on the spot. Silence briefly spread around the nearby candidates. Faye calmly shook her hand afterward like nothing serious happened. You too. She pointed toward 2 boys from their group who stayed behind. Please carry this idiot. The boys looked at unconscious Keith for a second before immediately nodding. Clearly, neither of them wanted to argue with Faye right now. They quickly lifted Keith together while the group finally resumed walking, trying to catch up with the others ahead. After nearly an hour of walking through the cold pathways, the candidates finally arrived before an enormous steel door. The size alone made several people instinctively stop talking. The surface of the door was dark silver, covered in large mechanical engravings and heavy lock structures connected across the sides like giant chains. The pressure surrounding the place felt completely different from the rest of the base. The 2 guards leading the candidates stepped aside afterward and joined the other guards lined up neatly along both sides of the entrance. Raymond, Kyle, Freya, and the other chief guards all stood at the center before the massive door. Now that the candidates had finally arrived before the entrance of the 10th trial, the reality of everything settled heavily into their hearts. Some candidates unconsciously swallowed hard, while others became quieter. Even those smiling earlier now carried more serious expressions. Raymond stared at all of them silently. Compared to the beginning of the trial of steel, the change in these children was massive. The energy flowing from their bodies felt sharper, more stable, and more dangerous. Even the way they stood had changed completely. From what Raymond could sense, every single child standing before him now possessed enough strength to defeat ordinary novice-ranked guards without much difficulty. And the top-ranked candidates. His gaze slowly moved toward Vera, Veda, Henry, Felix, Priscilla, Nate, Gareth, Ezra. The pressure around them felt far more intense than before. So much that even Raymond himself, an Arcanist-ranked alchemist, could faintly feel danger from them. A proud smile slowly appeared on his face. The other chief guards showed similar expressions as well. They all felt the same thing. These children had truly grown stronger through the trial of steel. Let the final trial begin. Raymond's deep and cold voice thundered across the area like a heavy bell. The next second, the massive steel doors slowly began opening. And immediately, a wave of cold air escaped from the darkness beyond the entrance. Chapter 161. The Graduation Ceremony of the Trial of Steel. Once the candidates entered the hall, many of their eyes widened immediately in shock. But it wasn't because of how massive the hall itself was. It was because of what they saw inside. You've got to be kidding me. Bobby laughed lightly under his breath while tears slowly gathered around his eyes. Mom, Dad. A girl from Henry's group suddenly shouted loudly while waving both hands energetically toward the second floor. Rows of seats had been arranged across the upper level of the enormous hall, and seated there were the parents, siblings, cousins, uncles, and relatives of many of the surviving candidates. The entire place instantly became noisy. Happy voices overlapped one after another. Many candidates who finally saw their families after an entire year immediately waved emotionally. The same thing happened above. Parents shouted their children's names with tears in their eyes. Some waved handkerchiefs wildly. Others leaned dangerously over the railings trying to catch a better look at their children. The atmosphere felt warm and overwhelmingly warm, especially after everything the candidates had survived. But, mixed within that joy, was pain. Quiet, heavy pain. Some relatives stared silently toward the candidates below while desperately searching for faces that never appeared. Mothers cried softly into their husbands' shoulders. A few fathers sat motionless with stiff expressions while their eyes remained red. Some families had come here hoping their children survived, but reality had already answered them. They simply received the answer too late. Still, even with pain in their hearts, they clapped, because those who survived had become the new lights of Ashenlocke. Freya and Kyle led the candidates toward the seats arranged around the center platform. The candidates slowly sat down one after another, but many of them still couldn't take their eyes off their families above. To them, this moment felt more important than the trial itself. Ezra quietly glanced around at the emotional faces within Veda's group. Bobby, who sat beside him, was already crying uncontrollably. His shoulders trembled while he wiped his face repeatedly using his sleeve. Thank the scholars, sob, sob. Bobby sniffed loudly while cleaning his tears with his coat. You're making yourself look lame, Bobby. A boy sitting behind him spoke while trying hard not to cry himself. His own eyes already looked watery. Nina. Gina's loud voice suddenly echoed from Vera's group nearby. I really made it, right? She grabbed Nina's left hand and shook it repeatedly while crying harder. Relax, Gina. Daniela sat nearby with her legs crossed and arms folded. You know we still haven't finished whatever the 10th trial actually is yet, right? Her tone remained firm, but even she looked relieved seeing her own family amongst the crowd. But, Gina sniffed loudly. How can I relax when I'm finally seeing them again after so long? She blew her nose into the handkerchief Nina handed her. Her eyes remained completely glued toward the upper floor. Her parents had practically stood up from their seats already. Behind them, one of their maids held a giant signboard with Gina's face drawn on it, while all of them shouted her name the moment they spotted her. The entire hall became louder and louder. Meanwhile, At the upper seats reserved for the mainline family members, several young nobles sat together while observing the surviving candidates below. Look at them crying their eyes out. A young man with white hair and pale eyes smiled softly while pretending to wipe away an imaginary tear. Makes me emotional. He wore an elegant suit decorated with silver embroidery that clearly displayed his status within the family. I heard the trial started with over 1,000 participants. A young lady with black hair quietly spoke while staring down at the surviving candidates with conflicted eyes. If you keep stiffening your face like that, you'll get wrinkles. Sylvia teased from the side with a smirk. Humph. The girl turned away and folded her arms while sitting down again. We should all be happy right now, girls. The white-haired young man continued speaking gently. After all, he smiled. Our three-step siblings survived. His gaze shifted toward Veda, Vera, and Bale. And from what I heard from you, Sylvia, his smile deepened slightly. It seems the title of young heir will eventually go to either Veda or Vera. Though his smile looked warm, something colder hid inside his eyes. Both girls immediately narrowed their eyes slightly after hearing him refer to the three as step-siblings. The black-haired girl sighed quietly inwardly. Just from those words alone, it's obvious how much he disliked them. Young lady, are you feeling all right? The butler standing behind her leaned slightly closer with concern. No, she answered honestly before smiling faintly. But it's nothing. As the conversations throughout the hall continued, overlapping endlessly. Several minutes later, a Highline noble finally walked onto the central platform. The moment he appeared, the noisy hall slowly quieted down. The man stood tall while staring toward the candidates before him. He could clearly see the results of the trial of steel reflected within their presence. Their eyes looked sharper, their posture steadier. The innocence many of them once carried had already been burned away by the trial. Even though many of them was being emotional meeting their family, it was clear to feel and see. Congratulations. His deep voice echoed throughout the hall. Children of Ash. The last few whispers gradually died down. You all endured 9 trials over the span of an entire year. His gaze slowly swept across them. You shed blood. You suffered, and you survived without seeing your loved ones. A proud smile appeared on his face. The trial began with over 1,000 participants. His voice lowered slightly. But sadly, we lost many. Several family members above lowered their heads again after hearing those words. It pains me deeply. The noble continued. But sacrifices like these are necessary for the greater future of the family. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly while listening. Then, he glanced toward Veda. Veda's fists had tightened quietly beneath the table while his eyes remained fixed on the speaker. He's still blaming himself for the deaths caused by this trial. Ezra thought silently. Then he turned back toward the stage. Although we lost many precious younglings, the noble continued proudly. From what I see standing before me now, his voice rose louder. I can confidently say that Ashenlocke has forged new lights capable of leading this family toward greater heights. The hall grew quieter again. We were once known as the spines of Britannia. His gaze shifted toward the mainline seats briefly. A faint disappointment appeared in his eyes. But unfortunately, our recent generation failed to meet those expectations. Several mainline nobles frowned slightly. But now, the nobles suddenly pointed toward the surviving candidates. You, the children shaped within flames, the children hammered into steel, steel forged strong enough to break diamonds. His voice thundered powerfully throughout the hall. Children of Ashenlocke, this is your era. Rise, and show Britannia the true power of Ashenlocke. The second floor instantly erupted into applause. Candidates also began clapping loudly while pride spread across their faces. For Ashenlocke, voices echoed throughout the hall. Vera clapped slowly while sitting with her legs crossed. Her back rested against the chair comfortably. Unlike the others around her, her face carried that same bored expression, almost as if the speech on stage was only mildly entertaining to her. Still, her hands moved lightly against each other in applause. The members of her group, however, clapped with far more excitement. Some smiled proudly, others shouted loudly together with the rest of the hall. Priscilla's group also applauded with the same level of energy, and Henry's group was no different. The entire atmosphere inside the hall grew louder and louder. Meanwhile, inside Bale's group, Only Keith remained seated. He didn't clap, he didn't even cheer. He simply sat there lazily with his chin resting on his palm while staring ahead with sleepy eyes. Apparently, even clapping felt troublesome to him. Naturally, Faye glared at him with twitching brows, clearly trying to pressure him into joining the applause. Keith ignored her completely. Bale and several members of the group noticed this and laughed lightly while continuing to clap. Over at Felix's side, his group shouted the loudest among everyone. Their cheers echoed heavily through the hall, while some even stood from excitement. Though Felix himself lacked that same energy. The injury around his eye had already healed properly, but mentally, he still looked unstable, like someone barely holding himself together after repeated humiliation. Gareth and Paige clapped calmly with proud smiles on their faces, completely unfazed by the atmosphere around them. Meanwhile, Veda's group also applauded loudly. Veda himself clapped with a relaxed smile, though compared to the others in his group, his expression looked calmer. Ezra stood alongside the others while clapping as well, but his face remained in its usual unreadable state. For Ashenlocke, a faint laugh escaped beneath his breath. It's obvious what he's really trying to say. Go out there and prove your value. Become useful tools to the family. Ezra's eyes shifted toward the direction the noble glanced earlier while mentioning the failed generation before them. Several young mainline nobles sat there quietly. Some looked annoyed, others avoided eye contact entirely, while few didn't look fazed by his words, they just clapped like the rest. If we fail to produce the results they want, we'll probably end up treated exactly like them. Wow. Ezra slowly looked back toward the stage. What an amazing family. His thoughts dripped with sarcasm. Then suddenly, all rise. A cold and oppressive voice exploded throughout the hall like a military command. The atmosphere instantly froze. Every single person stood up immediately. Mainlines, highlines, lowlines, candidates, guards and servants. Nobody dared move slowly. Nobody dared hesitate. Even the air itself felt tense. Ezra's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt it. No, the entire hall felt it. A terrifying pressure descended upon the area. It felt like an invisible mountain had suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Heavy, cold, and absolute. Many candidates subconsciously lowered their breathing. Some even felt their hearts tighten painfully. Then, the 8 elders of Ashenlocke entered first. The moment they walked in, the pressure within the hall deepened further. Their movements were calm and slow, yet every single step carried terrifying weight. The elderly men and women wore dark ceremonial clothing mixed with military designs unique to Ashenlocke. Golden patterns reflecting the family emblems stretched across their sleeves and shoulders. Some carried walking canes. Others walked with empty hands, but nobody present would ever mistake them for weak old people. The air around them alone felt dangerous enough. Their eyes swept across the hall briefly. Just one glance. And several younger nobles immediately lowered their heads from instinctive fear. The elders calmly walked toward the elevated seats positioned above the mainline section. Those seats represented the absolute authority beneath the family head himself. Even after the elders got to their seats, nobody else dared move. Everyone remained standing and waiting, because the main figure had not arrived yet. Then, Astria entered. Her deep black hair reflected the hall lights faintly, while 2 guards walked beside her. Both guards wore the military uniform of Ashenlocke, and on their shoulders rested 4 stars. 4-star Arcanists. Just their presence alone felt sharp enough to pierce through the hall. Behind Astria, 2 women entered side by side. The first possessed dark gray hair flowing down behind her elegant crimson gown. Gold jewelry wrapped around her neck, wrists, fingers, and ears, yet instead of making her look excessive, it only amplified the noble aura surrounding her. The second woman possessed snow-white hair and calm green eyes. Her green gown flowed beautifully behind her, while gems and gold ornaments reflected softly beneath the hall lights. Both women carried graceful and overwhelming presences. Then, he entered. The atmosphere inside the hall instantly became heavier. Valentine Ashenlocke, the family head. His full black hair rested neatly behind him, while his deep black eyes scanned forward coldly. He wore the military uniform of Ashenlocke itself. Not ceremonial clothing. Military clothing. as though reminding everyone present what kind of family ruled Britannia's weapon industry. The golden Ashenlocke emblem attached to his chest reflected brightly beneath the surrounding lamps while he walked forward slowly. Every step he took echoed softly through the silent hall. Nobody spoke. Nobody even dared breathe loudly. Ezra could clearly feel the difference between Valentine and everyone else who entered earlier. The pressure around the man felt monstrous. Not violent, not wild, but controlled to such an absurd degree that it felt more terrifying than rage itself. Several weaker candidates unconsciously trembled. Even some mainline nobles lowered their eyes. Behind Valentine stood Stoke and another man dressed in Ashenlocke military uniforms. Both carried sharp gazes like loaded weapons. Valentine reached his seat first and calmly sat down. Immediately, everyone bowed deeply at the same time. Only after the two women seated themselves beside him did the elders finally sit properly as well. Then, the entire hall carefully returned to their seats afterward. Valentine rested the side of his head against one hand, while that same arm leaned against the chair handle. His dark eyes slowly swept across the hall, making many people instinctively avoided eye contact. Even some candidates who survived the trial of steel felt pressure building inside their chests beneath that gaze. Then finally, Valentine spoke. "Continue." His voice came out calm. Yet the chilling weight behind it instantly silenced whatever little noise still remained inside the hall. Chapter 162, The Graduation Ceremony of the Trial of Steel, Rewards and Ranks. Immediately after he said those words, Kyle and Freya stepped onto the stage while the man who made the opening speech calmly returned to his seat. The atmosphere inside the hall changed almost instantly. The suffocating pressure brought by Valentine's presence earlier slowly faded away, allowing many people to finally breathe properly again. Several candidates quietly released breaths they didn't realize they had been holding. Freya stepped forward gracefully, while Kyle placed a small circular metallic box on the floor beside her. Click. He pressed the crystal button embedded at the center of the object. A low humming sound echoed. Then, a holographic screen expanded into the air above them. Blue light spread across the stage, causing many younger children to widen their eyes slightly despite already being used to Britannia's technology. Before we show the rankings of all the candidates, Freya began calmly while looking toward the now excited crowd. I want to explain some important information regarding your rewards. The moment she said rewards, the atmosphere inside the hall immediately became more alive. Even some elders smiled faintly. First, Freya raised one finger. For every point still remaining within your cards, the images of the gold card, silver card, and bronze card appeared on the floating screen. Below each card were lists showing the point ranges usually allocated to those who possessed them after the rankings were finalized. All the points you currently possess will be converted into real money. She casually swiped her hand across the air. The holographic display changed immediately. A new screen appeared. 1 point equals 0.0025 dals. The instant those numbers appeared, the hall exploded into noise. Gasps echoed everywhere. Even many relatives sitting in the audience looked shocked. Wow! Bess blinked twice rapidly. Henry beside her stared at the screen with a stunned look. That's actually insane. He exhaled slowly. At Veda's group side, the reactions were no different from the others. This was because of Britannia's currency system. Dals were at the very top. The currency structure itself worked like this. Copper coins, the lowest form of money, mainly used by ordinary commoners. Bronze coins, the highest amount many commoners would ever personally carry. Commoners who had these coins were normally referred to as rich within other commoners. Silver coins, used mainly by workers under noble households, guards, maids, servants, and lower-ranked company workers. Few commoners possessed many silver coins, but among low-line embers and baron families, silver was the standard spending currency. Gold coins, true wealth, mostly circulated among barons, high embers, viscounts, counts, and wealthy industries. Then, dals, the highest form of Britannian currency. Not coins, but compressed diamond sheets shaped like paper money. Rare, expensive, and powerful. A single dal could change the life of an ordinary commoner family completely. Even many children from Duke mainlines didn't casually own personal dals. Ezra rested his chin against his hand while silently calculating. If my points are converted. His eyes narrowed slightly. That amount should already be enough to begin preparing future weapon development. But first, I need my own personal account. Otherwise, the money will go directly to my parents. Ezra sighed quietly. Another annoying thing to handle. He muttered beneath his breath. Beside him, Bobby's mouth remained wide open. That's so much money. He turned toward Ezra with bright eyes. My parents only own silver coins with a few gold coins, and I've only ever spent bronze coins myself before. He laughed nervously. And now I'm about to own dowels. A bright smile spread across his face. Ezra stared at him for a second, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Good for you. He calmly turned his attention back toward the stage. Also, Freya continued speaking. All of you will receive 10,000 gold coins as a reward for completing the Trial of Steel. That statement caused another wave of excitement to spread through the hall. Some lowline candidates nearly stood up from shock. Even several lowline relatives looked dizzy hearing that amount. Now, Freya continued, for the top 20 candidates. She paused briefly. As many of you already know, the family possesses several official departments. She swiped her hand again. The holographic screen shifted once more. 6 large symbols appeared. Number 1, Black Cinder Corps. The special military force of Ashenlocke. Only elite alchemists are accepted. They answer mainly to the family head and partially to the elders. Number 2, Ashcraft. The department responsible for weapon engineering and heavy artillery development. Only the most intelligent minds are accepted. They also oversee private weapon industries contracted to Ashenlocke. Number 3, Ashenlocke mineguards/workers. Responsible for mining, importing, exporting, and protection of all metal and stone resources. Number 4, Financial Corps. Responsible for monitoring the family's finances, branch families, contracted families, and industrial income. They also investigate embezzlement. Number 5, Ashenlocke Private Army. The standing military force of Ash. Anyone may join if they meet the requirements. Number 6, Servants of Ash. Controls the training and assignments of all maids, butlers, and service workers under the family. From rank 11 to 20. Freya explained calmly. You will be allowed to choose which department you wish to enter. She paused slightly. Of course, the departments themselves must still accept you. Her gaze then shifted subtly toward the higher-ranked candidates. As for the top 10, her eyes briefly landed on Veda, Vera, and Felix. As some of you already know, Freya's calm voice echoed through the hall while the holographic screen floated behind her, casting blue light across the stage and the faces of the candidates. The top 10 candidates will each be given official slots to attend the Royal Academy. The moment the words Royal Academy were spoken again, many of the candidates unconsciously straightened their backs. Even some relatives seated among the audience showed visible envy. That place wasn't simply a school. It was where future monsters of Britannia were raised. Freya slowly continued. As for those below the top 20, she adjusted her posture slightly, folding one hand behind her back. You still possess the opportunity of being selected by one of the family's departments to work under. Several candidates immediately became excited after hearing that, even if they failed to reach the Royal Academy slots. Entering one of Ashenlocke's major departments early was already a massive advantage compared to ordinary noble children. Freya calmly looked across the hall. Apart from the top 10, she raised one finger lightly. You all will already possess the privilege of working under one of the family departments before your life within Ash Academy begins. Her hand moved again. The holographic screen shifted smoothly with floating mechanical sounds. Unlike ordinary students who didn't pass through the Trial of Steel, her tone remained steady and composed. You all will already possess official department connections before graduation. Several lowlines in the audience widened their eyes slightly after hearing that. That single advantage alone could decide the future status of an entire bloodline. Connections, resources, protection, influence, and financial benefits. The Trial of Steel wasn't simply about survival. It was about positioning yourself within the monstrous structure called Ashenlocke. Freya paused briefly before swiping her hand once more. The halo screen shifted again. Now, a faint smile appeared on her face. The rankings. Immediately she said those words. The atmosphere inside the hall changed completely. Many candidates adjusted themselves on their seats instantly again, with some leaning forward. Others unconsciously tightened their fists, while a few even held their breaths. Everyone wanted to know the same thing. Who ranked where? And more importantly, who would become the next heir of Ashenlocke? Each group slowly turned their attention toward their leaders. Veda's group looked toward him with tense expressions. Vera's group already carried confident smiles. Felix's people looked prideful despite the earlier humiliation their leader suffered. Meanwhile, those who were already certain they remained within the top 20 stared directly at the holographic screen with focused eyes. The floating blue light reflected inside their pupils while silence slowly spread throughout the massive hall once more. Old ranking. First, Ezra Ashenlocke. Second, Veda Ashenlocke. Third, Gareth Ashenlocke. Fourth, Nate Ashenlocke. Fifth, Felix Ashenlocke. Sixth, Henry Ashenlocke. Seventh, Priscilla Ashenlocke. Eighth, Nina Ashenlocke. Ninth, Lyra Ashburn Count. 10th, Bale Ashenlocke. 11th, Zara Ashenlocke, Baron Sterling. 12th, Nicholas Baylor Count. 13th, Bess Ashforge Viscount. 14th, Paige Laverdale Count. 15th, Zach Ashenlocke. 16th, Keith Baylor Count. 17th, Freed Ashenlocke. 18th, Linda Baylor Count. 19th, Spence Laverdale Count. 20th, Faye Ashenlocke. New ranking. 20th, Faye Ashenlocke. 19th, Spence Laverdale Count. 18th, Linda Baylor Count. 17th, Freed Ashenlocke. 16th, Zach Ashenlocke. 15th, Bess Ashforge Viscount. 14th, Keith Baylor Count. 13th, Bale Ashenlocke. 12th, Nicholas Baylor Count. 11th, Henry Ashenlocke. 10th, Paige Laverdale Count. 9th, Lyra Ashburn Count. 8th, Nina Ashenlocke. 7th, Zara Ashenlocke, Baron Sterling. 6th, Felix Ashenlocke. 5th, Priscilla Ashenlocke. 4th, Nate Ashenlocke. 3rd, Gareth Ashenlocke. 2nd, Veda Ashenlocke. 1st, Vera Ashenlocke. The crowd gasped loudly the moment the rankings fully appeared on the holographic screen. Some immediately stood halfway from their seats. Others leaned forward with widened eyes. The hall that had barely calmed down instantly exploded into overlapping voices again. She won. Astria smirked faintly while adjusting her sitting posture elegantly. One leg crossed over the other as she rested her chin lightly against her fingers. My student made me proud. Her eyes slowly shifted. But the single word made the atmosphere around Felix suddenly feel colder. Felix stiffened immediately. His mother's gaze landed on him calmly, but that calmness only made things worse, especially because the injury around his eye had only recently healed, and knowing Astria, she could definitely tell how severe the damage originally was. Felix avoided looking directly into her eyes. The pressure pressing against him felt unbearable. This is annoying. His fist slowly tightened beneath the chair armrest. Veins bulged faintly around the back of his hand. I almost got surpassed by that lowline. Me? Felix? He finally glanced toward Astria slightly, only to see her still staring at him. Felix quickly turned away again. She's definitely disappointed. The thought alone made his mood worsen further. Meanwhile, the murmurs around the hall became louder and louder. Lady Vera is number one. Nina raised her fist high into the air proudly. The members around her immediately echoed with the same excitement. Cheers to the new heir. Nathalia clapped energetically with a bright smile. I knew my lady would stand at the top. Zach adjusted his glasses with a smug smile spreading across his face. Then he deliberately turned his gaze toward Veda's group. Compared to Vera's side, that area looked far more conflicted. Several members frowned while staring at the rankings repeatedly. Linda especially looked unconvinced. Her brows twitched harder the longer she stared at Vera remaining above Veda. Clearly, she disliked the result deeply. Then her eyes met Zach's. The smugness on his face instantly increased. Linda almost exploded from irritation. You little. Thankfully, Tracy reacted quickly and covered Linda's mouth before she could shout something reckless inside the hall. Relax, Tracy whispered urgently while trying not to laugh. Don't give him the satisfaction. TCH. Linda clicked her tongue aggressively while glaring daggers at Zach. The atmosphere around the other groups also became mixed with joy, disappointment, shock, and relief. All of it blended together. Henry's side especially looked gloomy. Henry tightened his fist while staring at the rankings like he could somehow force them to change. I stayed near the top for almost the entire trial. He looked at the rankings again. Then again, then again. How? His voice came out low. How did this happen? He checked the list repeatedly as though convinced there had to be some mistake. But there wasn't. The rankings remained the same. Bess and the others beside him tried consoling him while discussing possible reasons for the final placements. Although, even Bess herself looked annoyed. Mostly because Keith somehow ranked above her. Meanwhile, Keith was laughing loudly without shame. Ha ha ha. He pointed dramatically toward Faye's ranking. You're still last. Then he pointed toward Bale. And your rank dropped. Ha ha ha. A boy standing near Bale narrowed his eyes immediately. Doesn't he realize he's only rank 14th himself? He whispered while staring at Keith like he was looking at an idiot. Don't bother yourself about him. Bale sighed while shaking his head helplessly. He honestly doesn't care about his own ranking. His eyes slowly shifted toward Veda afterward. Veda was currently trying to calm his group while laughing awkwardly at their reactions. Bale's expression softened slightly. I hope he's okay, he thought quietly while watching his older brother. Calm down, guys. Veda moved both hands up and down gently, signaling everyone to relax. But you worked harder than anyone. Miriam argued immediately. Her frustration clearly showed on her face. I honestly don't think there's anything Lady Vera did to rank above you. Miriam. Veda laughed helplessly. We all did our best, and the rankings were decided fairly. Then, his eyes shifted toward Ezra. To be honest, he smiled awkwardly. The thing shocking me the most is Ezra not ranking higher. Everyone immediately turned toward Ezra. Ezra remained seated calmly with his arms folded while staring toward the holographic screen. Unlike the others, his attention didn't remain on the rankings themselves. You all do know, he finally spoke flatly, that this isn't the end yet, right? Huh. Veda and the others blinked in confusion. The 10th trial hasn't actually been settled yet. Ezra's tone remained calm and expressionless. The moment he said those words, Veda's eyes widened immediately. He quickly turned toward Vera. And just as Ezra implied, unlike the rest of her celebrating group members, Vera remained completely focused on the stage. Her crossed legs swayed lightly while her chin rested lazily against one hand. But her eyes remained fixed on Freya calmly, almost like she had already expected something like this. This isn't the end, everyone. Freya finally spoke after allowing the hall enough time to settle from the ranking reveal. The noise slowly died down again. Now that the rankings are out, a smile slowly appeared on her face. Let us commence the real 10th trial. Immediately, the atmosphere changed again. Several candidates straightened unconsciously, with many of them staring in confusion and shock that it wasn't yet over. At the top seats, the elders above showed more interest now. No killing. Freya raised one finger. Only challenges to steal ranks. Her fingers slowly pointed toward the candidates below. If any of you, her eyes swept across the hall calmly, are dissatisfied with your current position and believe you can defeat another ranker. A faint excitement appeared in her smile. Then issue your challenge now. The hall became quieter and quieter because everyone already understood what this meant. Freya's voice echoed clearly through the hall. The true purpose of the 10th trial. Her smile deepened. Is rank stealing. Several elders smiled immediately after hearing that. Even Valentine's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest once. Because this was what many of them had truly been waiting for. Not speeches, not ceremonies, but conflict. Real conflict between the monsters created through the trial of steel. And from the looks appearing inside many candidates' eyes, interesting fights were definitely about to begin. Chapter 163, The Graduation Ceremony of the Trial of Steel, Rank Stealing. There was a brief silence among the candidates listed within the rankings. Not everyone immediately reacted. Some leaned back into their seats quietly while staring at the holographic screen, still processing the placements. Others exchanged whispers with members of their groups, discussing possible challenges and who might actually dare to step forward first. Honestly, Many candidates did not even see the need to challenge anyone, especially those who failed to enter the rankings. To them, surviving the trial of steel itself already felt unbelievable enough, even among the ranked candidates. Several still looked hesitant, because once a challenge was issued, there would be no excuses left afterward. But then, I would like to make a challenge. Paige slowly raised her hand while sitting elegantly in her seat, her expression plain and calm. Immediately, the surrounding noise lowered slightly. Many candidates turned toward her in surprise. Even several elders above narrowed their eyes with interest. "Are you really going to challenge her?" Gareth asked from beside Felix's group, already having a good idea who Paige intended to target. Paige slowly turned toward him. A faint smirk appeared on her face. The answer was obvious. "Who will you be challenging, Paige Laverdale?" Freya asked with a pleased smile, clearly interested already. Paige stood up elegantly from her seat. Her black hair mixed with strands of pink flowed lightly behind her shoulders as she brushed it back calmly. Then, her pink eyes landed directly on Lyra. At that moment, Lyra had been busy speaking playfully with Nina and the girls seated near Vera. "Lyra Ashburn." Paige called her name coldly. The atmosphere tightened slightly. "Huh." Lyra blinked once in confusion before turning toward Paige. Then the whispers began rising immediately. "Get your ass onto the stage." Paige folded her arms. "You traitor." Her eyes sharpened while staring at Lyra with open hostility. "This bitch." Lyra suddenly laughed excitedly beneath her breath. He. Her expression instantly became lively. "You want to fight me?" She slowly stood up from her seat while tightening her fists. Clearly, she had been waiting for something like this. "No, idiot." Paige replied flatly. "I'm going to beat your ass. I'd like to see you try." Lyra slammed one fist into her palm with excitement. The whispers around the hall immediately grew louder, with some candidates even leaned forward in anticipation. Unlike many others, these two already had visible tension between them long before now. Like that, the two girls walked toward the stage. Kyle and Freya stepped aside while carrying away the metallic circular device projecting the holographic screen. Now, the platform became a pure combat stage once again. Raymond calmly stepped between both girls while explaining the rules briefly before the match. "This is surprising." Astria glanced toward the female guard standing behind the left side of her chair. "Your daughter got challenged, Rowan." A teasing smile appeared on her face. Rowan remained expressionless. Still, her eyes had not left Lyra for even a second. "Well," she answered calmly. "She's a strong girl and has many rivals. This is simply one of them." Astria turned her gaze back toward the stage again. Then she lazily pointed toward Paige. "Refresh my memory." She tilted her head slightly. "Who was she again? I only remember she belongs to Laverdale." The male guard standing behind Astria's right side immediately leaned slightly closer respectfully. "That is Paige, my lady." "Oh." Astria nodded faintly. "She's one of the promising children from Laverdale." A relaxed smile appeared on her lips. "A smart girl, too." Her eyes slowly narrowed with interest. "Now I'm curious who'll win." "Of course, it will be Lyra, my lady." Both guards answered at the exact same time without hesitation. Their eyes remained glued toward Lyra proudly. Astria laughed softly. "Look at you two supporting your daughter." She smirked teasingly. "Really cute." The two guards stiffened slightly, but remained silent. Then, Astria's smile faded slightly. Although after this, her voice turned calmer. "You know you'll still have to punish her a little for betraying my son." "Yes, my lady." The two immediately bowed their heads. "We will properly discipline her for such a grave mistake." "It's fine." Astria waved one hand lazily. "There's no need." Her eyes shifted briefly toward Vera. "Since she joined Vera's group, I can tolerate it." Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the candidates grew louder. Vera's group began shouting Lyra's name excitedly. At the same time, Felix's group loudly cheered for Paige, especially because many of them still considered Lyra's defection a betrayal. Naturally, they wanted Paige to crush her badly. The two girls stared at each other from opposite sides of the stage. Neither looked willing to back down. "Why challenge me now after avoiding every single challenge I sent you during the arena matches?" Lyra asked while stretching her arms and legs casually. "Haven't I already told you before?" Paige replied coldly while glaring at her. I don't fight unless there's something to gain. But you sparred multiple times with Tracy, even though she was our enemy. Lyra narrowed her eyes suspiciously. For the briefest moment. Paige looked slightly awkward, but she immediately recovered. Does that even matter now, idiot? She scoffed. What matters is the fact you somehow ranked above me. Her eyes sharpened. How can I allow an idiot like you to stay ahead of me? Coming from the girl dumb enough to compete with a queen. Lyra smirked proudly. You inferior bitch. Huh. Paige pointed at herself dramatically. Who feels inferior? Me. Though. The twitch around her eyes clearly showed Lyra's words affected her. Come on, Paige. Lyra laughed mockingly. We all know you hate Lady Vera because of your inferiority complex. She grinned wider. And now that I left your group for hers, you're jealous. What nonsense are you even saying? Paige exhaled slowly while calming herself. I'm not letting this idiot affect my mood. Her eyes sharpened completely. Then, she lowered herself into her fighting stance. Lyra's smile widened excitedly. Let's fight properly. Raymond glanced at both girls briefly. Seeing they were ready, he stepped backward swiftly. Fight! The instant his voice echoed, both girls exploded forward at high speed. Their shoes slammed against the stage almost simultaneously. As the distance between them vanished, Lyra instantly pulled out her massive scythe from her space bag. Swing! The blade cut through the air horizontally toward Paige's neck. But Paige slid beneath the slash smoothly. The sharp edge passed directly above her head. Jeesh! Paige muttered while sliding across the floor. Are you trying to kill me? She pushed herself upward fluidly. I already knew you'd dodge it. Lyra spun sharply toward her. That excited smile never disappeared from her face. Well, clap. Paige slammed her palms together. Cognis surged instantly between her hands. An alchemy circle formed brightly. Lyra's eyes sharpened immediately. She rushed forward aggressively while tightening her grip around the scythe. I also knew you were going to do that. Paige suddenly slammed both palms onto the floor. Green light spread across the stage rapidly. The seeds scattered earlier during her slide instantly reacted. Lyra immediately looked downward. So, she planted them earlier. The realization crossed her mind instantly. The ground around her suddenly trembled the moment she stepped forward. Dozens of thick green vines burst violently from the stage floor toward her. Lyra laughed loudly instead of panicking. Flash! 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 Her scythe tore through the incoming vines rapidly one after another without slowing her advance. Tisk! Paige clicked her tongue lightly, but she still looked calm. One vine suddenly curved behind her. Paige stepped onto it and used it as support to launch herself higher into the air. Another vine rose beside her instantly. She landed on it briefly like a floating platform. Then, she pulled out a bow and arrow from her space bag. Her eyes locked onto Lyra below. At that moment, Lyra remained occupied cutting through the remaining vines. Paige released the arrow immediately. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air with terrifying speed. But Lyra's instincts reacted instantly. Clang! She slashed the arrow apart midair without even stopping her movement. Then, using the same motion, she cut through the final vines and hurled her scythe directly at Paige. Boom! Cognis exploded through the throw. The massive weapon flew like a missile. Paige immediately raised her middle and index fingers upward. The scattered vines around Lyra reacted instantly. Like snakes sensing danger, they surged upward rapidly and wrapped together in front of the incoming scythe. Bang! The heavy blade crashed against the mass of vines, cutting through several layers before finally stopping. But, at that exact moment, Paige's eyes narrowed sharply. She heard it. The faint sound of Cognis shifting. Tiny and fast. An alchemy activation. An alchemy has already been performed. The thought flashed through her mind immediately. The vines slowly dropped apart after blocking the scythe. And there, Lyra stood with an AK-47 already aimed directly at her. A grin stretched across Lyra's face, almost like she had been waiting for this exact opening. At the same time, her left hand sharply pulled the thin steel rope attached to the scythe. The weapon instantly flew back toward her while she pulled the trigger simultaneously. Bang! 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 Flashes of fire exploded from the muzzle. Paige's pupils shrank. She immediately dropped from the vine platform she stood on. Her body twisted sharply through the air as bullets tore past her position. One bullet sliced through strands of her hair, another scraped lightly across the side of her sleeve. The speed of the gunfire forced her movements into pure instinct. She barely avoided them. The candidates watching gasped loudly. She almost got hit. Lyra's shooting accuracy is crazy. Meanwhile, while still falling, Paige quickly threw her bow aside and pulled out a small pouch from her space bag. Rip! The pouch opened midair. Seeds scattered downward across the stage beneath her. Lyra's sharp eyes instantly noticed it. Without hesitation, she caught her returning scythe cleanly with one hand and exploded forward again while continuing to fire. Bang! 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 Her movements looked savage yet controlled. Fast, fluid, and violent. At the same time, green alchemy light began glowing brightly around Paige's palms. The instant Paige landed. Boom. She slammed one hand against the ground. The stage shook slightly. Then, dozens of thick green vines erupted violently from below like a flood breaking through a dam. They rushed toward Lyra from multiple angles. Fast enough to swallow her completely, but Lyra didn't stop. Instead, her smile widened further. Swing. Her scythe tore through the first wave of vines brutally. Bang! Bang! Gunfire exploded alongside the slash. Bullets ripped apart several more vines before they could wrap around her. The crowd's eyes widened watching her movements. Lyra moved like a wild, athletic beast charging through a forest. Her feet shifted rapidly across the stage. Her body twisted naturally between attacks. Every slash, every gunshot, every movement connected smoothly. Meanwhile, Paige also rushed forward instead of remaining behind to control the vines. She knew staying still against Lyra's pressure would only place her at a disadvantage. The distance between both girls vanished quickly. Clang! Paige condensed several vines together tightly into a spear-like thrust and drove it directly toward Lyra's chest. The compressed attack carried a terrifying force. But Lyra reacted instantly. She blocked the strike using the shaft of her scythe while sliding around the attack fluidly. The compressed vine pierced past her shoulder by mere inches. At the same time, Lyra rotated her body sharply. One hand still controlled the scythe. The other lifted the AK-47 directly toward Paige at point-blank range. The muzzle almost touched her body. Chapter 164, 10th Trial, Rank Stealing, Lyra versus Paige. The two girls continued clashing at terrifying speed. Paige immediately controlled a vine upward, wrapping it tightly around Lyra's AK-47 and forcing the muzzle toward the ceiling. Bang! 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 The bullets sprayed wildly upward instead. Sparks exploded across the upper metal structures of the hall. Lyra reacted instantly. Without any moment of hesitation, she released the AK-47 completely and swung her scythe sideways in one smooth motion. Swing! The sharp blade tore through the air violently. But Paige bent backward sharply, barely evading the slash as the blade passed inches from her face. The slash cut through the vine, restraining the AK-47. The rifle dropped through the air, and Lyra caught it cleanly again without even looking at it directly. Then, bang, bang, bang. She continued firing aggressively until, click, the magazine emptied. Lyra immediately threw the rifle aside carelessly. Clang. The gun slid loudly across the stage floor. Now, she fully switched back to her scythe. That was when the fight entered complete close-quarter combat. The pace instantly became faster. Much faster. The audience seated on the second floor could still follow the battle clearly because of their level of strength and experience, but the ordinary people watching below, especially those who were not alchemists, could barely see anything anymore. To them, the fight became flashes, sparks, blurred afterimages, and violent sounds. They could only occasionally catch glimpses of the two girls crossing past one another before disappearing again. The stage floor continued cracking beneath their movements. The crowd's excitement exploded further. This speed. One ordinary servant watching from below swallowed hard. I can't even see them anymore. Binder rank at 13. A young mainline noble smiled while watching the fight carefully, turned his head to the person beside him. Laverdale must truly be proud. Beside him sat a girl with mint green hair, tied neatly behind her back. Paige's older sister. Paige has always been known as a genius. She smiled softly while staring at the stage. Aren't you angry that one of your younger sisters is about to surpass you? Sylvia leaned forward from her seat with a mischievous smile. You're supposed to become the next head of Laverdale, aren't you? The mint-haired girl looked back calmly. She's my sister, Lady Sylvia. Her smile remained sincere. If she's capable, then why would I feel sad? She clenched her fist proudly against her chest. In fact, her eyes sharpened slightly. It's good news for our family, especially now that we finally have someone from our bloodline capable of rivaling the Evergree's young talent. The surrounding Laverdale mainline youths nodded proudly. Several Highline nobles sitting nearby also showed approving looks. Sylvia stared at them expressionlessly before leaning back into her chair with folded arms. Paige is talented. A young Ashburn noble suddenly spoke confidently. But she still can't beat Lyra. And the white-haired young man seated beside Sylvia tilted his head. But aren't they evenly matched? He turned toward the quiet young man seated beside him. What do you think, brother? The dark gray-haired young man remained silent. His eyes never left the fight. The pressure radiating from his body alone made nearby nobles avoid disturbing him further. The white-haired young man coughed awkwardly and stopped talking. Meanwhile, back on the stage, Paige immediately noticed the pressure increasing. Lyra's movement speed was slowly beginning to overwhelm her. Every attack, every counter, and every shift in direction, it all flowed naturally through instinct. Paige still maintained the advantage in mass attacks because of her bunch boa vines. And she knew, if even one vine managed to properly bind Lyra, the balance of the fight could completely tilt in her favor. But every time I attack this bitch, Paige tilted her head sharply. Flash. Lyra's scythe barely passed her face. A shallow cut appeared across Paige's cheek. A thin line of blood slowly trickled downward. Paige's eyes narrowed harder. For someone so dumb, she's ridiculously sharp in combat. Paige immediately moved backward while controlling several vines to block Lyra's next series of attacks, but Lyra's assault never stopped. Not even once. You're getting pushed back, Paige. Lyra laughed loudly. Her excited voice echoed throughout the hall as she suddenly increased her speed again. Boom. The stage cracked beneath her feet. In a blink, she closed the distance instantly. Got you. Lyra swung her scythe downward brutally. The slash cut through the surrounding air with enough force to produce a sharp pressure wave. In your dreams. Paige reacted immediately. The vines beneath her feet surged upward and pushed her backward in a smooth, surfing motion. The blade barely missed her stomach. Still, part of her clothes split open from the edge of the slash. At the same time, Paige clenched her fist tightly. Behind her, dozens of bunch boa vines twisted together rapidly into a massive fist-like structure. Then, she punched forward. Boom. The giant vine fist shot toward Lyra violently. Lyra's eyes sharpened. Swing. She rotated her scythe like a golf club and split the massive vine fist into two clean halves. But the sliced vines suddenly stretched outward unnaturally, like traps waiting to close. They curved around Lyra from both sides in a circular motion, trying to crush her completely. Paige clasped both hands together tightly while controlling the vines. Got you now. The vines compressed inward rapidly, but Lyra immediately spun her body while gripping the scythe with both hands. Whoosh. It looked like a tornado had suddenly formed around her. The spinning blade shredded apart every incoming vine violently. Green fragments scattered everywhere. Then, without stopping, Lyra suddenly hurled her scythe toward Paige again. Paige, who had already retreated slightly after initiating the crushing attack, immediately bent downward. The scythe flew above her head. Then, clap. A sharp clap echoed loudly. At the exact same moment, another clap answered it. The entire hall shook slightly. Both girls had clapped their hands together simultaneously. Cogniz surged violently from their bodies. Alchemy circles formed instantly between their palms. Then both slammed their hands onto the materials they had scattered across the ground earlier. The execution speed happened so quickly that even several elders became visibly impressed. Their alchemy execution is profound for binder rank alchemists. Elder Paul leaned comfortably into his chair while watching the stage carefully. There's barely hesitation in their transitions. What amazes me more Elder Tabitha smiled lightly. It's the fact neither of them fears seriously injuring the other. She glanced briefly toward Valentine. The trial truly works, head. Valentine remained expressionless while watching the stage. Yes. His voice remained cold and calm. Beside him, the dark gray-haired woman seated to his right smiled softly. Even someone like me can barely follow all their movements. She laughed quietly. Elder Fredericks suddenly chuckled. It seems my son isn't interested in this fight at all. He glanced at Valentine. Well, Elder Branthwaite laughed as well. It's still entertaining, but everyone knows the fight they truly want to see. Meanwhile, bang, bang. Massive gunshots exploded across the hall. During the elders' conversation, Paige had already created another wave of vines, and at the same time, Lyra completed the alchemy creation of 2 Basque 1945. As the giant wave of vines surged toward her like a green tsunami, Lyra pushed Cognis through her entire body. Her muscles tightened instantly. She grounded her stance firmly. Bang! The first shot exploded. The recoil blasted her body backward slightly. But the bullet tore a massive hole through the incoming vine wave. Using the recoil momentum, Lyra rotated her body and fired the second Basque. Bang! Another section of the vines exploded apart. Then another shot, then another. She moved alongside the recoil naturally, like dancing through explosions. Within mere moments, 6 total shots completely tore apart the incoming wave of vines. Green fragments scattered throughout the entire stage, but Paige had already begun another alchemy. Earlier, she had secretly planted 2 sunflower seeds onto the ground at her back. Now, the flowers rapidly grew larger. Their giant petals opened slowly while absorbing the surrounding light from the lamps and windows of the hall. At the same time, Paige dropped another seed. Black Rose, a dangerous mutated plant capable of firing poisonous thorns as defensive attacks, but with the triple effect of alchemy. It no longer functioned merely as defense. Now, it worked like a living cannon. You're going down, Lyra. Paige shouted loudly as her Cognis surged harder into the Black Rose. The stem veins bulged grotesquely. Then, boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of sharp thorns blasted toward Lyra like missiles. Lyra immediately dashed sideways. Her body moved rapidly between the incoming barrage. Some thorns pierced the stage, others grazed her clothes. She used the Basque gun to block several directly like a club, even though numbness slowly spread through her arms from the recoil and the poison taking effect slowly. Her Cognis immediately repaired and healed the strain repeatedly. Ha 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 ha. Lyra laughed wildly. Blood slowly trickled from tiny cuts across her body caused by the thorns, but her excitement only increased further. This is amazing, Paige. She suddenly threw 1 Basque upward. Then, using the second shotgun, she blocked several more incoming thorns while leaping upward. Boom. The stage cracked beneath her feet from the force. Clap. Lyra clapped her hands together midair. Cognis surged violently into her palms. An alchemy circle formed instantly. She pressed both hands onto the 2 Basque shotguns, and they melted into liquid metal immediately before reforming rapidly into a Springfield M1903A4 sniper rifle. At that exact moment, the 2 massive sunflowers finally completed their charging. The hall brightened intensely from the concentrated light gathering around them. This is the Yendi. Both girls shouted at the same time. Paige slammed her palms together. The sunflowers bloomed completely. Boom. 2 gigantic blasts of concentrated light erupted toward Lyra. At the same moment, Lyra aimed through the sniper scope calmly. Her fingers tightened around the rifle. Then, bang. The bullet shot forward faster than sound itself. The entire scene felt like a stone crashing violently into still water as the sniper bullet pierced straight through the center of the massive light blast to the first sunflower. A hole opened briefly within the attack. Then Paige saw Lyra chambering another shot already. Bang! The second bullet exploded through the remaining sunflower instantly. The flowers burst apart violently. Boom! The remaining light blast swallowed Lyra afterward. Then, thud! Her burning body crashed onto the stage floor heavily, but before Paige could react further, Lyra rolled instantly like a trained soldier extinguishing the flames slightly. At the same time, Bang! A bullet pierced through Paige's leg. Arg! Paige collapsed immediately. The pouch of seeds she had attempted to pull out scattered uselessly across the floor. Still, even while injured, she tried forcing another alchemy activation. Stop! Lyra's voice came out heavily, while smoke still rose from parts of her burned clothes. She stood in front of Paige while breathing hard. The Springfield pointed directly at Paige's hand. Or I'll blow your hand off. Paige froze completely. She stared at Lyra's current state. Burned, poisoned and bleeding, but still standing, still aiming calmly. Paige sighed deeply before sitting properly onto the stage floor. You're a crazy monster. She shook her head while laughing weakly. You're literally burning and still moving like this. Her shoulders relaxed finally. I surrender. Lyra laughed loudly again. The candidates below exploded into wild cheers immediately. Woo-woo. The audience on the second floor also began clapping with genuine amazement after witnessing the level of the fight. Chapter 165. 10th Trial. Rank Stealing. Felix versus Ezra. Raymond walked calmly back onto the stage. His boots echoed against the battered platform while the smell of burnt vines and smoke still lingered massively in the air from Lyra and Paige's battle. Winner. He paused briefly while glancing at Lyra. Lyra Ashburn. The announcement immediately caused cheers to erupt again. The few Ashburn nobles present stood proudly while clapping, and even the Laverdale nobles applauded as well. Although Paige lost, the level of alchemy control and combat she displayed during the fight was enough to make many nobles look at her more differently now. Several elders nodded lightly in approval. A 13-year-old binder rank capable of that level of alchemy execution and combat instinct was not something ordinary. Meanwhile, several nurses quickly rushed onto the stage. Lyra was still laughing while waving toward Vera's group despite the fact blood lightly dripped from parts of her body. Her clothes were burned badly in some places. The black rose poison also continued numbing parts of her arms slowly. Yet, she still looked excited. You crazy idiot. Nina shouted while laughing nervously. You're literally burning. Lyra only grinned wider and raised a thumbs up. Paige, on the other hand, sighed while allowing the nurses to support her body properly. You fought like a lunatic. She muttered while staring at Lyra. Lyra laughed again proudly. The stage was quickly repaired afterward using earth element alchemy scrolls. Cracks sealed themselves, destroyed sections of the platform rose back into place, scattered blood and debris were cleaned rapidly by servants and support alchemists. After a few minutes, Freya stepped back onto the stage once more. Well then, she smiled brightly while looking around the hall. Any challengers next? The crowd instantly became noisy again. Conversations overlapped everywhere. Most people were still discussing Lyra and Paige's fight. At Henry's group side, that fight was insane. Spence leaned forward excitedly. His eyes still glowed from watching the battle. Should I challenge someone too? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's better you don't. Bess replied calmly without even looking at him. Who exactly are you planning to challenge that won't beat your ass? Cedric laughed lightly while smacking Spence's back. You're kind of right. Spence sighed dramatically before laughing helplessly. But honestly, he rested his chin atop the back of his hands. If I had to challenge someone, his eyes slowly shifted. I'd choose Zara. Several nearby candidates quietly nodded in agreement. Truthfully, although most candidates had no intention of challenging the higher ranks, the urge still remained in many hearts, especially among the ranked candidates. Several who believed they deserved higher placements. But the problem was reality. Everyone already understood their limits now. After surviving these many trials, most candidates developed decent instincts, and those instincts clearly told them one thing. Facing anyone from the top 10 recklessly would most likely end in defeat. So why challenge a losing battle? Still, there was one particular ranked candidate many secretly considered targeting. Zara. Or rather, Ezra. Unlike the others within the top 10, very little was actually known about him. Outside of Veda's group, Bale's group, and a few members of Vera's side, most candidates barely understood how strong he truly was. Little rumors about his strength and strange actions had already spread quietly amongst the candidates over time. At one point, Ezra, or rather Zara, even became one of the biggest gossip topics within the trial of Steele because of his sudden and unclear relationship with Vera. Many candidates could still remember the strange moments between them. The way Vera occasionally approached him herself, even the way she occasionally looked at him longer than she looked at others. All those small things piled together and naturally sparked curiosity, but at the end of the day, nobody truly knew much about Zara Ezra himself. That was the main issue. Unlike the others in the rankings whose strengths were obvious, Ezra remained vague and unclear, dangerous in a way people couldn't properly explain, and because of that mystery, several candidates below his rank secretly considered challenging him. After all, compared to monsters like Vera, Veda, Gareth, Priscilla, or Felix, Ezra looked far less threatening, at least on the surface. But who even is this Zara that ranked 7th? Henry folded his arms while leaning against his seat. His expression still looked sour after dropping out of the top 10. Have you forgotten he's part of Sir Veda's group? Bess replied calmly while pointing toward Ezra's direction. That weak-looking boy who defeated that strong orphan girl during the 7th trial. She continued while narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. And the same boy who climbed to the top floor first during the 6th trial. Bess listed the moments carefully. Those scenes had stayed in her memory longer than she expected, especially because Ezra never acted loudly afterward. He never bragged, never explained himself, never showed himself like how Nate did. That silence itself made him stranger. Henry stared toward Ezra again, his brows slowly tightened. That's him. He exhaled softly. Now that he looked properly, he could vaguely remember Ezra's face from earlier trials, especially how calm he looked when he faced that strangely strong orphan girl during the 7th trial. Do you want to challenge him, Sir Henry? Spence leaned back lazily against his chair while asking. Henry remained silent for a few seconds. Then, I honestly want to. His eyes stayed fixed on Ezra. But his expression slowly relaxed again. My instincts are screaming at me not to. That uncertain feeling, that strange discomfort, was exactly the same reason many candidates avoided challenging Ezra despite his rank. After surviving these many trials, everyone learned to trust their instincts more, and Ezra gave off the type of feeling people couldn't properly understand. A weak-looking boy, yet somehow nobody truly believed he was weak anymore. Because of that, no one wanted to recklessly provoke him without understanding what he was actually capable of. Several minutes passed after Freya requested more challengers. Still, nobody stepped forward. No one. Freya asked again. A slight displeasure appeared on her face. The 10th trial was supposed to be exciting with a lot of challenges flying in, but the candidates had become far more cautious after surviving the previous trials. At Veda's side, Veda finally resolved himself. His fingers tightened slowly. He was just about to stand. I will. Ezra suddenly raised his hand calmly. Immediately, several heads turned toward him at once. The reaction was instant. What is he planning now? Linda whispered toward Tracy while staring at Ezra with confusion. Don't tell me. Tracy gasped dramatically. He wants to challenge Vera? He's not. Nicholas immediately cut in confidently. Knowing him a little, Nicholas folded his arms seriously. It's obvious he isn't interested in becoming heir. Then who do you think he wants to challenge? Both Tracy and Linda leaned closer curiously. Nicholas opened his mouth confidently, then paused. I don't know. He raised both hands helplessly. His flat answer instantly made the two girls stare at him blankly. TCH. Linda punched his shoulder lightly, acting like you understood everything. She sat back down while muttering complaints under her breath. Nicholas panicked immediately. I was just trying to analyze the situation. Quiet. Tracy hissed coldly. Nicholas instantly shrank into his seat like a scolded puppy. Meanwhile, more and more eyes landed on Ezra now. Oh. Freya smiled lightly. Ezra Ashenlocke from the Baron House of Stirling. Her gaze sharpened slightly with curiosity. Who do you wish to challenge? Back at the side where all the candidates sat, Bobby, Veda, and Bale all stared at Ezra with confusion. Even Keith, who was half asleep, finally woke up looking interested for once. Oh. Keith narrowed his sleepy eyes slightly. The mysterious man is finally stepping onto the stage. For the first time in a while, his lazy expression looked somewhat awake. At Vera's side, what is Ezra planning? Gina asked nervously while clutching her clothes slightly. Meanwhile, Vera simply stared quietly at Ezra. Her chin rested lazily against her palm. An amused look flickered within her unreadable eyes. She looked like someone watching a movie she already partially understood. At Priscilla's side, "Do you think he's about to challenge one of us?" Priscilla folded her arms beneath her chest and crossed one leg over the other while staring at Ezra seriously. Unlike the others who looked shocked, her eyes remained calm and observant, almost like she was trying to measure something deeper from him. "Well," Nate slowly smirked beside her with excitement gradually built within his expression. "If he really does challenge one of us." He cracked his knuckles lightly. "I honestly hope it's me." The subtle noise amongst the candidates continued spreading throughout the hall. Whispers, speculations, and confused murmurs. Everyone kept trying to understand why Ezra suddenly decided to step forward now. Then, Ezra stood up fully. His chair shifted slightly backward from the movement. He took one calm step forward. His face remained as dull and unreadable as always. "Felix Ashenlocke." His flat voice echoed clearly throughout the hall. "You're the one I challenge." Silence. A complete silence. "Huh." Felix, who had been sitting stiffly while avoiding Astria's occasional gaze, suddenly froze completely. The veins near his forehead tightened instantly. Several candidates widened their eyes. Even parts of the audience seated on the second floor became visibly stunned. A low line, challenging a main line directly? And not just any main line. Felix, a member of Astria's bloodline. Some nobles immediately frowned. Others looked conflicted. Several ordinary spectators instinctively glanced toward Astria first instead of Felix himself. Meanwhile, the elders and several young nobles suddenly became interested. Very interested. At Astria's side, her gaze slowly locked onto Ezra, quiet and sharp with intent. "Who is he?" Her calm voice sounded light, but the pressure behind it made the guards behind her straighten instinctively. The question was directed toward them. Rowan immediately bowed slightly before disappearing from her position to gather information about Ezra as quickly as possible. Ezra could now feel countless gazes pressing onto him from every direction. Some carried worry, some carried curiosity, some looked down on him while others tried scanning him carefully, as though attempting to see through his calm expression, but Ezra himself remained completely unaffected. Both boys slowly walked toward the stage. The sound of their footsteps echoed clearly through the hall. Felix stared directly at Ezra with killing intent filling his eyes, but the moment Ezra calmly looked back at him, Felix immediately changed expressions. A forced smile appeared on his face. "So," he rubbed his forehead slowly while laughing lightly. "You finally grew some balls to challenge me." His voice sounded mocking, but beneath it, his anger was obvious. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly toward Felix, ignoring him completely, as though Felix never even spoke. That reaction alone worsened Felix's anger instantly. "Ignoring me now, huh?" Felix shook his head slowly while rubbing his forehead again. Meanwhile, Raymond stepped between both boys and briefly explained the rules of the challenge match. But Felix barely listened anymore. Inside his head, his frustration kept piling harder and harder. "This guy, Vera Veda. Every single one of these bastards keeps pissing me off one after another." "Me? Felix? Getting challenged by some low-line maggot?" His fists slowly tightened. Then his eyes landed on Ezra again. That dull expression, that calm face. It genuinely looked like Ezra didn't even consider him a threat. That irritated Felix more than insults themselves. "He's one of the bastards who called me a mummy's boy, and that lazy idiot Keith too." Felix exhaled heavily before pushing back the bangs hanging over his forehead. "I'm going to cripple you badly." Cognizance immediately surged violently around his body. Thin white streams flowed through his veins while pressure spread outward from him. "So, everyone remembers exactly who I am." Raymond swiftly stepped backward. "Fight." His voice echoed loudly throughout the hall. At that exact moment, Ezra briefly glanced toward Vera, then toward the second-floor audience. Then, back toward Felix. And Felix was already directly in front of him. His movement speed exploded instantly. A dagger thrust violently toward Ezra's eye while a smug smile stretched across his face. The blade reflected the hall lights sharply as it pierced through the air with killing intent behind it. Chapter 166, 10th Trial, Rank Stealing. Felix versus Ezra Part 2. Before Raymond fully commenced the fight, at the side where the elders sat, a low line challenging a main line. Elder Portia leaned slightly forward in her seat while staring at Ezra carefully. Her old eyes scanned through him slowly. Unlike the ordinary spectators who only saw a pale boy with white and black hair and a dull expression, the elders could naturally see more. His cognitive control is refined. She rested her chin lightly against her fingers. And he's already a full alchemist within the binder rank. A smile slowly appeared on her wrinkled face. 2 lowlines managed to rank this high during the trial of steel. Elder Paul also smiled faintly. So perhaps the saying is true after all. He chuckled lightly. Talent truly can be born even amongst the lowest bloodlines. But Elder Fredericks suddenly cut into the conversation with a smug smile stretched across his face. He made a mistake choosing to fight Felix boy. You think Felix will win easily? Elder Yestin calmly glanced toward him. Fredericks frowned immediately. Who else would win? His tone carried obvious irritation. Felix boy is direct blood of ash. He pointed slightly toward the stage. And looking at both of them, Felix clearly possesses more cognition despite both being binder rank alchemists. Fredericks spoke proudly. We should all know how intelligent Felix boy is as well. He scoffed afterward while staring toward Ezra. This lowline already revealed how foolish he is by challenging Felix when he could have avoided injury completely. His expression became even more annoyed. Perhaps ranking highly made him overestimate himself. He sneered. Useless. Then, I wonder if his parents are even here. He glanced toward the maids standing behind him. The 2 young maids immediately shook their heads nervously. They didn't know. Sterling. Elder Tabitha suddenly stroked her chin thoughtfully. That family name sounds familiar. Lord Elder. The elderly maid standing behind her stepped closer respectfully. That's the Baron family where one of the head sons married a maid previously under my authority. The old maid whispered softly. Oh, Tabitha slowly remembered. That woman. We were invited to a ceremony for her newborn child several months ago. The maid nodded politely. The same one you asked me to deliver a gift to as your representative. Yes. Tabitha leaned back slightly while recalling the memory. I remember now. She suddenly glanced toward Ezra again. So, you've seen the child before? Her curiosity deepened. Did he show any sign of talent back then? The maid stared at Ezra walking calmly toward the stage. Honestly, when she first saw him back then, he looked nothing special in the slightest. Not really. She answered truthfully. When I saw him, he honestly didn't look like someone capable of reaching this level. That makes things more interesting. Elder Ivanhoe smiled faintly. He managed to grow this much through the trials themselves. His eyes reflected approval. I'm beginning to like the trial of steel more and more. It was worth the resources spent. Elder Branthwaite laughed softly as well. The elders gradually returned their attention toward the fight itself. But the elderly maid continued staring at Ezra longer. Confusion slowly appeared within her eyes. Didn't the child back then have fully black hair? She frowned slightly while thinking. Back then, she clearly remembered hearing that one of the twins died, and the surviving child should have been this boy. The old maid eventually dismissed the thought. Perhaps the stress of the trials caused his hair color to change partially. After all, such things occasionally happened amongst alchemists under intense pressure. Back on the stage after Raymond commenced the fight, Felix's dagger thrust violently toward Ezra's eye. Fast and precise, filled with killing intent. But Ezra calmly shifted sideways with only a few smooth steps. The dagger missed completely. At the same moment, Felix immediately followed up. His other fist surged forward. Cognis flowed heavily into his arm to strengthen the force behind the punch. But, slap. Ezra smoothly redirected the punch away with one hand. Then within the same flowing motion, he backhanded Felix directly across the face. The sound echoed sharply throughout the hall. The crowd gasped, but before they could fully react, boom. Ezra drove his knee straight into Felix's stomach. Felix's eyes widened instantly. The impact forced air out of his lungs violently. He attempted moving Cognis toward his abdomen to reinforce himself. But he was too slow. Ezra's transition between attacks flowed too naturally, too smoothly. There was barely even a pause between motions. After the knee strike, Ezra immediately stepped onto Felix's foot, grounding him and preventing him from retreating. Then he began overwhelming Felix completely. Punch, punch, punch. His fists crashed repeatedly into Felix's cheeks, then his nose, then his chest, then his chin, then directly into his mouth. Again and again and again. The blows came rapidly without giving Felix room to properly breathe or stabilize himself. The audience could only watch as Felix's head snapped repeatedly from the impacts. Even Raymond's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, boom. Ezra delivered one final heavy punch directly into Felix's chest. The impact sent Felix flying backward across the stage. He rolled violently along the ground before stopping several meters away. Silence. What just happened? Felix coughed heavily while lying on the ground. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his breathing turned rough immediately. The audience on the second floor and most of the candidates below looked completely dumbfounded. The exchange happened too quickly and too cleanly. No one expected Felix to get overwhelmed like that the moment the fight started, especially not by the unknown lowline. Vera calmly crossed one leg over the other while folding her arms beneath her chest. An amused look rested quietly within her unreadable eyes as she watched Felix getting beaten around so easily. While at Veda's side, his eyes were opened wide in genuine shock. He expected Ezra to win. That much was obvious. But not like this, not to this extent. The outcome of the first clash happened so suddenly that even Veda struggled to process it immediately. PFF. A laugh almost escaped his mouth, but he quickly forced himself to hold it back. Felix slowly stood up, and for the first time, he could truly feel it. The disappointment, the silence around him, the heavy pressure of everyone's expectations collapsing onto his shoulders at once. Earlier, his group loudly cheered when he stepped onto the stage, but now, they were quiet, completely quiet. Felix could feel Astria's disappointed gaze on him. Vera's usual plain look of disdain, Veda's almost laughing expression, and worse than all of them, Ezra's calm gaze. That dull, nonchalant, expressionless look, like Felix himself wasn't even worth taking seriously. This bastard. Felix screamed internally while standing sharply. Several steel bars immediately scattered around the stage. Boom. Cognis exploded outward from his body violently. The pressure shook the air around him hard enough for several nearby candidates to tense instinctively. I'm going to kill you. Felix clapped both hands together violently. At that exact moment, Ezra's eyes twitched slightly. The scale of the alchemy circle spreading beneath Felix immediately became obvious. Don't tell me. One of the young mainline nobles stood up abruptly. Even the alchemists seated above narrowed their eyes sharply. What Felix was just about to perform was mass alchemy. The alchemy circle rapidly expanded across a huge section of the stage floor. Then, bang, bang, bang. 10 AK-47 rifles emerged upright from the glowing circle. The audience on the second floor instantly erupted into loud reactions. A binder-rank alchemist performing mass alchemy? That level of execution normally belonged to Meister-rank alchemists and above. Even several elders looked impressed despite themselves. Blood slowly dripped from Felix's nose. Still, he immediately grabbed the nearest AK-47 and opened fire toward Ezra. Bang, bang, bang. Even while blinded by rage, Felix's shooting remained calm, precise, and filled with perfect accuracy. His bullets were accurately timed, every angle carefully calculated. But Ezra cleanly weaved through every shot. Not a single bullet touched him. Then, Felix suddenly rushed forward while continuing to fire relentlessly. At the same time, he grabbed another AK-47 from the ground and hurled it toward Ezra. Cognis reinforced his arm heavily. The rifle flew through the air like a missile aimed directly toward Ezra's face, while Felix continued shooting simultaneously. Ezra calmly caught the incoming rifle during his weaving motion. He shifted backward slightly while glancing at the weapon. For someone blinded by rage, his strategy is actually decent. More bullets tore through the air toward him. Ezra calmly continued dodging while observing the weapon. This AK he threw is only first grade. He glanced toward the rifle currently held by Felix. 8th grade. Immediately, Ezra understood Felix's entire plan. Felix intended to bait him into using the first-grade rifle against the stronger 8th-grade AK-47. The moment both weapons collided, the weaker rifle would explode apart instantly, either injuring Ezra directly or creating enough distraction for Felix to finish him off immediately afterward. Unfortunately for Felix, the person standing before him was Ezra. Out of the 10 rifles, Ezra calmly scanned them, 3 first grade and 7 8th grade. His eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, all these thoughts, Felix had already closed the distance, now wielding 2 AK-47 simultaneously while firing aggressively. Bang, bang, bang. Ezra suddenly swung the first-grade rifle toward the incoming bullets. Right before collision, he released the weapon entirely. Boom. The first-grade AK instantly shattered apart. Metal fragments and smoke exploded outward violently. A smirk appeared across Felix's face. Got him. Then, Felix immediately hurled both rifles in his hands forward. At the same moment, clap. Inside the smoke cloud, Ezra also clapped both hands together. Both performed alchemy simultaneously. Felix instantly created a Springfield M1903A4 sniper rifle. As the smoke slowly cleared, Ezra stood calmly holding only a revolver. This bastard! Felix roared angrily. His irritation worsened instantly. A revolver? Against a Springfield? Did this maggot think this was some kind of joke? Felix immediately aimed and fired. Bang! The rifle shot exploded forward faster than sound itself. But Ezra was faster. Not by some massive difference that could easily be seen with the eyes, but by roughly 5 milliseconds. And that was only because he wasn't using cognition enhancement yet. Every rifle shot Felix fired with careful precision. Every calculated angle, every movement prediction was getting cleanly weaved around by Ezra. Like he already knew where the bullets would appear before Felix even pulled the trigger. Step, twist, tilt, move. Ezra's body flowed naturally through the barrage of bullets while slowly advancing forward. Felix, the one holding the larger and more powerful weapon, unconsciously began stepping backward instead. At first, he didn't even realize it, but as seconds passed, confusion slowly started eating into his mind. He was clearly calculating Ezra's movements correctly. Felix would predict where Ezra might dodge the first shot, then immediately fire a second shot toward the next escape route almost simultaneously. His timing was accurate, his aim was sharp. Yet, none of the bullets hit. Not even close. Every single movement Ezra made felt slightly ahead of his calculations, like Felix himself was the one lagging behind. And then, it clicked. A familiar memory suddenly resurfaced inside Felix's mind. A memory tied to the person he hated most. Chapter 167. 10th Trial. Rank Stealing. Felix versus Ezra Part 3. Felix remembered his younger years. Back when he proudly held an actual revolver in his hand just to brag before the other children while standing in the large Ashenlocke training grounds. At that time, little Vera had just finished training alone. Her white training shirt was stained lightly with sweat, while strands of black hair rested against the side of her neck. Even as a child, she barely spoke to anyone. She simply just stood there quietly with that same unreadable face that irritated Felix more than anything else. And because of that expression, because of the way she looked at people like nothing around her mattered, Felix hated her. Bang, 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 bang. The revolver barked repeatedly. Smoke burst from the muzzle while the recoil shook Felix's arm. Yet, every bullet was cleanly weaved around by Vera. Not a single shot touched her. The thing that confused Felix the most back then was the fact that he wasn't firing randomly. To him, his calculations were perfect. He clearly predicted where Vera would dodge the first bullet, so he immediately fired the second shot toward that position at almost the same time she moved, then the third, then the fourth. Yet, none of them landed. Not even close. How? How did you manage to weave all the gunshots? Young Felix cried angrily on the ground with a swollen face and bruised body, while the boys who followed him stared at Vera fearfully. Meanwhile, Vera calmly cleaned her hands with a white towel like she had touched something dirty. She slowly knelt before Felix afterward. You don't understand because you're an actual idiot overrated by your mother. Her voice sounded bored, cold and flat. I purposely moved where you wanted me to shoot. She tilted her head slightly while saying it. Felix's eyes widened instantly. That's impossible. You're lying. He slammed his hand against the training ground in disbelief. Why would you purposely risk yourself like that? Vera stared at him with those dead black eyes. Eyes that carried no emotion at all. Isn't it obvious already? Her voice remained calm. It's to show you how inferior of a dog you are. Then she simply stood up and left, leaving Felix crying loudly on the training grounds while servants and guards rushed over after hearing the commotion. And now, that exact same feeling returned. No, 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 no. Felix's breathing became rough as he recollected everything. The way Ezra kept weaving through his bullets looked exactly like Vera, the same small movements, the same pressure, the same feeling of helplessness. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Felix roared violently. Then, he blinked in confusion because Ezra was suddenly no longer standing before him. Felix's pupils shrank. And he sharply looked left, then immediately tried turning right. Bang! The revolver bullet pierced straight through his right leg. Arg! Felix crashed onto the stage floor while clutching his leg tightly. Pain exploded through his nerves. Blood immediately spilled across the ground beneath him before he could stabilize himself. Boom! Ezra's kick smashed directly into his chin. Felix's body flew backward and rolled violently across the stage floor. Gasps erupted across the second floor. Even the audience members supporting Felix stared blankly now. Nobody expected the fight to become this one-sided, especially not against a mainline. Many of the young nobles wore stunned expressions, while several elders narrowed their eyes seriously. At the elder's side, Fredericks, who previously carried a smug smile, now looked genuinely confused. No one understood how someone ranked 6th was getting overwhelmed by the 7th-ranked candidate this badly. It didn't feel normal. At all. Astria silently stared at the stage without expression, but the two guards behind her could already feel the storm building inside her. Below, the candidates looked just as shocked. Even Gareth, who usually stayed calm during battles, now stared at Ezra seriously. Because despite Felix's unstable mental state, he was still strong, still skilled, and still someone capable of reading his opponents properly. Yet, Ezra was dismantling him completely, like Felix never stood a chance from the very beginning. The outcome of the fight was so shocking even Veda started feeling slightly bad for Felix. Bobby sat stiffly on his chair as his body suddenly turned cold. That feeling. He stared at Ezra carefully. I felt this before. The memory immediately resurfaced inside Bobby's head. The expression Ezra wore back when he slaughtered the candidates that ambushed him during the 4th trial. A chill crawled down Bobby's spine. Scott, Nathalia, and Daniela. All three subconsciously gripped their seats tightly while their bodies trembled slightly. Why this again? Why? Daniela's voice came out broken and frightened. Her reaction immediately caught Nina and Gina's attention. Even Pamela, who remained silent since the ceremony started, stared at Ezra with fear inside her eyes. Back on the stage, Felix desperately dragged himself backward. Stay away from me. He screamed while trying to crawl away, but his injured leg barely responded properly while his body shook violently. Stay away. Fear had already swallowed him completely. So, you can actually get scared, huh? Ezra slowly walked toward him. His black eyes looked deep and empty, like there was nothing inside them except darkness. You spent your whole life escaping consequences while hurting others. Ezra stopped directly before him. Blood from Felix's leg dragged across the stage floor from his desperate crawling. Yet you're this much of a coward. Ezra raised the revolver slightly. Felix, shouldn't you at least act like the noble you are and take the pain? Felix stared at the gun, then at Ezra. And suddenly, it felt like the world around him became dark again, like the black room from the 8th trial. Only few thoughts echoed endlessly inside his mind. He's going to kill me. I have to surrender. I have to say it. But Felix's mouth opened, then immediately closed again. Why? Why can't I say the fucking words? Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as his body shook beyond his understanding. His thoughts screamed at him to surrender. But his body completely refused to respond. That was the state Felix had entered. Pure fear. Who the hell is this guy? He's not normal at all. He's a monster. Felix's heart pounded faster and faster. Boom. The terrifying pressure building across the hall suddenly vanished as Ezra's eyes widened toward the gunshot that smashed into the ground before him. I was almost killed. Ezra looked at the smoking ground briefly, then he suddenly felt a massive pressure descend from behind him. It was so sudden that Ezra's body almost collapsed flat onto the stage. Boom. His knees smashed hard against the ground instead. The stone floor beneath him cracked slightly from the impact. Arg! Ezra spat out blood violently as the pressure pressed against his organs and bones at the same time. The feeling was overwhelming, like an entire mountain had been dropped directly onto his back. Even breathing became difficult. His veins instantly tightened while cognition surged wildly through his body, trying to resist the pressure crushing him down. Then, he felt it clearly. The terrifying presence behind him. A killing intent so heavy that the surrounding air itself felt distorted. Stoke, have you lost your mind? Astria's cold voice exploded across the hall. The moment she stood. Boom. Cognition erupted violently out of her body like a storm finally breaking loose. The entire hall shook. The chandeliers hanging above trembled violently. Crack, crack, crack. The glass windows shattered one after another while the lights burst apart across the hall. The pressure instantly spread everywhere. Lowlines, highlines, servants, and guards. All of them collapsed onto the ground almost immediately, especially the non-alchemist. Some clawed at their throats desperately while suffocating. Others screamed while holding their heads as if their minds were being torn apart from the inside. Even the alchemists present dropped to one knee while struggling to endure the pressure. Several weaker candidates vomited blood instantly. The atmosphere became chaotic in seconds. Meanwhile, at the center of it all, Astria stood holding a basket in one hand, smoke slowly escaping from the gun barrel. While at the side where the head sat, Stoke also held his own basket tightly, smoke escaping from his weapon as well. Earlier, the moment Astria fired toward Ezra, Stoke had immediately fired too, changing the trajectory slightly before the shot could directly hit Ezra's head. But now, facing Astria's rage directly, even Stoke's expression stiffened. Sweat slowly rolled down the side of his face. Why would you stop me from killing this maggot? Astria's voice came out cold and calm, but the killing intent hidden within it made the surrounding guards tremble involuntarily. Stoke forced himself to stay standing despite the pressure crushing against him. Lady Astria, if you continue releasing your cognition like this, many people here will die or suffer permanent injuries. His voice remained respectful, but strained. Every word felt difficult to force out beneath her presence. Astria, stop this madness at once. Elder Portia suddenly stood up. Boom. Her own presence spread outward in resistance. The older woman's cognition surged through the hall as she attempted to suppress Astria's pressure from overwhelming everyone completely. But, compared to Astria, it was highly lacking. Sit down, old hag. Astria replied without even turning toward her. Her tone remained completely indifferent, like she genuinely didn't care what her actions were causing right now. Portia's expression immediately darkened, because Astria's presence was overpowering hers directly. The floor around Astria slowly cracked apart, while violent currents of cognition twisted around her body. Then, Astria, Valentine's calm voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Despite the destruction around him, despite the pressure suffocating everyone, he still sat comfortably in his chair. One hand rested against the armrest while his cold eyes looked toward Astria. If you do not sit down right now, he slowly tilted his head. I will kill you and your son here and now. His voice remained plain and calm. Yet the moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere became even heavier. Huh. Astria locked eyes with him immediately. Neither of them looked away. The entire hall became silent. Even the trembling candidates subconsciously held their breath, because everyone understood. If either of them truly lost control, this entire place could turn into a massacre instantly. The stare down continued for several seconds. Then, TCH. Astria gritted her teeth in frustration before finally calming her presence. The suffocating pressure vanished almost instantly, like it never existed at all. I didn't even release half of my full cognitive presence, and all of you are already reacting like weaklings. She sat back down while pouting slightly in annoyance. The entire hall slowly began recovering from the terrifying moment. Several people remained collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. Others coughed blood repeatedly, while nurses rushed everywhere in panic. The medical teams who were also affected by her pressure still immediately moved toward those who fainted or suffered internal injuries. Still, a few of the high-ranked alchemists noticed something. Although Astrea released her presence violently, the people she favored barely suffered any damage. The servants and alchemists under her authority remained mostly unharmed, while as for the people she didn't care about suffered the most. Especially Ezra. At the center of the broken stage, Ezra remained on his knees. Blood continuously dripped from the side of his mouth, while his body trembled slightly from the internal damage. Astrea quietly stared at him. Zara, huh? Her eyes narrowed slightly with interest mixed with irritation. I will find out more about you. Behind her, the two guards slowly stood back up while dusting their clothes before returning to their positions. I apologize for the interruption caused by my spoiled sister. Valentine finally spoke calmly. His voice spread throughout the damaged hall clearly. The injured and unconscious should immediately be taken back for treatment. He paused briefly. After that, we will resume the 10th trial immediately. And just like that, everyone accepted it with no complaints or murmurs. Because nobody here possessed the courage to openly question Valentine Ashenlocke. Several candidates released exhausted sighs afterward, while others even laughed awkwardly. The situation had become so sudden and dangerous that it strangely reminded them of the previous trials. That Zara guy really nearly got everyone killed. Keith laughed weakly while still laying flat on the floor instead of returning properly to his seat. Raymond walked calmly back toward the stage. His injuries had already healed through cognitive restoration. He first looked toward Felix, who still stayed flat, shaking in fear on the ground, then toward Ezra, who remained kneeling silently while breathing slowly. Cognition continuously flowed through Ezra's body, repairing the internal damage caused by Astrea's presence. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly while staring at the blood he spat onto the floor. Ow, that was honestly risky. But with this, he slowly stood back up while wiping the blood from his mouth. Everything is set. His eyes calmly moved toward Raymond. Waiting. Raymond stared at Ezra for several seconds. A trace of genuine surprise appeared inside his eyes, because despite enduring Astrea's pressure directly, Ezra still remained conscious and still standing. Winner. Raymond raised his hand toward Ezra. Ezra Ashenlocke from the Baron House of Sterling. Chapter 168. 10th Trial. Rank Stealing. Battle for the Heir title. Once Ezra was announced as the winner, the atmosphere inside the hall didn't explode with cheers the same way it did after Lyra and Paige's fight. Instead, the entire place turned strangely quiet. Not because the audience disliked the result, but because nobody could forget what had just happened moments ago. Astrea's terrifying outburst still lingered heavily inside everyone's mind like a nightmare that hadn't fully faded yet. The shattered glass around the hall, the broken lamps, the people that collapsed from her presence, and the blood some candidates coughed out earlier. All of it remained fresh inside their heads. Clearly, nobody wanted to get on Astrea Ashenlocke's bad side. Even the conversations happening around the hall stayed low and restrained. Ezra simply walked off the stage while nurses approached him to check his injuries. His face remained expressionless as usual, like none of what just happened had anything to do with him. At the same time, other nurses hurried toward Felix, who still laid flat on the stage floor without moving much. But unlike before, the fear he felt toward Ezra had already faded. The moment Astrea reacted with killing intent toward Ezra earlier, Felix felt satisfied. No, more than satisfied. He felt protected. That smug comfort slowly crawled back into his chest again. Yet, that same pleased feeling was also the exact reason he couldn't bring himself to raise his head properly, because deep down, even he understood it now. Everything Vera and Ezra said about him earlier was true. A mummy's boy. The thought alone made Felix's jaw tighten hard. After we leave, Felix suddenly smiled while laying on the stretcher, laughing quietly to himself, but the expression on his face looked twisted and dangerous. I'll find everything about you. His fingers slowly tightened against the cloth beneath him. And murder your whole family. His voice remained low, almost like a whisper only meant for himself. Yet the hatred hidden inside those words felt heavy enough to make the two nurses carrying him glance at each other briefly. Still, neither of them reacted. Inside Ashenlocke, especially for the mainline young children, thoughts like that weren't strange. I'll make you beg for mercy first. Felix laughed again. A quiet laugh. I'll cripple you and turn you into a living doll. His breathing became rougher afterward. The humiliation from earlier kept burning him alive from the inside, especially Ezra's face. That calm expression and that dull look in his eyes. Felix hated it. He absolutely hated it. Just wait, you maggot. He exhaled deeply while gritting his teeth hard enough for veins to bulge at the side of his neck. Now that you've angered my mother. His smile widened slightly. You'll only see hell. The nurses finally carried him completely away to the recovery section in the end corner of the hall. Several maids hurried onto the stage to clean up the mess left behind. The blood staining the stone floor was wiped away carefully. The shattered fragments of Felix's destroyed guns were gathered. The remaining AK-47s created through alchemy were removed one after another. Even the large crater caused by Astria's gunshot was repaired quickly using earth alchemy scrolls. The stage slowly returned to normal, almost like the earlier chaos never happened. Ezra walked calmly back toward his seat afterward with many eyes immediately following him. Candidates, few guards, few audience members, and even several elders. The amount of attention surrounding him now had completely changed from before. Yet, Ezra simply sat down quietly like he didn't almost trigger a massacre inside the hall. That was seriously scary, Ezra. Bobby spoke first. His face still looked pale from Astria's pressure earlier. Sweat remained at the side of his neck while his fingers tightened nervously around his clothes. Why would you even challenge Felix of all people? Tracy immediately snapped at Ezra afterward. Her voice carried a scolding tone this time. Even now, her heart still hadn't calmed properly from the earlier pressure that nearly suffocated everyone. I literally told you who his mother was and how hot-tempered she is. She frowned hard at him. I was just curious about his actual strength. Ezra replied dryly. His eyes looked toward her lazily, almost like a dead fish staring at someone. Curious? Linda immediately stood up while pointing at him angrily. But the moment she noticed other candidates looking toward her, TCH, she quickly sat back down again. I honestly thought you were the low-key type. She sighed deeply while shaking her head in disappointment. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly at her, but he said nothing. Instead, he simply turned back toward the stage again. At that moment, Freya walked back onto the repaired platform. Though compared to before, she now looked noticeably more nervous. Congratulations to Ezra Ashenlocke of the Baron House of Sterling. Her smile looked slightly stiff. For successfully stealing the rank of Felix Ashenlocke. While speaking, Freya could feel Astria's eyes locked directly onto her from above. The pressure of just the stare alone nearly made her throat dry up. She's not going to kill me too, right? Freya swallowed hard internally, but still forced herself to continue. Any next challengers? This time she purposely raised her voice louder, trying to shift the atmosphere away from the earlier incident. Ezra. Veda suddenly turned toward him. Ezra glanced at him. Thank you. Veda smiled softly before standing up from his seat. Ezra looked at him with slight confusion. He didn't understand why Veda was thanking him. But for Veda, although he had already resolved himself mentally earlier, there was still hesitation deep down inside him. Challenging Vera, his own sister, wasn't an easy choice as it seemed, especially while feeling the gazes of the same adults that once looked down on him his entire life. Veda slowly exhaled. I challenge. Vera Ashenlocke. His voice came out calm and firm with his eyes sharpened completely with resolve. I'm sorry, Vera, but I have to be the one that takes the heir title. He glanced toward her side. Meanwhile, Vera had already stood up before he even finished speaking, like she expected it from the beginning. Her lazy eyes remained fixed toward the stage without much emotion. Oh, Freya's eyes brightened immediately. The battle for the top spot. This time, her smile became genuine. She immediately stepped off the stage afterward, while the two twins slowly walked toward the platform together. And just like that, the awkward tension from earlier finally faded. Because now, everyone's attention had shifted completely to this fight. Bale's expression looked conflicted. He actually challenged her. A slight frown appeared on his face. Watching the two people most important to him fight each other directly wasn't something he wanted to see. Yet there was nothing he could do about it. Keith, who strangely remained energetic today, glanced at Bale once and understood immediately why he stayed quiet. The candidates from both of their groups around the hall exploded with noise. "You got this, Sir Veda," Linda shouted loudly while standing up. "Win this," Miriam shouted as well. The rest of Veda's members followed immediately afterward. While at Vera's group's side, the energy, if not more, was intense. "Beat his ass, Lady Vera." Nina raised her fist while shouting proudly. "Lady Vera." Her entire group followed loudly. The overlapping cheers from both sides echoed throughout the hall like two armies preparing for war. Even the audience on the second floor leaned forward with excitement. "It's finally happening," a Highline noble whispered with a pleased smile. "The battle for the air." Several young nobles nodded immediately. "Surely young Lady Vera will win. The twins are finally fighting." Elder Yestin smiled with interest. "Vera has the higher chances." Elder Portia calmly adjusted her sitting posture. But ever since Veda returned from Val's training, he's changed greatly. During their last spar, he was even able to force a draw. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "This won't be easy." The mainline young nobles all adjusted their sitting posture properly so they could focus better on the fight about to begin. Even though several of them still carried displeased looks on their faces, they could not deny reality. The two people standing on that stage right now were the ones truly fighting for the air title, a title many of them believed should naturally belong to them as mainlines. Yet, none of them could openly deny the level of talent and strength those twins possessed, especially Vera. On the stage, the two twins stood opposite each other quietly. Vera had a faint smile resting on her lips. Not a warm smile, not an excited one either. It was the type of smile that looked more amused than emotional. Her lazy eyes slowly scanned Veda from head to toe like she was carefully studying every small detail about him. Veda stared back at her while subconsciously feeling tense. "Ow. Every single time I stand in front of her during a fight, I end up feeling pressured somehow." He sighed quietly inside his mind. Is it because I had already accepted standing beneath her a long time ago after losing over and over again? The memories of their childhood spars naturally surfaced inside his head. Every defeat, every time he thought he had finally improved enough, when he trained by himself, only to lose again. Veda slowly shifted his right leg backward before lowering his center of gravity into a fighting stance. Raymond walked calmly between them afterward. His eyes briefly glanced at both twins. The atmosphere around the stage slowly became heavy. Even the cheers from the audience started lowering naturally, because everyone could feel it. This fight was different. Well, that was the old me. Veda's fist slowly tightened. But now, I'm not that same person anymore. Fight. The moment Raymond gave the signal, he immediately vanished from between them with swift movement. But unlike the earlier battles that exploded into action instantly, neither twin moved immediately. Both remained still, watching each other carefully, almost like two predators measuring distance before attacking. The silence between them strangely felt sharper than noise. Then, the two suddenly started walking slowly in circles around each other. "How many times have we fought already?" Vera asked flatly. Her bored expression didn't change at all. "I honestly don't know." Veda laughed lightly, but despite sounding relaxed, his footsteps remained extremely careful, while his eyes stayed fixed on Vera while his hearing sharpened completely. Every muscle in his body remained tense beneath his clothes as he slowly circled around her. "You were always the one starting the fights." Vera narrowed her eyes slightly at him. "So shouldn't you know better?" "Did I?" Veda tilted his head jokingly, then he noticed it. Vera's footsteps were becoming lighter. Lighter and lighter. The sound of her shoes touching the ground gradually faded. Even the slight pressure her body gave the air started disappearing little by little. Before Veda fully realized it, she vanished. She concealed her presence. Veda's eyes widened instantly. His head sharply turned while his hearing heightened to the limit. He immediately scanned every direction around him. Left, right, behind, above. Nothing. No sound, no breathing, no footsteps. It was like Vera had completely melted into the air itself. Then, the atmosphere shifted violently. Veda's instincts screamed immediately. Bang! A kick suddenly appeared directly before his face. Veda reacted sharply on instinct and blocked the attack with his forearm before sliding backward one step from the impact. Clap! At the exact moment her kick landed, Cognis surged flowing from Vera's body to the middle of her clamped palms. Several steel bars had already fallen onto the ground beneath her without Veda even noticing when she dropped them. Veda's pupils shrank immediately because Vera's alchemy circle had already formed. Fast. Too fast. He instantly pushed himself forward toward her position, trying to stop the alchemy before completion. But Vera's palms slammed onto the steel bars first. The metal instantly melted and reshaped rapidly under the influence of Cognis. The liquid steel twisted and compressed before forming into a fan FL battle rifle within milliseconds. The crowd immediately erupted with noise. Even several older alchemists narrowed their eyes seriously. Vera smoothly turned her body afterward. Her movements flowed naturally without wasted motion, almost graceful. In one swift movement, she lowered herself into a knee-shooting stance and pulled the trigger instantly. Bang! 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 The fan FL roared violently as the bullets exploded outward at terrifying speed. The heavy recoil pushed hard against Vera's shoulder, but her body barely moved. Cognis enhancement had already reinforced her muscles, joints, and bones beforehand. Veda immediately jumped sideways before the bullets could properly reach him. The gunfire chased directly after his movement. Vera adjusted her aim fluidly with almost frightening accuracy. Parts of Veda's clothes were already being ripped apart from how close several bullets passed him. One bullet narrowly grazed the edge of his sleeve, another tore through part of his coat. The pressure of the shots alone made his skin sting slightly. Veda continued weaving desperately through the barrage. Every bullet felt inches away from piercing his body. Even while airborne, he quickly drew out a dagger. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks exploded repeatedly in the air as he slashed apart several incoming bullets before they reached him. The speed of his reaction caused many ordinary spectators to completely lose track of what was happening. To them, the stage only looked like flashes of movement mixed with flying sparks. Even novice-ranked alchemists struggled to follow the exchange properly. Only binder-ranked alchemists and above could clearly perceive the battle unfolding in detail. And from what they saw, the fight had already become terrifyingly intense within the first few seconds alone. Click. The magazine emptied. The final metallic sound echoed lightly across the stage, but the moment the sound rang out, Veda's eyes sharpened because he knew Vera was definitely not done yet. Chapter 169, 10th Trial, Rank Stealing, Battle for the Air Title Part 2. The instant the fan FL battle rifle clicked empty, Vera smoothly removed the magazine without hesitation. Clink. The empty metal magazine dropped onto the stage floor and rolled away with a metallic sound. At the same time, her other hand had already reached into her space bag. Several steel nuggets poured into her palm. Cognis immediately flowed through to her palm. A glowing alchemy circle formed above her hand while the steel nuggets melted and reshaped rapidly before compressing together into a newly loaded magazine. The entire process happened frighteningly fast. Like breathing. In one fluid motion, Vera slammed the fresh magazine back into the rifle and raised the muzzle again. Meanwhile, at the exact moment Vera started changing magazines, Veda suddenly threw several steel bars high into the air. Vera. Veda stared at her quietly. His eyes remained focused on every small movement she made while she reloaded the rifle without panic. I know beating you won't be easy. His fist slowly tightened. And honestly, I don't even want this fight to reach the point where blood starts spilling between us. The pressure around his body slowly changed. His cognis started surging outward more violently. But I already promised myself something. The white glow of cognis intensified around him. I promised that I would win, no matter what it takes. He slowly exhaled. So, I'm sorry, sister. The mood around Veda shifted completely afterward. The playful and nervous side of him vanished. In its place, only resolve remained. I'm going all out from the very beginning. The instant Vera finished aiming, her vision suddenly darkened slightly. Something flashed toward her face at terrifying speed. Vera immediately bent backward instinctively. Whoosh. A steel bar shot past above her head violently enough to distort the air slightly. This feeling. Vera's eyes flinched faintly. The audience erupted. But unlike before, this reaction felt completely different. Linda, Nicholas, Tracy, Bale. Every member of Veda's group except Ezra. Even several main lines, high lines, and low lines among both the young and old generation that were all alchemists. All stood up at once in shock, because they could feel it clearly now. He's in the Meister rank. Sylvia gripped the handle of her seat tightly while staring at the stage in disbelief. The white-haired young man beside her looked stunned. Even the silent black-haired boy who barely reacted to anything since the ceremony began now wore an obvious shocked expression. Veda, the wasted twin, the sunless one, the child who struggled endlessly to gain strength while predicted to always stay behind Vera his entire life. The person many of his group members described as the embodiment of hard work, was now finally showing the result of everything he endured. At the highest seat, Valentine quietly stared at the glowing white cognis surrounding Veda. Meister rank. His expression didn't change, but his eyes remained fixed on Veda. Clap. The sound of Veda's palms slamming together echoed loudly across the hall. An alchemy circle instantly formed beneath him. Then he slammed both palms onto the ground. Boom. The circle expanded rapidly across the stage. Far larger. Far more stable than the mass alchemy Felix forcefully pulled off earlier. Mass alchemy, Bobby shouted excitedly while turning toward Ezra. Compared to what Felix did, this one is way more stable. Linda folded her arms proudly while speaking. The moment the alchemy finished, numerous repeater sword rifles appeared across the stage. 35 in total. Vera's eyes quickly scanned through every single one almost instantly. Are you trying to kill your big sister now, little brother? Vera spoke sarcastically while slowly standing back up after evading the steel bar. I obviously don't plan to. Veda held 2 repeater sword rifles tightly, one in each hand. The remaining rifles stood around him like an armed formation waiting for commands. Get him, Lady Vera. Nina shouted loudly alongside the rest of Vera's members. Even though they felt pressured by Veda reaching the Meister rank, they still believed Vera would win. Vera glanced at Veda with lazy eyes. I've only fought one Meister rank before. She slowly adjusted her grip on the fan FAL. The leader of those Callians during the 5th trial. A faint amused smile appeared on her lips. So, let's see what you can do now. Meister rank, brother. The instant those words ended, Vera vanished again. Veda's expression sharpened immediately. Cognis surged into all his senses at once. The image inside his mind suddenly expanded outward like a wave detector. Invisible pulses spread across the entire platform. Then, he found her. Bang, 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 bang. Veda instantly started firing toward Vera's moving position. To ordinary spectators, it looked like he was shooting at empty space. Because they could neither sense Vera's presence nor follow her movements. Only alchemists that had good sense and binder rank above could use their cognis to sense her. Vera smoothly weaved through every bullet. Her body twisted and moved with clean precision before she immediately returned fire herself. Bang, bang, bang. The fan FEL roared repeatedly. Her shots accurately intercepted many incoming bullets midair. Sparks exploded continuously across the stage. While the firing continued, Vera noticed how fast Veda's gunfire were. For a binder rank gun. A 9th grade maybe? Vera tilted her head, thinking while shooting, then suddenly, boom. Veda flashed directly into close range. The repeater sword rifle in his hand swung violently toward Vera. She dodged cleanly, but the pressure of the swing alone made her black hair whip sideways from the force. Bang! Veda immediately fired again at point-blank range. But Vera blocked the shot using the fan FEL itself before shifting her body to stop another incoming slash. Veda roared and pushed harder. The sheer force behind his strike overwhelmed Vera's guard and sent her flying sideways through the air. The instant she lost balance, Veda grabbed 2 fresh repeater sword rifles and resumed firing immediately since the earlier ones had emptied already. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets chased Vera through the air relentlessly. While airborne, Vera sensed every incoming trajectory instantly. She threw the fan FL forward briefly while twisting her body midair and tossing out another steel bar. Clap. Cognis surged directly into her palms again. The alchemy circle formed. She grabbed the nearby materials in midair and instantly created 2 new firearms. Big 4-barrel revolvers. Vera landed smoothly afterward, then immediately raised both weapons. Bang! Bang! The loud roar of the big 4-barrel revolvers echoed across the hall. Each shot accurately destroyed the bullets coming toward her. The exploding sparks looked almost like fireworks raining through the air. Veda flashed forward again aggressively. Meanwhile, Vera calmly performed another alchemy while moving. The 2 revolvers merged alongside additional steel bars and transformed rapidly back into the fan FAL. But the instant she grabbed the completed rifle, boom, Vera leaped backward immediately. Veda had already appeared before her, swinging another repeater sword rifle downward violently. The ground where Vera previously stood exploded apart from the impact. Without stopping, Veda raised his second rifle and fired immediately, but Vera had already aimed first. Bang! 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 A storm of bullets exploded toward Veda. Several bullets clashed together in midair. The rest forced Veda to quickly block and evade while grabbing another repeater sword rifle to continue pressuring her. To the audience, the battle now resembled a deadly game of tag. Vera continuously leaped backward while weaving, blocking, and countering every attack thrown at her, while Veda relentlessly chased after her with terrifying speed. Lady Vera is actually getting pushed back, Scott shouted with widened eyes. Idiot. Both Nina and Zach shouted at him immediately. Lady Vera is only analyzing him because he's a Meister rank now. Nina spoke confidently despite the tension visible in her eyes. And even after all these attacks, Zach adjusted his glasses. Lady Vera still hasn't taken a single injury. Scott quietly nodded afterward, but the tension inside Vera's group still didn't disappear. Even though Zach sounded confident earlier, none of them could fully relax anymore, because what Veda was showing now had already exceeded what many expected from him. At Veda's side, the atmosphere was completely different. The noise there had become much louder and more intense than Vera's group. Sir Veda, keep the pressure. Linda stood on top of her chair while shouting energetically. Her fist remained raised high in the air while the others around her followed loudly behind. Some slammed their hands against the chairs. Others shouted Veda's name repeatedly. The excitement on their faces could no longer be hidden. Ezra quietly remained seated. His eyes carefully followed every movement happening on the stage while a faint amused look rested on his face. Unlike the others, he wasn't shocked. Instead, he looked more interested in how both twins kept adapting to each other mid-fight. Back on the stage, the ground had already become a complete mess. Cracks spread across the platform from Veda's repeated crashes, swings, and heavy footwork. Broken stone pieces scattered everywhere. Dust floated lightly in the air. Veda suddenly flashed forward again. The moment he entered Vera's range, he violently thrust the repeater sword rifle straight toward her face. The slim sword attached beneath the rifle cut through the air sharply. But Vera merely tilted her head slightly. Whoosh! The blade narrowly brushed past her cheek without touching her skin. Her expression still looked calm, almost bored. Then, she raised the fan FEL at point-blank range and aimed directly at Veda's stomach. Veda reacted immediately. His leg swung upward, trying to kick the rifle away before she could fire. But, like Vera had already predicted the exact movement beforehand, she suddenly adjusted the angle of the gun to 90 degrees. Veda's kick missed completely, and at the same time, Vera redirected the muzzle upward toward the stretched arm Veda used to thrust the rifle. Bang! 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 The gunfire exploded loudly between them. Several bullets pierced directly through Veda's hand. Blood splashed outward instantly. The flesh around his arm, palm and fingers tore open violently. Veda gritted his teeth hard. The pain twisted his face briefly, but he didn't stop moving. His second hand immediately swung the other repeater sword rifle horizontally toward Vera's neck with brutal speed. Vera bent downward instantly. Whoosh! The rifle passed above her head while the violent wind pressure pushed her black hair wildly backward. But, before she could fully reposition, a kick suddenly rushed toward her face. Boom. Veda's kick slammed forward violently. Vera quickly raised the fan FEL to block. The impact exploded heavily against the weapon. The force behind the kick sent Vera flying backward across the stage. Her body rolled across the broken ground before spinning once in a backward circle. Stone fragments scattered everywhere. Vera immediately forced herself to stop afterward. Her right leg stretched outward against the floor while her left knee pressed down. The muzzle of the fan FEL scraped against the stage surface. She could still feel the numb vibration from Veda's kick spreading through both arms. But the instant Vera raised her eyes again, Veda was already directly before her. The same injured hand she shot earlier had already tightened into a fist despite the blood dripping from it continuously. Boom. He launched a heavy punch straight toward her face. The force behind the strike distorted the air slightly. Vera immediately stepped inward instead of retreating. The punch barely missed her face by inches. The violent wind pressure pushed her long black hair backward sharply. At the same time, Veda instantly followed up with a headbutt. Boom. Vera flexibly shifted sideways before driving her left knee directly into the side of Veda's head. The impact made a dull sound. Then, like flowing water, Vera smoothly moved around him toward the right side while raising the fan FEL again. Her movement looked strangely graceful despite the violence of the fight. But the instant she aimed, Veda suddenly grabbed the gun barrel with his bare hand. Blood from his injured palm smeared against the weapon. At the same time, he thrust the repeater sword rifle in his other hand directly toward Vera's chest. Vera instantly caught his rifle as well. The two froze briefly in extremely close range, their eyes locked onto each other. Neither moved back. Neither loosened their grip. Then, cognus erupted violently from both of them simultaneously. White sparks burst wildly across the stage floor. The air around them trembled from the pressure alone. Both activated the same alchemy skill at the exact same moment. Law of inversion. Cognus surged violently through the weapons they held. Boom. Both guns exploded instantly. A violent shockwave burst outward from the center of their clash. Smoke and sparks swallowed the two twins completely. Chapter 170. 10th Trial. Rank Stealing. Battle for the Air Title Part 3. Two figures burst out from the smoke-covered area in opposite directions at almost the exact same moment. The shattered ground beneath them cracked further from the pressure of their movements. Vera slid backward lightly across the broken platform while immediately performing another alchemy mid-motion. Clap. Cognus surged through her fingers. Several steel bars melted together rapidly before reshaping into a Springfield M1903A4 sniper rifle. At the same time, Veda, who was also moving backward through the smoke, slammed two repeater sword rifles together. More steel bars flew out from his space bag and merged into the glowing alchemy circle before compressing heavily. A dual-barrel shotgun formed in his hands. The two finally stopped moving. A small flame still burned between them from the explosion of the earlier weapons. The air smelled of smoke, metal, and blood. Parts of Veda's clothes had already torn badly from the constant exchanges. Blood slowly dripped from his arms, especially the one Vera had shot through earlier. Even his forehead carried fresh cuts. Meanwhile, for the first time since the battle started, Vera looked slightly injured too. A little part of her clothes had torn near the shoulder area, and a thin line of blood slowly dripped down from the corner of her mouth. The hall became quieter afterward. Even the cheering crowd unconsciously lowered their voices, because everyone could now feel it clearly. This fight had already gone beyond a simple challenge for ranks. Nina clenched her fists tightly while staring at Vera. Her expression looked uncomfortable. This wasn't the first time she had seen Vera injured before. During the trials, and when Vera lost to the genius of Bergwin. She had already witnessed it multiple times, but somehow, every single time she saw blood on Vera, her chest still tightened painfully. Back on the stage, Veda suddenly raised the dual-barrel shotgun and pointed it directly at Vera while rapidly closing the distance between them. Bang! The shotgun exploded with a deafening roar. The shell shot forward at terrifying speed before bursting apart midair. A storm of pellets spread outward violently. Vera immediately rolled across the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Several parts of the platform exploded apart where she previously stood. Broken stone and dust burst upward simultaneously. Vera stopped rolling afterward and smoothly entered a perfect kneeling shooting posture. Her breathing remained calm. Her eyes locked through the sniper scope. The world around her seemed to narrow instantly. Bang! She fired. The sniper bullet ripped through the air toward the approaching Veda. Veda instantly grabbed one of the remaining repeater sword rifles standing around the battlefield and used it to block the incoming shot. Clang! The impact pushed his arm backward slightly, but before the force fully settled, he immediately fired another shell from the shotgun. Vera jumped sideways while twisting her body fluidly through the incoming pellets. The shells exploded apart around her. As she landed, the ground behind her shattered again from the delayed spread of pellets. Yet, even while moving, she already repositioned the sniper rifle toward Veda's next angle. Bang! Another sniper round flew out. Then another, then another. The speed of her shots gradually increased. Veda immediately started running in zigzag patterns while blocking the sniper rounds with the repeater sword rifle. The bullets moved beyond the speed of sound. Every impact against the rifle produced violent sparks. Vera's shots were becoming sharper, more accurate, and more dangerous. It slowly became harder for Veda to fully keep up. Then, bang! One sniper bullet directly struck the rifle in his hand and blasted it away from his grip. Veda immediately grabbed another nearby rifle without slowing down. But, THWCK? A bullet pierced straight through his shoulder. Blood sprayed outward instantly. The impact forced him backward half a step. The crowd watching finally started realizing something important. Ever since the battle began, Veda looked like the one dominating the fight, which honestly made sense. He was now a Meister rank alchemist. His physical strength exceeded Vera's. Even the destructive force of his weapons forced Vera into constantly evading. But Vera wasn't an ordinary binder rank alchemist. She is the genius called the Jewel of Ash. A talent so abnormal that even older alchemists admitted no child like her had been born into the family for years. Many spectators secretly wondered why Vera hadn't started using Meister-ranked firearms from the beginning. But only high-level alchemists could somewhat understand her reasoning. Creating Meister-ranked weapons continuously against someone physically and rank superior, like Veda, would drain too much cognizance, especially in a prolonged battle. So instead, Vera chose another path. The smartest path. She used the best binder-ranked weapons for speed and precision while constantly reading Veda's movements before he fully committed to them. She was slowly exhausting him, slowly bleeding him dry. And now, the difference had become obvious. Veda was the one bleeding more, panting harder and getting pierced repeatedly by her shots, while Vera still maintained frightening composure. Then, THWCK? Another sniper round tore through Veda's leg. His body nearly dropped to one knee. Still, he immediately blocked the next incoming shots before they could finish him. Damn it. Veda's breathing became rougher as he glanced toward Vera again. She had already finished creating another magazine and reloading the sniper rifle with smooth precision. The grip on Veda's weapons had started weakening. Sweat mixed together with blood as it slowly dripped down the side of his face and neck. His injured shoulder burned painfully. The holes pierced through his hands still bled non-stop. Even his leg felt heavy every time he stepped. My whole body hurts. Arg! A painful groan escaped his mouth. But, the next second, Veda suddenly forced himself back together. Boom. He violently stomped the injured leg into the cracked platform. The ground beneath him shattered further. Broken stones and debris exploded upward into the air, blocking several incoming sniper rounds while Veda raised the repeater sword rifle to deflect the remaining bullets. Clang! Clang! Sparks burst repeatedly around him. I already expected this fight to be hard. His breathing became heavier. Nothing was ever easy for me to gain. White cognizance surged harder from his body afterward. Clap! He immediately performed another alchemy, taking out a steel bar from his space bag after throwing the dual-barrel shotgun up and creating fresh shells for the dual-barrel shotgun. At the same time, several memories flashed through his head during his training with his master. Climbing freezing mountains with the weak and skinny body he once had. Facing a lesser ground ape with only a dagger and bare hands. getting chased repeatedly while his master fired bullets toward him over and over again. The pain, the injuries, the fear. The moments he genuinely wondered if he would die. Why am I doing all this? That same question echoed inside his head again. But, before the thought could continue, Veda suddenly threw the repeater sword rifle toward Vera with all his strength. The weapon tore through the air like a launched spear. Whoosh! Vera smoothly tilted sideways and evaded. The pressure from the passing rifle blasted her black hair and clothes backward violently before the weapon stabbed deeply into the distant wall behind her. I already have my answer. Veda immediately caught the dual-barrel shotgun and reloaded the shells. Bang! The shotgun roared loudly. The shells exploded apart into countless pellets rushing toward Vera. But Vera's eyes remained completely focused. Bang! 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 With frightening precision, she accurately shot down the incoming pellets midair one after another. Normally, Veda should have simply accepted Vera becoming the heir of the family. Even though he knew Vera was manipulative, even though he knew she was difficult to understand, Veda still knew his sister better than anyone else. He understood something others didn't. Even with her current personality, Vera would still lead the family better than their father. And honestly, part of him could have accepted that outcome. But he still couldn't let her become the heir because he knew her too well. He knew exactly how much pressure that title would place on her shoulders. Even if she would always look calm, even if she is smarter and more mature than him, Veda knew how much pain Vera quietly carried alone. The guilt surrounding the creation of the trials, the expectations of the family, the loneliness hidden beneath that bored face. All those things slowly pushed Veda toward his resolve. This persistence wasn't simply because he wanted to prove himself anymore. Yes, part of him still wanted recognition, but more than that, he cared too much. About his sister, about his friends, about the people who believed in him. So how could he fall here? How could he give up now? How could I face my mother after promising to protect my siblings? Veda's fist tightened violently. Boom. He suddenly burst toward Vera's position at terrifying speed while tanking multiple sniper rounds that pierced through his body. Blood exploded from several wounds, but he didn't stop moving. I already failed once. The memory suddenly surfaced again. The moment Vera lost against the mainline daughter of Burgwyn. And afterward, Valentine looked at Vera with those cold, dead black eyes. The same eyes that once terrified Veda deeply. The same eyes that made him feel like Vera would eventually become just like him. Someone crushed beneath expectations and disappointment. But not anymore. Ah! Veda roared violently. The pressure around his body exploded outward as he launched a heavy punch toward Vera. The air itself distorted around the strike. Vera's eyes sharpened immediately. She instantly pulled the Springfield M1903A4 horizontally in front of herself to block, because Veda had already entered a range too close for proper shooting. Boom. Veda's fist slammed directly into the sniper rifle. Crack. The weapon shattered apart instantly. Vera's pupils shrank. Because the punch didn't stop there. The fist broke through the destroyed rifle and continued directly toward her face. Even while reacting, Vera still forced cognizance across her skin to reinforce her defense. But the raw physical power of a Meister rank strengthened by cognizance completely crushed through it. The instant the punch connected, Vera felt her entire vision violently shift backward. Boom. Her body blasted backward and crashed heavily against the wall outside the platform. Dust and broken stone exploded outward. For a brief second, her thoughts became disordered, her hearing rang. Her eyes twitched slightly. That was exactly what would happen if the incoming punch landed fully. But, even during that short instant, Vera's brain had already scanned countless possible decisions. Evade, counter, retreat, block. Every route still ended badly. Either she would still take heavy damage, or the pressure behind the attack would disrupt her senses long enough for Veda to follow with another close-range strike. And the next attack would definitely be worse. Vera slowly sighed afterward. Veda's fist moved closer, only inches away from her face. I surrender. She spoke with a tired expression. The moment those words entered his ears, Veda forcefully stopped his punch completely. Boom. Even the pressure released from the halted fist blasted violently against Vera's face and forced her down onto the floor in a sitting position. She breathed heavily afterward. The hall became silent. Everyone stared with stunned expressions. Lady Vera surrendered? Nina muttered in disbelief. Lady Vera surrendered. Even Linda looked completely shocked. Veda simply stood there breathing heavily, staring at Vera with confusion. You win. Vera casually laid flat on the ground afterward. Her usual bored expression returned slightly despite the blood at the corner of her mouth. Your determination is too troublesome for me. She spoke flatly while exhaling deeply. And just like that, the entire hall fell into complete shock. Chapter 171, End of the 10th Trial. The whispers spread wildly throughout the hall the moment Freya's words settled. The entire hall erupted into noise. The candidates, the highlines, the lowlines, the guards, and even the servants standing quietly at the edges of the hall had stunned looks on their faces. She really surrendered. Elder Portia gasped as she slowly stood up from her seat. Her aged eyes were filled with both shock and confusion while she stared toward the stage. This has to be a joke, right? Elder Frederick suddenly rose from his chair and pointed toward the platform in disbelief. First, some no-name lowline boy defeats Felix, which already sounds suspicious enough to make me believe he cheated, and now this. His voice rose louder. He looked toward the other elders searching for agreement, but most of them only narrowed their eyes at him. Only Elder Branthwaite seemed to partially agree. So you mean? Elder Paul slowly raised a brow. A lowline child managed to cheat in front of all of us without anyone noticing? He folded his arms afterward. The accusation sounded ridiculous even to him. Frederick immediately took half a step backward awkwardly toward his chair. Astria, don't you also think something feels strange? He quickly tried dragging her into the discussion. Astria sat lazily with one leg crossed over the other. Truthfully, even she found Vera's loss unpleasant. No matter what happened, she still would never truly acknowledge Veda. Not even once. Her eyes shifted toward the arguing elders, then toward her father, who was clearly waiting for her agreement. But Astria simply ignored all of them and looked back toward the stage instead. At that moment, Raymond stepped onto the damaged platform again. The overlapping voices around the hall continued noisily, with some people arguing, while some praised Veda. Others still looked confused. Raymond's gaze slowly moved toward Vera, who still rested calmly on the ground, then toward Veda, whose body looked ready to collapse at any second. I honestly don't know about this. Raymond thought quietly to himself. But somehow, his eyes landed on Vera again. She stared back at him with the same bored expression she always carried. Yet, there was a clear meaning hidden behind those plain eyes. Announce it already. Raymond sighed internally. I really cannot read her intentions at all. Winner! His loud voice exploded throughout the hall. Immediately, the members of Veda's group all shot up from their seats with tightened fists. Ezra Ashenlocke. The moment Raymond shouted the name, the entire atmosphere exploded. Ah! Cheers erupted instantly from Veda's side. Veda himself slowly raised one shaking hand upward with the last bit of strength remaining inside him. But, the next second, his legs finally gave out with his vision blurred and his body tilted sideways. Got you. Nicholas suddenly flashed beside him and caught him before he could collapse completely. Young lord. He grinned brightly despite the sweat covering his own face. Sir Veda, Linda, Miriam, and Tracy rushed toward him almost instantly. Wait. Nicholas quickly waved one hand trying to stop them, but Linda directly kicked him away. Bang. Nicholas rolled sideways with wide eyes. Then the three girls immediately hugged Veda tightly, as all of them crashed onto the floor together. Arg. Veda spat blood while laughing weakly. You. Linda pointed at him angrily while tears formed in her eyes. Why did you fight like such an idiot? If this was a real death match, you could have died. Fool. Idiot. Stupid. She repeatedly hit his chest while shouting. Arg. Linda, you're hitting my injuries. Veda nearly cried from pain, yet his face still carried a happy smile. Hey, what was that kick for? Nicholas protested loudly from the side, while the remaining members of the group all rushed onto the platform. Sir Veda. Bobby immediately knelt beside him, completely forgetting the nurses were already approaching. He hurriedly pulled several herbs out of his space bag and instantly performed first aid alchemy. Soft green light glowed from his palms as he treated Veda's wounds to reduce the bleeding. The rest of the group surrounded Veda while cheering loudly. At the same time, Nina, Zach, Gina, and several members of Vera's group also rushed toward the stage. Lady Vera. Nina's voice came out filled with panic. It was only the second time she had ever seen Vera lose, and she was very worried towards how Vera would react. But the moment they reached her, Nina froze. My lady? Even Zach adjusted his glasses awkwardly while his ears turned red. Because Vera was smiling. Not her usual amused smile. Not a smirk. Not the sarcastic smile she used when teasing people. It was simply soft. A pleasant and calm smile rested on her face naturally. For a brief second, the members of her group became stunned like they were love-struck in their heart. You are so beautiful even when you lose. Nina accidentally blurted out while covering her blushing face. Gina's eyes sparkled with admiration. Just seeing that expression alone made all their earlier worries disappear. Of course I am. Vera replied flatly, and immediately, her face returned to its usual unreadable look again. The group stared blankly afterward. She's so cool and cute when she's in her normal look. All of them thought the exact same thing. Soon, the nurses finally arrived beside Vera and Veda. They carefully placed Vera onto the stretcher while the nurses quickly checked the injuries around her arms and waist. Even though her expression remained calm like always, the explosion of her rifle did cause some damage to her arms, while blood slowly stained parts of her black clothes. Nicholas and one of the Highline boys carried Veda on their shoulders from both sides while following behind the nurses. Veda's body looked miserable. His clothes were torn badly, several bullet wounds still bled lightly, and his hand that had blocked Vera's attacks trembled from exhaustion. Yet, the idiot was still smiling. The nurses who surrounded him looked honestly surprised after seeing the condition of his injuries already stabilized. Their eyes naturally shifted toward Bobby, the boy they saw healing him. The herbs used to perform the first aid alchemy to stop the blood loss. Everything had been done cleanly despite Bobby clearly panicking earlier. One of the older nurses even nodded approvingly toward him. That single nod alone nearly made Bobby's entire day brighter. His chest puffed proudly afterward. Meanwhile, as Vera's group followed their nurses toward the recovery tent, they eventually met up with Veda's group along the hallway leading into the large recovery section built inside the hall itself. The atmosphere between both groups immediately became noisy again. Too bad. Linda suddenly spoke loudly on purpose. Her smug eyes instantly moved toward Zach. The lead didn't last very long. A satisfied smile spread across her face afterward. Zach looked back at her with annoyance. You people only got lucky because Sir Veda became a Meister rank. Daniela immediately fired back without hesitation. That's young lord to you. Tracy raised her index and middle finger pointing dramatically at them while grinning mischievously. Don't worry. Sir Veda might have won this round, but in the future, my lady will definitely surpass him. She might even go beyond the rank of Alchemist scholar. Nina spoke with pure confidence shining inside her eyes. And who knows? Maybe even the mythical rank. Her tone carried absolute faith. Sir Veda will obviously reach it first. Linda and Tracy instantly shot back together. Didn't you just call him young lord a moment ago? Zach narrowed his eyes with a smug smile. The two girls immediately froze for half a second. They clearly felt the sting behind his words. That was just a slip of the tongue. They hissed back defensively. The two groups continued arguing nonstop while walking side by side toward the recovery tent. Some glared, some mocked each other, some even started dragging older arguments back into the conversation again. Ezra quietly watched the entire scene from behind. A strange warm feeling slowly appeared inside his chest without warning. The loud arguments, the bragging, the way both groups competed while still caring about each other underneath everything. It reminded him of something. One of the memories from his previous life surfaced naturally inside his mind. The image of his platoon arguing with another platoon after finishing a training course exercise. Both sides were shouting about whose leader performed better, whose strategy was smarter, whose team deserved more praise. At that time, the atmosphere had also been noisy like this for a brief second. A faint smile unknowingly appeared on Ezra's face. He himself didn't even notice it immediately. The crowd on the second floor still stared toward the recovery area and damaged stage with complicated expressions. Seriously, one adult Highline noble slowly muttered in disbelief. The man himself was already a binder rank alchemist. Yet, even he still looked shocked. A 13-year-old reaching Meister rank. He exhaled slowly afterward. That's honestly unbelievable. His eyes remained fixed toward Veda's disappearing figure with amazement still visible on his face. A lot of the highlines and lowlines seated in that section slowly nodded in agreement after hearing those words. I'm already this old and still stuck at binder rank. Another adult noble laughed bitterly afterward, though the admiration on his face couldn't be hidden. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. And don't forget, a female highline noble alchemist leaned forward slightly while speaking. Lady Vera is still only binder rank 2, yet she pushed Sir Veda that far even after he became a Meister rank. Her eyes remained fixed on the damaged platform below. That battle was insane. The trial of steel truly is something terrifying. Another voice sounded loudly nearby. All those children reached novice rank and above at this age. The lowline who spoke suddenly laughed proudly afterward. Long live Ashenlocke and our new future. He raised his fist high into the air. Immediately, more voices joined in afterward. Long live Ashenlocke. Praise the younger generation. The future of the family is secure. The cheers spread rapidly throughout the hall, and the atmosphere became loud and lively again. Even some of the guards standing at the edges of the hall looked pleased while watching the younger generation. At the row where the other children of the family had sat, a young lady with long black hair folded her arms while quietly staring toward the stage. I hate to admit it. She narrowed her eyes slightly. But they really are strong. The white-haired young man rested his cheek lazily against his palm while looking thoughtful. But honestly, his curious eyes shifted toward Veda's recovery area. Who would have thought Vera's so-called useless twin would actually grow this far? He exhaled softly afterward. I really want to know how he managed to reach Meister rank with talent like that. His elbows rested on his lap while he stared ahead with genuine curiosity. Well, he turned hopefully toward his older brother and 2 sisters. Things should get more interesting from here onward, right? But none of them answered him. They completely ignored him. The white-haired young man blinked awkwardly afterward. TCH, cold people. He clicked his tongue quietly and leaned back into his chair. The cheering around the hall still continued loudly while several maids and servants quickly moved onto the damaged platform to begin cleaning everything. Broken stone pieces were scattered everywhere. Large cracks spread across the platform from Veda's strength and Vera's repeated gunfire. Bloodstains covered different sections of the stage. Destroyed metal fragments from the exploded weapons still remained lodged into parts of the floor and walls. The maids carefully cleaned each area while maintenance alchemists repaired the shattered platform little by little. The process took a while because of how heavily damaged the stage had become. Eventually, after a long minute passed, the platform finally returned to normal again. Freya stepped back onto the stage afterward with a satisfied smile resting on her face. Even though the outcome of the battle surprised her, she still found the fight extremely enjoyable. Any challengers next? She looked toward the remaining candidates calmly. At the recovery side, both Veda's and Vera's groups quietly watched from their positions while their leaders received treatment. But no one stepped forward, which honestly was expected. The battle everyone truly anticipated had already happened, so there wasn't any need for another challenge. Hey Bale, Keith suddenly whispered beside him playfully. Why don't I challenge you? A lazy chuckle escaped his mouth. Bale, who still felt relieved seeing both his brother and sister alive despite their injuries, slowly turned toward Keith with narrowed eyes. In his mind, part of him still felt shaken after watching the fight, but more than anything, he felt proud. Proud that both of them had fought without holding back. Even if he hated seeing them injured that badly. Just shut up. Faye immediately punched Keith on the head. Ouch! Keith instantly held his head painfully. Why do you keep hitting me? He turned toward her while pouting like a child. Faye stared suspiciously at him. I seriously don't understand why you suddenly became this energetic today. Keith only laughed quietly. Do you really think I would miss a fight that interesting? He stretched lazily afterward before sinking deeper into his chair again. Well, His sleepy eyes slowly started closing again. Now that it's over, he yawned lightly. I should go back to sleep. Bale, Faye, and the others could only stare at him helplessly. A few more minutes quietly passed. Still, nobody stepped onto the stage. Freya finally nodded afterward, clearly okay with the silence. Since no one else is stepping forward, she smiled calmly. The 10th trial has officially come to an end. Chapter 172. The graduation ceremony ends. Hours passed after Freya announced the end of the 10th trial, and the earlier excitement inside the hall had finally begun to settle down. The injured candidates who had been taken away earlier were now back after receiving treatment, alongside the members of their groups who followed them to the recovery tents. The atmosphere no longer carried the same explosive tension from before. Instead, a heavy sense of anticipation slowly filled the hall. Everyone's attention rested toward the seat of the family head. The candidates all stood in orderly lines facing Valentine's direction. Veda's arms, forehead, and one leg were wrapped in white bandages. Even though he looked exhausted, the smile on his face still had not disappeared. Vera also had bandages wrapped around both arms despite her injuries being lighter than his. Felix's body was bandaged heavily as well, almost comparable to Veda's condition, while Lyra and Paige carried visible injuries too. Small whispers still floated through the audience and candidates occasionally. Some discussed the final battle, while others still argued about whether Vera intentionally surrendered. Then, Valentine slowly raised one hand, and immediately, the entire hall became silent. Even the candidates unconsciously straightened their backs further. Valentine stood up. The black military coat of Ashenlocke moved slightly as he stepped away from his seat. His cold black eyes slowly scanned across every candidate standing below him, while his expression remained exactly the same as when he first entered earlier. Cold, unreadable, and unmoved. Even after everything that happened during the ceremony, not a single emotion could be clearly seen on his face. His gaze briefly paused on Vera, then shifted toward Veda. Children of Ash. His deep voice echoed calmly throughout the hall, with heavy authority behind it. I personally want to say congratulations. The moment those words entered their ears, many candidates immediately brightened. Several low-line candidates even looked shocked. The head of Ashenlocke personally congratulating them carried enormous meaning. You were all merely children at the beginning of this journey. Valentine continued calmly. But now, his eyes sharpened slightly. You are true alchemists. The hall remained completely silent while listening to him, and not merely alchemists like the young children from other families. His words instantly made several nobles sitting in the audience straighten proudly. You are alchemists who have experienced death and survived it. He raised one hand and pointed toward the candidates. The pressure in his voice alone made several younger candidates unconsciously tense up. Outside this place, Valentine continued, is the true world of alchemy that awaits you. There, you will encounter greater geniuses, stronger young alchemists, and enemies far beyond what you currently understand. His voice remained steady, but his fist slowly tightened. I believe Ashenlocke will never stand inferior to anyone again. The air inside the hall itself seemed to grow heavier. Born from steel while our blood falls like ash. His black eyes slowly swept through everyone. We Ashenlocke helped build Britannia into what it is today. We were among the pillars that raised this kingdom's power. He paused briefly. With the foundation you have now received. Valentine's voice deepened further. You must go out there and remind the world exactly what Ashenlocke means. The pressure from his presence quietly spread through the hall. For steel to remain unbreakable. His eyes narrowed. And for your trigger to fire ahead of everyone else. All for the rise of Ashenlocke. He raised his fist upward. All for Ashenlocke. The candidates instantly shouted together while standing straight. All for Ashenlocke. Their voices shook the hall loudly. Immediately after his speech, several guards and maids carrying trays stepped toward the candidates in perfect order. The guards picked up the metal stars resting on the trays while the maids slightly bowed their heads. One after another, the stars were attached onto the shoulder side of the candidates' coats. The metallic stars reflected the light from the lamps above. This was no simple decoration. It signified acknowledgement and recognition, proof that they were now official alchemists of the family, and it also represented their rank in alchemy. Once the stars were attached, the soldiers stepped backward sharply and saluted the candidates. Then they turned toward the elders, the head, and his wives, saluting again before marching away cleanly. The atmosphere became solemn afterward. The candidates simultaneously placed one hand over the Ashenlocke symbol on their caps before lowering it toward the left side of their chests. Then together, they shouted loudly, "By the scholars, we promise to bear fruit for the family and the glory of Britannia." Their voices echoed proudly throughout the hall while the audience watched them in silence from above with their eyes burning with joy and excitement. Immediately after the chant ended, the audience holding back, now all stood up, erupting into applause. Many nobles nodded with pleased expressions. Others looked toward the candidates with excitement and expectation. Now, Elder Portia stepped forward, the applause calming down. Valentine remained standing in the middle, while Astria stood on his left side. Behind them stood the remaining elders alongside Valentine's two wives. Veda Ashenlocke stepped forward. Her calm voice spread throughout the hall. Veda walked out from the line afterward. Despite the bandages covering parts of his body, his posture remained upright. "You have come a long way, child." Portia smiled softly. Veda respectfully bowed toward her words. Portia's smile deepened slightly. Then she turned toward the others standing beside her. "Let us begin the scholar's wisdom passage." The atmosphere became even quieter as Veda slowly lowered himself onto one knee while looking upward toward the elders and main bodies of the family. Veda Ashenlocke. Elder Yeston stretched one hand toward him first. "May you continue remaining hardworking and steadfast forever." The old man's voice sounded calm yet approving then. Elder Paul stepped forward slightly. "Veda Ashenlocke." A faint smile rested on his aged face. "You should never stop dreaming, even when the world might stand in your way." He sighed softly afterward. "I admit, these old eyes of mine failed to see you properly before, but you proved both my experience and judgment wrong. Continue moving forward." He stretched his hand toward Veda. Veda Ashenlocke. Elder Ivanhoe adjusted his glasses calmly. An alchemist should endlessly seek greater knowledge. So, from now onward, his sharp eyes focused on Veda. "I expect your intelligence to grow even further." Elder Tabitha spoke next. "As I watched your group, her expression remained mostly plain. I saw how deeply your people trusted you. That alone proves the qualities of a leader." She slowly stretched her hand toward him. "Continue proving yourself until every remaining doubt disappears completely." Veda Ashenlocke. Elder Branthwaite calmly stepped forward. "Your talent should have been mediocre." His old eyes narrowed slightly. "Yet you managed to reach the Meister rank at this age. That alone has shattered my common belief." A faint approving smile appeared afterward. "So become someone who continues breaking those beliefs and raise this family higher with your strength when you enter the Royal Academy." Then, Elder Frederick stepped forward with visible reluctance still lingering on his face. Veda Ashenlocke. He paused briefly. "You struggled really hard to reach this point." His tone carried little enthusiasm. "So, continue struggling." Even several candidates below could sense how forced the blessing sounded. Veda Ashenlocke. Your heart burns like a candle that refuses to go out no matter how hard the storm blows against it. I watched you fall to the ground again and again during these trials, watched your body break, watched your confidence shake, yet every single time, you still stood back up. Elder Graham's calm voice echoed through the hall as he looked directly at Veda with clear approval in his aged eyes. That determination. He slowly adjusted his posture before continuing. That stubborn will to keep moving forward even when your talent falls behind others. That is the kind of quality this family truly needs. His gaze briefly shifted toward Vera for only a moment before returning to Veda again. Not talent alone. Elder Graham, the elder who had remained quiet throughout almost the entire ceremony, finally spoke with a pleased tone. Unlike the others who openly showed excitement or disappointment during the trials, Graham had always stayed neutral, focusing only on observing everything silently from the side of the internal affairs of the family. Yet now, as he looked toward Veda, the satisfaction on his aged face could clearly be seen. His gaze briefly shifted toward Vera, only for a moment, but that single glance already carried enough meaning. It was obvious he belonged among the elders and people of the family who disliked Vera's personality. Her emotionless behavior, her unreadable nature, the way nobody could truly tell what she was thinking even while staring directly into her eyes. To people like Elder Graham, that kind of person could never properly lead others. And that was why. The joy on his face after Veda's victory didn't look hidden at all. But, of course, this wasn't something people didn't know about. Several nobles glanced awkwardly toward Vera, knowing the meaning behind his words. But Vera herself remained completely unbothered. She simply looked bored as always. As expected, she quietly muttered under her breath. Old people really enjoy motivational speeches. Nina almost choked after hearing her, but calmed herself. Make sure to lead us with your beautiful heart and wisdom. Graham stretched his hand proudly toward Veda. His voice carried far more warmth compared to earlier. Ever since Veda returned from his harsh training under Val, Graham had quietly begun paying attention to him more and more. Veda's talent had never impressed him, and his intelligence also was not monstrous like Vera's. But the determination the boy carried, the way he constantly stood back up after falling over and over again, slowly gained the old man's approval. That's why he made sure to watch his progress in the trial. Graham himself had always been someone who remained neutral in family matters. He focused on work, handled his duties, and avoided involving himself deeply in internal conflicts. Yet now, he willingly gave his blessing toward Veda's rise. Elder Portia stepped forward once again. Ezra Ashenlocke. Her calm, elderly voice spread throughout the place. As the former head of this family, I once gave your sister a title. She looked toward Vera briefly before returning her gaze toward Veda. The Jewel of Ash. Several people unconsciously glanced toward Vera after hearing that title again. Vera herself remained standing with her usual bored look, like none of this concerned her. Portia slowly pointed toward Veda. And now, I shall give you your own title. The atmosphere became more serious instantly. Even the audience on the second floor leaned slightly forward. Portia spread her hands wider while increasing her voice enough for the entire hall to hear clearly. From this day onward, Ezra Ashenlocke shall be known as the unbreakable steel of Ash. The words echoed loudly through the hall. A few candidates widened their eyes. Others immediately began whispering among themselves. Portia continued proudly. You have shown us the true embodiment of steel that refuses to break, and a bullet that cannot be blocked. She slowly lowered her hands toward her stomach side again. Please continue remaining strong-willed. Then she stretched one hand softly toward him with a pleased smile. Veda's chest tightened slightly after hearing those words. The title felt heavy, not because of pride alone, but because of the responsibility that has been passed on to him. Ezra Ashenlocke. Astria suddenly spoke next. Her arms remained folded while she looked at him with a plain expression. Even standing among the elders, her presence still felt sharp enough to pressure people unconsciously. I still don't know what your future will become. Her cold eyes narrowed slightly. And I also don't know if you can continue growing with your weak talent. Several nobles instantly became awkward hearing her blunt words again, but Astria continued without caring. But right now, she slowly stretched her hand toward him. Your master and your mother would be proud of you. The instant those words entered Veda's ears, his eyes twitched. Warm emotions immediately surged through his chest. His breathing almost became unstable. Even though these words came from Astria, the same woman who once hurt him badly, the mention of the two people he treasured most still struck deeply inside him. Val, his master, the person who pushed him harder than anyone else, and the person who believed in him before many others did. He was the only important figure absent from the ceremony, not because he refused to come, but because he currently remained outside Britannia. Then, the dark gray-haired woman beside Valentine stepped forward softly. Her elegant red gown moved lightly as she smiled toward Veda. Ezra Ashenlocke, please continue being kind toward your older siblings, and your younger siblings as well. Her voice sounded gentle. Unlike Astria's sharp tone, hers carried warmth that relaxed people naturally. She stretched her hand toward him softly while smiling. The second woman stepped forward next. Her snow-white hair reflected the hall lights beautifully, while her green eyes carried a playful gleam. A smirk appeared on her face as she raised one finger upward dramatically. Ezra Ashenlocke, You should also begin thinking about finding the perfect spouse. Several younger nobles instantly looked awkward hearing her words. As a wise man once said, she smiled wider. Finding love at a young age is much better than finding it late. A few chuckles spread through the audience. May you also succeed properly in this area of your life. She stretched her hand toward him while the teasing smirk remained on her face. Veda laughed awkwardly after hearing that. Both Linda and Miriam both unconsciously glanced toward him multiple times before quickly looking away again. Their ears had already turned slightly red. Veda Ashenlocke. Valentine finally spoke as the atmosphere became heavier again. His expression remained completely emotionless as he looked down at Veda. As everyone here has already said, now that you are the heir, you must understand something clearly. His black eyes locked onto Veda's. You are now the spearhead of this generation and the spearhead of this family. Veda unconsciously straightened his posture further. Everything you do from this moment onward. Valentine's deep voice echoed calmly. Will either affect this family positively or negatively. The pressure behind his words felt enormous. Veda felt slightly nervous being stared at directly like this. Make sure, Valentine's eyes sharpened slightly, that you never make us regret you becoming the heir. I won't, Veda shouted immediately with confidence. His voice echoed loudly throughout the hall. Valentine stared at him for a few seconds, then he nodded once. Good. Congratulations on becoming the young Lord of Ashenlocke. He stretched his hand outward. At that same moment, the elders and the two wives all spoke together. May the great scholars bless you with wisdom and power. Their voices overlapped solemnly. Veda lowered his head respectfully once more. Then he slowly stood back up. At the side of the stage, Freya stepped forward again. The ceremony has officially come to a close. She bowed respectfully before stepping away from the platform. Chapter 173, End of the Trial of Steel Arc. The exit doors slowly opened while the candidates began leaving the hall in groups. Many of them immediately going to meet the family members and close people who had attended the ceremony for them. The entire place became noisy again. Different voices overlapped one another, some laughed loudly, others excitedly discussed the fights from earlier. A few parents hugged their children tightly after not seeing them for a long time. A warm atmosphere filled the hall completely, even though it was naturally cold. All candidates need to come, receive their rewards before leaving. Two guards shouted loudly from the front. The two men stood beside a long straight line of maids carrying space bags in both hands. The bags looked far better than the rough ones the candidates used during the trials. The leather looked smoother. The silver markings around the edges carried Ashenlocke's crest. And just from the cognous flow leaking slightly from them, it was obvious these were higher-grade items. Like that, the candidates began lining up one after another to collect their rewards before returning to their families. So, what are we even supposed to use the old space bags for? A female candidate asked curiously while walking back with two male candidates after collecting hers. Ezra, who stood quietly in line behind them, glanced at the old bag hanging on his waist. I'm obviously going to find a way to sell this, or maybe use it as extra storage. He thought calmly while the line slowly moved forward. After a few minutes passed, it finally became his turn. Ezra opened the new space bag after receiving it and checked inside briefly. 6th grade essay and gold coins. A faint impressed look appeared in his eyes. The reward honestly exceeded what he expected. He placed the new space bag over his shoulder, now carrying two bags at once, before calmly taking out a heat-stimulating pill from his pocket and swallowing it. Then he began walking toward the hall exit. The instant Ezra stepped outside, a freezing breeze of snow swept across his face and clothes. The cold wind carried traces of steam smoke and iron from the transport vehicles parked outside. Ezra looked ahead. The entire snow-covered field stretched far outward, while white snow continued piling around the distant trees. But what made his eyes twitch slightly was the massive grounded dirigible ahead. The enormous airship stood like a moving fortress resting upon the snowfield. Steam escaped from different sections of its body. Its metal exterior reflected the pale winter light. The giant boarding door had already opened while highlines and mainlines moved alongside their servants and guards toward it. At the side, several highline families and a few wealthy lowlines entered steam carriages parked nearby, while servants loaded luggage behind them. Ezra quietly watched the moving crowd. The leaving steam vehicles, the guards saluting, and the exhausted candidates reuniting with people they missed. Then, he slowly turned his head back toward the large building behind him. The memories of the trials replayed again inside his mind naturally. The fights, the screams, the blood, the black room, the people who survived, and the people who didn't. Master Ezra. A female voice suddenly came from in front of him. Ezra's eyes shifted immediately. The maid standing before him bowed respectfully. She wore the maid uniform of Ashenlocke, the black and silver design fitting neatly around her body. A medium-sized suitcase rested in her hand while two others stayed beside her feet in the snow. Despite approaching quietly, Ezra had already sensed her presence beforehand. Lucy at your service. She lowered her head further. Nice working with you. Ezra bowed slightly in return. Lucy looked a little stunned seeing him return the greeting so naturally. I really appreciate you taking me in after our fight, Master. Her voice carried genuine gratitude. Compared to the nobles I saw during the trials, I believed you were different. She hesitated briefly. At least, you are among the good nobles that I saw in the place. She bowed again. Thank you once more. Ezra stared at her with his usual plain expression. Honestly, he still didn't understand why she looked this grateful. He mainly accepted her because she would be useful. That was all. It's fine, he replied calmly. Meanwhile, inside his head, Ezra was already planning how much work he intended making her do later. Ezra. Veda suddenly ran toward him from behind. Nicholas, Linda, Tracy, and Bobby followed after him, while several others walked behind the group. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly seeing the approaching crowd. Oh. Veda's gaze shifted toward Lucy behind Ezra, with a playful smile instantly appearing on his face. Ezra, you playboy. He teased shamelessly. Aren't you supposed to be inside your transport already, young lord? Ezra replied flatly, while completely ignoring the tease. I just came to say goodbye before we leave. Veda pointed toward the massive, noble dirigible behind him. Some of the elders and mainlines are still discussing things with the highlines who didn't arrive through the family airship. Then Ezra looked toward the others beside him. What about you guys? He raised one brow while folding his arms. We followed the young lord. Nicholas and Linda replied at the exact same time sharply, while Tracy burst into laughter immediately afterward, seeing both their reactions. I'm just here to say goodbye quickly. Bobby pointed directly at Ezra while speaking. Are you leaving already, Bobby? Veda looked slightly saddened hearing that. Yeah. Bobby nodded brightly. My home is pretty far from here, so the bus taking people toward the Western Main train station is leaving soon. He smiled warmly. My parents are already waiting for me. Don't worry, Bobby. I'll visit your place whenever I have time. Veda rubbed Bobby's hair naturally. Please do. Bobby smiled happily before suddenly turning back toward Ezra with a much more serious expression. Ezra. He pointed again. This time Ezra genuinely felt awkward. This was already the second time Bobby dramatically pointed at him during the conversation. You might not see me as your friend. Bobby's voice became emotional. But I do. And I don't care if you disapprove. You're one of my dearest friends, and my teacher, and my SA. Tears suddenly rolled down his face before he even noticed. I'll become stronger next time we meet. He cried openly now. And I'll properly stand side by side with all of you. Veda, Nicholas, Linda, Tracy, and even Ezra himself ended up smiling faintly at him. Good luck, Ezra replied calmly. Then his eyes shifted behind Bobby. But who's that behind you? Bobby quickly wiped his tears awkwardly. Oh, he's my servant. He scratched the back of his head nervously. And the five spoke together with playful, suspicious looks on their faces. Now that you mention it. Nicholas suddenly turned sharply toward the tall, muscular boy standing beside Veda. Don't tell me you also got a servant. He looked at Veda in disbelief. Well, Veda laughed awkwardly. I thought his combat style looked so cool, so I wanted him to join us. Huh? Nicholas immediately pointed accusingly at him. Then what am I supposed to be? Aren't I your right-hand man already? It's not like that. Veda laughed helplessly while getting nagged again over the right-hand man issue. What do you mean it's not like that? Nicholas continued dramatically. Why didn't the rest of you get servants too? Veda quickly tried changing the topic. I thought you said having one would help, especially if they're alchemists. He pointed at the three like they betrayed him. Not interested. Linda replied instantly, not bothered by Veda's expression. Why would I need a private servant when I'm already busy serving you privately? Nicholas folded his arms proudly. Veda's eyes widened in complete shock. Wow. He blinked twice. I honestly didn't expect that answer. Even Ezra stared at Nicholas briefly. That reply had come out way too naturally. The tall boy beside Veda awkwardly stepped forward afterward. Greetings. I am Cole. He bowed politely. Come here, Cole. Nicholas immediately wrapped an arm around his shoulder before dragging him away while whispering nonsense into his ears. What is he doing now? Linda narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Forget him. Tracy suddenly sighed dramatically, facing Linda a bit annoyed. I'm honestly disappointed in you, Linda. And Linda stepped backward slightly. I'm the only girl among us who actually got a servant. Tracy folded her arms, staring at Linda as if she betrayed her trust. What about your main girl group? I'm sure some of them would have gotten servants too. Linda pouted slightly while looking away from Tracy, clearly trying to avoid eye contact after being teased. Cold white air escaped from her mouth because of the snow-filled atmosphere around them, while people and steam vehicles continued moving across the large field outside the hall. Lyra of all people wouldn't pick anybody. Tracy waved her hand dismissively. And Paige probably would have, but remember. She leaned closer with a playful look. She killed her challenger, while Lady Priscilla already has loyal servants too, so she doesn't need new ones. Then Tracy narrowed her eyes at Linda, who still looked away stubbornly. What? A mischievous smile slowly appeared on her face. Are you jealous? Of course not. Linda immediately replied and started walking away faster through the snow. Tracy instantly laughed before chasing after her again. Then why are your ears red? They aren't. You are definitely jealous. Shut up. Their noisy arguments slowly faded into the background while the rest watched helplessly. Well, Bobby waved energetically toward Ezra and Veda afterward. I'm leaving now, young lord and Ezra. The servant behind him quickly bowed respectfully. Take care of my Bobby, you. Veda pointed dramatically at the nervous boy using both his index and middle fingers. The servant instantly stiffened from the pressure of being stared at by the young lord himself. I will. He nodded quickly. With all my strength and heart. That sounded way too serious. Veda muttered under his breath. Bobby laughed awkwardly afterward before running toward the steam bus parked farther ahead. The large vehicle had already become filled with passengers heading toward the western train station of Metallica. Several parents leaned out from the windows while calling for their children to hurry. Steam escaped heavily from beneath the bus as workers loaded the remaining luggage. Bobby turned around several times to wave energetically before finally entering. So, Veda turned back toward Ezra afterward. What's your plan now? Don't know yet. Ezra calmly looked toward the slowly emptying snowfield. I'll figure things out once I get there first. The noisy atmosphere around the area had already begun lowering. One by one, steam carriages and buses departed. The large snow-covered space that once felt crowded earlier now slowly became emptier. If it isn't my little brother who tried to kill me. Vera's voice suddenly entered between both boys without warning. Neither Ezra nor Veda noticed when she walked over. Even Lucy behind Ezra became startled. Big sister. Veda instantly looked at her awkwardly. Or should I call you young lord now? Vera stepped closer with her usual plain face. Her dark eyes quietly stared at Veda without blinking much. The pressure alone made Veda unconsciously step backward a few times. You may not, big sis. He replied helplessly. Humph. Nina suddenly popped out from behind Vera dramatically. Young lord shouldn't relax yet. She pointed accusingly at him. Like I already said before, the title will definitely return to my lady in the future once she becomes way stronger than you. Her smug expression became even brighter afterward. Veda only chuckled softly while rubbing the back of his head. Where's Bale? He looked around curiously afterward. I thought he would also come say goodbye to Ezra too. Bale got kidnapped. Vera sighed. Or more accurately, she sighed in such a dry, uninterested way that it almost sounded sarcastic. By you-know-who. She cried while hugging him like she was about to lose her child forever. Vera continued calmly, then dragged him together with father into the ship. The strange dramatic explanation left both boys, Lucy, and the servants staring blankly at her. Even Nina looked slightly awkward afterward. The image itself honestly felt ridiculous. The woman Vera referred to was the white-haired lady with green crystal-like eyes. After Aurora became unable to properly take care of Bale anymore, she took him in and raised him like her own child. Now, she treated Bale with frightening levels of affection and behaved like an extremely overbearing mother toward him. What about Gina? Ezra suddenly asked Vera flatly. Huh? Nina blinked in confusion. Why are you asking about her? She probably already left. Veda answered in Vera's place. I think her parents came with their own carriage. His tone came out calm. So, Vera slowly walked closer toward Ezra afterward. I guess we'll see you more often at the Royal Academy. Her gaze shifted briefly toward Lucy, standing behind him. Lucy instantly became nervous from Vera's eyes landing on her. Even though Vera's face barely changed, the pressure behind her stare still felt strangely sharp. I think we'll probably meet before then. Ezra replied calmly while dusting snow from his coat sleeve. Lady Vera, young lord. An adult maid carrying Ashenlocke's crest approached respectfully through the snow. We are departing now. She bowed politely afterward. Okay. Veda turned back toward Ezra while waving brightly. Bye. I hope when we meet again, you will become a bit more smiley. I hope when we meet again, you introduce your fiancé to me, young lord. Ezra replied instantly with the same flat tone. Veda froze briefly, then laughed loudly afterward. See you later, business partner. Vera lightly waved while speaking in a sarcastic tone. The moment she said the words, her eyes narrowed just slightly. At the side, Nina stuck out her tongue at Ezra before quickly following after Vera. Ezra watched them leave quietly through the snow, then sighed. She's still angry I called her a business partner. His eyes narrowed slightly toward Vera's back as she walked farther away. Bus to the East Station. Moving now. An elderly voice suddenly shouted loudly nearby. Lucy. Ezra turned calmly toward the voice. That's our bus. Yes, master. Lucy bowed immediately while trying to carry all 3 suitcases herself. Let me carry one. Ezra spoke plainly afterward. No. I can't allow that, Master Ezra. Lucy panicked instantly, but Ezra ignored her protest completely. He casually took one of the suitcases from her hands before walking toward the steam bus ahead. Lucy froze briefly in surprise, then hurried after him quickly through the falling snow. This marks the end of the Trail of Steels. Here's a polished version of your announcement. I want to thank you all for following the beginning of Ezra's journey. From here onward, things will begin to expand on a much larger scale. The Royal Academy arc won't begin immediately, as there are still several things Ezra must settle and experience before the Academy arc fully starts. However, it's going to be highly interesting, as the world building of Britannia will truly begin from there. Please drop your reviews and let me know how you felt about this first arc, as well as your expectations for the future chapters. Also, my Discord channel is now out and ready. Join to get more information, updates, and small details that I usually won't post here. Chapter 174, Road to Obsidian. As Ezra and Lucy entered the steam bus, the female attendant standing near the entrance politely guided them toward their seats located close to the back end of the vehicle. The moment Ezra stepped inside, he immediately noticed the difference. This was nothing like the public steam buses moving around ordinary towns and low-income districts. The entire interior practically screamed luxury. Dark polished wood lined the walls. Soft yellow lamps glowed overhead. The seats were wide and cushioned with thick black leather, while silver carvings of the Ashenlocke crest were designed neatly at the edges of the armrests and windows. Even the floor beneath their feet was clean enough to reflect light. Through the large glass windows, snow continued falling softly outside. This was one of Ashenlocke's private transport buses, a vehicle mainly used for transporting low-line workers and important staff working under the many industries owned by the Duke family. They clearly took care of their own workers. Ezra sat down comfortably while glancing outside the window at the massive noble dirigible slowly rising into the air. The giant airship moved heavily above the snowy sky, while steam escaped from the sides of its body. Wow! Lucy's voice quietly came out beside him, filled with excitement. Her eyes practically sparkled while staring at the airship flying upward. Ezra glanced at her briefly. First time seeing one. He pointed calmly toward the window. No. Lucy quickly shook her head. Even though I lived around the rural sides of Merc Hollow, people in our district used to see airships like that fly over sometimes. She laughed nervously afterward. The noise they make is impossible to miss. District. Ezra rested his cheek on his fist. As in the Red District. Why, yes. Lucy instantly looked downward while awkwardly rubbing both index fingers together. Her ears became slightly red from embarrassment. That explains the strange seductive aura she naturally gives off. Ezra thought quietly while glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Lucy still looked uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about things like that. Ezra spoke flatly. Lucy slowly looked back up at him in surprise. At that moment, the steam bus had already started moving without most passengers noticing. The motion was smooth. Although with Ezra's senses, he could easily tell the glass, wheels, suspension, and brake systems were made using expensive high-grade materials. The vehicle barely made noise while moving. Outside, blue steam lights glowed beneath the lower engine sections of the bus while it smoothly drove through the snow-covered roads at high speed. Lucy stared at Ezra quietly for a few seconds. You read the contract I wrote, right? Ezra suddenly asked without turning toward her. Yes. Lucy quickly nodded. I read it carefully. Then you already know what I need from you. Ezra crossed his arms lightly. So, thinking too much about unnecessary things is pointless. His tone stayed calm and plain. We already have a lot to start doing once we arrive at our first destination. Lucy blinked curiously. Where exactly are we going, if I may ask, Master Ezra? We're going back to what used to be home. Ezra rested his head comfortably against the chair. Lucy quietly stared at him afterward. Although I thought he belonged among the better nobles, I still wasn't fully sure what kind of person he truly was. She thought silently. At first, she expected Ezra might eventually use her however he wanted like most nobles would. But now, it felt different. He still intended to use her usefulness. That much was obvious. But the way he acted about it felt strangely straightforward. No fake kindness, no pretending, no disgusting hidden intentions in his eyes, and no too much show of friendliness. He's honestly strange. Lucy smiled faintly to herself before sitting properly again and admiring the luxurious interior around her. At that moment, the female bus attendant walked toward the center aisle with a bright professional smile on her face. It's wonderful seeing all the beautiful and handsome faces of Ashenlocke's lights gathered here today. She bowed respectfully. Several candidates smiled proudly after hearing the compliment, while some family members sitting beside them laughed softly. Unlike other buses, this one mainly carried low-line and high-line candidates whose parents or guardians didn't personally arrive with private airships. The journey toward the East Station will take. The attendant raised her wrist and checked the silver watch attached to it. Approximately 6 hours and 45 minutes. She placed both hands on her waist confidently. So, during that time, I'll be introducing several landmarks across this region. Her smile widened. We are currently inside the central region of Metallica, the largest mining region in the entire territory. Adamaros. The moment she finished speaking, the bus smoothly entered the main road, finally leaving the snowy forest section surrounding the trial grounds. And once they exited, the atmosphere completely changed. Many candidates immediately pressed themselves closer to the windows with excited expressions. Most of them had only heard stories about Adamaros before. Some had seen published documentaries, while others only knew it from books. But now, they were finally seeing it with their own eyes. On the left side, massive mountains stretched endlessly into the distance. The sides of those mountains were filled with cave openings, rail systems, metal bridges, and moving workers. Large iron-stride walkers moved back and forth while carrying mining equipment or containers. Some were shaped like mechanical beasts. Others looked more like giant steam-powered cranes with legs. On the right side, a massive open landscape stretched outward with endless cargo airship stations lined across the land. Steam towers released white smoke upward non-stop. Heavy machines moved constantly. Unlike normal steam engines from comics and novels in his past world, some of the larger mechanisms emitted almost no visible smoke at all, while the ones which did The smoke didn't look like the poisonous one that people avoided inhaling. That alone caught Ezra's attention immediately. Obviously, Ezra already understood Britannia possessed advanced technology compared to other kingdoms, but his knowledge remained shallow. The books in his house mostly focused on history, and the education he and his brother received mainly covered basic noble studies taught to all the lines of children alike. This really is steampunk technology, if I compare it to the ones I have seen in manga and comics from my past life. Ezra quietly observed the structures outside with genuine interest. Lucy had already become completely absorbed in the scenery outside the windows. In this city, the attendant pointed toward the left side. All the major industrial metal companies operate here. The bus slowly turned right while she continued speaking. Several highline and lowline nobles inside glanced toward a massive industry gate ahead. Large cargo trucks continuously entered and exited the area. A silver tiger claw logo rested above the giant metal gates. Unfortunately, since we're traveling through the main route, we won't directly pass through most mining facilities or industries. The attendant smiled apologetically. Most of them are located deeper inside the forest sections surrounding the city. But, she raised a finger dramatically. There's still one important landmark I'll definitely be showing all of you soon. Her smile never faded. The drive continued smoothly afterward. A few horse-drawn carriages occasionally passed them on distant roads, probably belonging to traveling lowline merchants or nobles, and above the skies. Numerous cargo dirigibles floated constantly, like traffic on a busy highway. Ezra quietly leaned back into his seat again while thinking deeply. Now that he properly understood the level of technology Britannia possessed, he realized there was far more knowledge he needed to learn. Far more. If he truly wanted to push his guns further, then understanding this world's technology would become necessary. For me who was born into this kingdom, I was really a ghost. Ezra laughed at himself low-toned. Everyone please stand gently and look toward the Grand Black Forge. The attendant pointed ahead. All eyes shifted immediately. At first, the landscape looked strangely plain. Flat, empty land stretched outward with only a few cargo trucks visible from afar. Workers pushed large carts filled with boxes while steam cranes lifted the cargo overhead. But farther behind, a massive, smooth black dome structure rose from the earth. Its shape looked unnatural. Isn't that too small for the largest mining ground? One boy suddenly asked. The female attendant laughed lightly. It only looks small from the surface. Her voice became more serious afterward. The underground layers beneath this place currently extend over 50,000 feet downward. An excavation is still continuing. The boy who asked the question instantly froze. His fingers unconsciously started counting while his face slowly became stunned. All the layered sections contain numerous rare ores and mineral resources. She explained further. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly at the structure. With a depth like that, there's no way dangerous creatures don't exist down there. He could already faintly sense numerous cognate presences leaking upward from the underground area. Now that we are leaving this place, the attendant pointed far into the distance through the glass window. You can see the structure that is far away behind the Black Forge. Her voice carried slight pride while describing it. The candidates and family members inside the steam bus all turned their heads toward the direction she pointed at. Far away, beyond the snowy roads, the cargo stations, and the layers of industrial smoke rising into the sky, a gigantic structure still stood visible, even with the massive distance between them. It's still visible from here. Lucy muttered softly in amazement while pressing closer to the window. That thing is really tall. The attendant smiled brightly after hearing her reaction. That is the Force Tower. She placed one hand on her chest proudly. And I'm sure everyone here already knows what it is. Many people inside the bus nodded immediately. After all, it was one of the basic things every child in Britannia learned while growing up. The Force Towers were enormous stone structures created using multiple layers of top-grade wind alchemy formations mixed together with extremely valuable materials. 5 of them existed across all the regions of Britannia. Their purpose? To create a defensive force field large enough to shield the entire kingdom from nuclear attacks and large-scale destruction capable of wiping out cities, kingdoms, or entire nations. Practically every powerful kingdom/nation possessed something similar. a final wall, or a protection against complete annihilation, capable of stopping attacks powerful enough to erase civilizations with ease. Ezra quietly stared at the distant tower through the window. Even from this distance, he could still faintly feel the strange pressure coming from it. Like the structure itself contained endless layers of condensed cognus. Honestly, it looked less like a tower and more like a giant nail hammered directly into the earth by the gods themselves. After the explanation ended, everyone slowly returned to their seats again while the journey continued peacefully. Outside, the sky gradually darkened while cargo dirigibles continued floating across the air like moving islands while the industrial lights of Atamoros slowly began glowing brighter against the snowy evening atmosphere. Like that, hours passed quietly, and eventually, the steam bus finally arrived at the East Station close to nighttime. The station itself was still crowded with movement. Workers pushed luggage carts around, steam trains released loud mechanical whistles, and passengers moved in and out of the large metal platforms while guards watched over the area. Using part of his gold coins, Ezra purchased first-class train tickets for both himself and Lucy toward the city of Obsidian, his hometown, the place where this life truly began for him. The moment they entered the train, Lucy practically became speechless again. Compared to the steam bus, the first-class train compartments looked even more luxurious. The walls carried dark polished wood designs. The beds looked soft enough to swallow someone whole. Silver lamps glowed warmly at the corners of the room, while the soundproofing inside blocked most of the loud train noises outside. Lucy sat carefully on the edge of her bed, almost like she was afraid touching anything too much would dirty the room. The exhaustion from everything finally caught up to her, and she fell asleep soundly not long after the train departed, while Ezra remained awake inside his own room. He rested quietly against the bed while staring at the ceiling above him. The train moved smoothly through the night. Small vibrations occasionally passed through the floor beneath him. His thoughts slowly drifted back toward Obsidian. How much had changed there? Would the streets still look the same? Or would everything already feel unfamiliar now? Ezra slowly exhaled before taking out the remaining sleeping pills he still carried with him. After swallowing one, he finally laid back properly against the bed. The sound of the moving train gradually became softer inside his ears. Then slowly, Ezra closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 175. Reunion. We have arrived at Obsidian main stop. The announcer's voice echoed through the train speakers calmly while the sound of steam releasing from the lower engines spread across the station. The train gradually slowed before finally stopping completely. Pshhhhhh. White steam burst outward from beneath the train while the metal doors slowly opened. Passengers immediately began stepping out one after another. Some carried luggage, others dragged sleeping children behind them. Workers moved carts across the station floor, while guards monitored the crowd from different corners. Ezra stepped out of the train, first while carrying one of Lucy's suitcases in his hand. Lucy followed behind him quietly, her eyes moving around curiously at the large station, filled with noise and movement. "Let's go," Ezra spoke calmly as he continued walking forward through the crowd. "Master Ezra." Lucy looked up toward the high station ceiling while speaking awkwardly. "You should have allowed me to pay for my own train ticket too." She tightened her fingers together slightly. "We orphans were also rewarded with 100 gold coins after the trial, and after my points got converted into extra rewards." She looked toward him. "I received almost 2,000 gold coins." "It's okay," Ezra replied flatly without slowing his steps. "And don't worry." He raised one hand toward a passing horse carriage taxi moving near the station entrance. "You'll be paying for this transport instead." Lucy blinked once, then sighed helplessly. The carriage rider quickly stopped after noticing their Ashenlocke crests. He immediately got down and bowed respectfully. "Where to, sir?" the man asked politely before taking the suitcases toward the carriage boot. "To the Sterling Mansion," Ezra replied calmly. Lucy paid the driver 10 silver coins afterward. The man's eyes brightened seeing the amount before he respectfully opened the carriage door for them. "So that's why you made me convert part of my gold coins into silver after we arrived here, Master Ezra?" Lucy asked curiously while entering the carriage behind him. "We need silver more than gold right now." Ezra leaned back comfortably against the seat. Using gold carelessly attracts unnecessary attention. Outside the station area, it remained extremely lively. Steam carriage engines roared constantly. Train whistles echoed across the platforms. Workers shouted at one another while loading cargo. Vendors sold food loudly near the roadsides, and mixed between all of that, people continuously moved through the streets like flowing water. This was clearly a major city. The carriage soon began moving. The horses stepped forward steadily, while snow lightly fell from the sky above. Lucy quietly stared outside the window while the city scenery passed them by. Tall buildings, short apartment structures, small factories releasing smoke, workers carrying metal tools, and steam vehicles rushing through the roads. Everything felt alive. The morning sunlight reflected off the snowy streets while cold winds swept through the city roads. Hours passed before the carriage finally slowed down. They arrived before a large mansion gate. Ezra quietly stared at the familiar place from inside the carriage first before stepping down slowly. The moment his boots touched the ground, old memories resurfaced naturally. The large gate before him looked almost exactly the same as before. It reminded him of the day his mother handed him over to the main family guards of Ashenlocke to be taken to the Trail of Steel. At that time, he was still weak and confused, not even knowing where he was going. Now, everything felt different. Ezra stretched his arms slightly before exhaling. Let's get this over with. He glanced toward Lucy afterward. Lucy still looked confused about why they truly came here. You wrote your real identity and your relationship with these people inside the contract, Master. Lucy looked toward the mansion carefully. You said this is Baron Sterling's mansion. Then her eyes shifted toward the approaching guards in the distance. Are we fighting? Her eyes sharpened slightly afterward. Intent slowly rose from her body naturally. Relax. Ezra waved lazily. We're just here to cut off an ill fate. A faint smirk appeared on his face. The two finally reached the gate and were immediately stopped by the guards stationed outside. Both men carried swords at their waists while staring at Ezra and Lucy suspiciously, but the moment they noticed the Ashenlocke crest on their clothes, their attitudes instantly changed. Greetings. The first guard bowed respectfully. The second one quickly followed. Do you perhaps have an appointment with the Sterling family? Or are you related to them? The guards politely opened the gates slightly while speaking. You two seem new. Ezra calmly scanned the courtyard while replying. Everything looked familiar, yet unfamiliar at the same time. The flower garden servants trimming the plants were different faces. The maids watering the grass fields, different faces. Even the workers cleaning the mansion windows and outer walls. All strangers. Ezra smiled faintly afterward. He already understood why. Yes, we're new. The guards answered honestly. At that moment, a senior guard standing farther ahead, near the mansion entrance, noticed the approaching group. Who are they? He asked seriously while walking closer. One of the guards quickly pointed toward Ezra's Ashenlocke crest. Immediately, the senior guard's stiff face changed completely. What brings members of the main family here? He asked politely. Ezra sighed softly afterward. Then he slowly removed his black cap and scarf before handing them over to Lucy. The moment his face became visible, the guards froze and the maids nearby widened their eyes. Young Master Zara? The senior guard instantly dropped to his knees in shock. The others quickly followed. Confused whispers immediately spread around the courtyard. Wasn't the young master supposed to be with the lord and mistress? Did he secretly got out again? Wait. A maid lowered her voice. Did he bring another girl again? But she's wearing the maid uniform of the main family. The whispers became louder little by little. With Ezra and Lucy's current senses, every single word entered their ears clearly. What's all this commotion? A familiar, irritated voice suddenly echoed from inside the mansion. The large doors opened roughly. Then, Ezra saw him. You're still here, Dan. Ezra calmly walked up the steps toward him. Young master, Zara. Dan stared at Ezra in confusion, then his eyes slowly widened. Wait. Young Master Zara is literally inside right now. His gaze carefully noticed the white strands mixed within Ezra's hair. No. No fucking way. This has to be a joke. Dan slowly stretched his hand toward Ezra's face, almost like he wanted confirming whether he was real or not. Smack. Lucy instantly slapped his hand away fluidly before he could touch Ezra. The movement happened so naturally that the surrounding servants became stunned. Dan quickly retracted his hand while holding it painfully. "Don't touch my master with those filthy hands of yours." Lucy glared at him coldly. Dan stared at her afterward. His face unconsciously reddened slightly. "Wow, she's hot." Dan's face reddened slightly from the shameless thoughts that flashed through his head after seeing Lucy properly, but he quickly shook those thoughts away. Right now, this situation was far more dangerous. "You." He suddenly pointed sharply toward Ezra. "How dare you impersonate the young master?" His voice echoed loudly through the mansion entrance hall. Several maids nearby flinched from the sudden shout. "If this is truly young Master Ezra, then aren't we all finished?" Dan felt cold sweat slowly gathering behind his neck. The weak trash son that was supposed to die in the trial of steel actually survived? No, calm down first. I just need to hold things together until the head butler arrives. Yes, that old man can think about how to explain this disaster to the Lord himself. Dan's eyes brightened slightly after thinking of that solution. He even felt proud of himself for coming up with it so quickly. "Guards, what are you doing?" He turned sharply toward the nearby guards angrily. "Arrest these imposters immediately." Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly at Dan's shouting while Lucy quietly adjusted her footing behind him, even though she still carried luggage in one hand. The intent in her eyes had already sharpened. The guards nervously pulled out their swords after hearing Dan's command. At the same time, Dan secretly whispered something into a maid's ear. The maid quickly nodded before running deeper into the mansion. But, before anyone properly reacted, Ezra already moved. Or rather, nobody even noticed him move. In one blink, by the time the maid opened the mansion doors wider, Ezra had already walked inside calmly with Lucy directly behind him. The guards froze and other maids froze. Even Dan's face became blank for a second. How? He sharply turned backward in shock. His heart instantly tightened. Is he actually a ghost? Cold sweat slowly dripped from the side of his face. No, idiot. Ghosts don't leave footprints in snow. Stop right there. The guards immediately rushed inside after them while shouting loudly. The noise quickly spread through the mansion hallways. Footsteps echoed. Servants looked around in confusion, and several maids panicked after seeing armed guards suddenly charging through the entrance. What's happening? One maid screamed nervously while moving away from the center hall. The guards already lunged toward Ezra and Lucy. What's with all these accusations? Ezra calmly stepped sideways, smoothly avoiding the hand of a guard trying to grab his shoulder. At the same moment, Lucy moved. Boom. She grabbed another guard's wrist before cleanly flipping him over her shoulder. The guard crashed heavily onto the floor with a painful groan. The movement was smooth, fast, and clean enough that even the other guards became startled. I am the second young master of this house. Ezra spoke calmly while dusting invisible dirt from his sleeve, with a faint sarcastic smile appearing on his face. Although technically, I'm supposed to be dead. What? The surrounding servants gasped loudly. Several maids immediately stared harder at Ezra's face. He really does resemble the mistress and young Master Zara. The whispers exploded again. No, look at his eyes. And the white strands in his hair. It really matches. Lies. Dan suddenly stepped forward loudly again. His voice practically cracked from panic. He's obviously a fraud trying to impersonate the dead twin brother of young Master Zara. Dan angrily pointed toward Ezra dramatically like some stage actor trying too hard. How dare you? How dare you impersonate the precious brother young Master Zara treasured so dearly? His performance honestly looked emotional enough to fool some people. But only at first glance. Lucy stared at him like she was looking at an insect. What kind of nonsense is this idiot saying? She tilted her head slightly with clear irritation in her eyes. For someone working under a noble family, you're surprisingly stupid. Dan's face twitched immediately. The insult struck harder because she said it so casually. Seriously. Lucy glanced around at all the servants gathering nearby. Think properly for once. Why would somebody openly walk into a noble mansion dressed exactly like a dead person while loudly claiming to be the second young master if they were truly an imposter? Her tone became colder afterward. Has anything like that ever happened before? The servants exchanged uncertain looks. She actually has a point. One maid whispered quietly. Even if someone wanted impersonating the young master, how would they perfectly copy his appearance like this? And since when did young Master Zara have a twin brother anyway? The confusion among the servants increased rapidly. Dan immediately felt the atmosphere turning against him. I've worked here longer than all of you. He quickly shouted defensively. I know the truth better than anyone here. But the doubt had already started spreading, and the servants weren't completely stupid. Young Master Ezra. An elderly familiar voice suddenly echoed from the upper floor of the mansion. The entire hall instantly quieted slightly afterward. Ezra, who had calmly listened to all the noise until now, finally lifted his head upward. Standing there was his father's personal butler, and 3 armed guards stood behind the elderly man. Unlike the others downstairs, these ones carried themselves differently. More disciplined and more dangerous feel to their presence. Lucy quietly narrowed her eyes while observing them. They're all novice-rank alchemists. She whispered softly toward Ezra. 2 half-stars and 1 full star, but none of them are full alchemists yet. Head butler. Ezra looked at the elderly man calmly afterward while the butler stared back at Ezra with visible disbelief and terror hidden inside his old eyes.